I'll bring it next time. I got this really cute hat, and I did want to shout the girls out, but I can't remember the name of the thing, but I will. Cute earrings. Did anyone bring you lip scrub for me? You got lip scrub.
Okay, it is 9:28 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Sunday, January 5th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions. I am not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. Nerd Squad, there appeared to be no rollback at all upon initiation of this video. I did just upload a thumbnail in the preceding live stream of a selfie that I took last night when I got out of the shower. Be advised, I am going to do the same precautionary method that I utilized in the live stream before this, Nerd Squad. I am not going to take a selfie and upload one for this video until I'm about to end it. So everyone will know right away whether or not the felons of the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters have cut my live stream, because there won't be a selfie of me in it. Okay, here we go. If you are wondering what is going on, this is Mystic Gwen. It's January 5th, and the time is now 9:30 a.m. PST. As you can see, we're still going 24/7. If you're new here and wondering why that is, there is a live stream that has the full explanation available in video on this channel, titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalker, the Extortionist, et al. It's just under 2 hours long and lays out everything that's been happening. You can also go to facebook.com/MysticGwenLovesOnlyYou to read my cease and desist letters and declarations from September 15th, 2024 to December 29th, 2024. These documents provide a detailed timeline of events and the legal actions I've taken. I highly recommend you do so, as they're very educational. Now, it's crucial to understand this. If this live stream ends for any reason without me orally stating the end time and that a new live stream will begin in 90 seconds or less, that I did not end it. The federal felons of the North Everett Precinct, who are operating from Unit 207, the condo directly above my home of 13 years, are responsible. The FBI has indicated since October that the final illegal entry attempt onto my property will coincide with them illegally shutting off my live stream. They've done this multiple times in the last couple of weeks, as recently as last night. As a result, the FBI has a new rule. My front door is not to be opened unless... My front door is not to be opened unless I am running a live stream concurrent with recording on my $1,000 plus cell phone that the FBI had me put on airplane mode back in August. This is because the North Everett Precinct was attempting to destroy evidence on that phone. Furthermore, the FBI has instructed me to place a large stick, whittled and painted by my eldest son, against the inside of my front door. It is positioned in a way that makes it impossible to open the door without shattering a living room window. The FBI stipulated that this will make any conviction for breaking and entering much easier. And I'll try and angle this, but it's really hard to angle a laptop that you can't see, guys, at the front door. I think you can see the stick. There we go. And as of that note, as of 3 a.m. on January 2nd, 2025, my previous invitation to one neighbor to open my door whenever has been rescinded. Let's be clear about something else. According to the FBI, there is still not a single court order with my name on it from 2024 and/or as of January 4th, 2025, either Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, that is lawful and not fraudulent. Any attempt to enforce any order with either of those names is illegal. The act of requesting the enforcement is also criminal. As outlined on my December 14th, 2024 declaration, which you can find on my Facebook page, the amount owed to me is substantial. We're talking about over $14 million. This amount is owed by the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors, DCYF Unit 207, and other involved parties, as contractually agreed to due to their receipt of my August 14th, 2024 tort claim, my ongoing illegal detainment, now at 151 days, and their continuous stalking, hacking, harassment, civil rights, and ADA violations, and just their general crime spree against me. Again, you can find all of the details of this in the declarations on my Facebook. Many of you know I had a podcast where I detailed these events. Unfortunately, due to the actions of the officers in Unit 207, I'm currently blocked from adding new episodes to most platforms. However, the FBI had me create a Twitter account just for the podcast. You can find all the episodes, including the latest one from December 29th, 2024 on x.com/mysticgwenpod. That's my podcast-only Twitter, not to be confused with my regular Twitter, x.com/realmysticgwen, where you can find posts about the threats from the North Everett precinct. Just to reiterate, I have not opened my front door without having a YouTube live stream rolling since day 3 of being illegally detained by this precinct and their associates. It is now day 151. That means for 148 days, I've not opened my front door without a live stream running. This is per the FBI's instructions for my safety and to ensure there's a record of everything that happens. Also, per the FBI's instructions, I will now be playing on this live stream each time individuals are on my private property without immunity, a recording of the script the FBI had me create. As many of you know, on January 2nd, 2025, a female in Unit 207 was overheard discussing that I will be sued soon by someone and/or an entity identified by the FBI as federal felons. Let me be absolutely clear. The FBI has stated since August that anyone who sues me will be ordered to pay me a sizable amount. Further, the FBI has stated the only one who gets to use the words slander, libel, and incendiary is me. So, any attempts at legal action against me are not only futile, but will backfire spectacularly. For 17 months straight, every Friday, the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, which, by the way, the FBI is considering renaming the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers, given their actions, which is hilarious and accurate. Along with the Snohomish County prosecutors, they've requested others to perpetrate crimes against me and/or threaten me with felonies, gross misdemeanors, and civil rights violations. On Friday, January 3rd, 2025, nothing out of the ordinary happened, making it the 5th Friday where there was a brief reprieve from the escalations. But the crime spree continued. They apparently have plans for the coming week and the week after, including some notion that their long sought after illegal entry, which they've been trying to pull off since early August 2024, is somehow going to happen. Ergo, the FBI had me record my video on YouTube titled 1/2/11:57 p.m. Greetings to the 36 plus non-immune, soon to be detained people currently on my private property illegally, and have stated for this I just lost track. We're currently on my private property and have stated for the looming stalking and harassment and ADA and civil rights violators accepting their looming federal charges of witness tampering, obstruction, intentional misconduct, etc., are on record as consenting to their conviction. This recording will be played at the end of this script for all future live streams until they are detained. I also want to address the fact that as of the end of December, the North Everett Precinct and their cohorts have, for the 3rd time since 2022, weaponized the IRS against me. The FBI has verified that this is happening at the behest of the North Everett Precinct each time. Previously, this involved the IRS sending threatening notices about court orders and proceedings and pretending they didn't have the necessary information to stop harassing and threatening me. I don't have all the details on the current situation, but the FBI has assured me it's a non-issue for me, as the IRS is cooperating with them. But it speaks to the totality of their crime spree, as literally there hasn't been a break in them using third and fourth parties to stalk, harass, intimidate, and retaliate against me since September 2023. It is now 2025. To reiterate, on August 7th and August 14th, 2024, the FBI had me date signs that they instructed me to add to my exterior and to address them to the North Everett Precinct, the Owens, and everyone else guilty in this conspiracy. I photographed these signs and filed them in Snohomish County Superior Court Case 10-500-5934 upon service to the North Everett Precinct and other involved parties via my tort claim. These signs clearly state that knocking is illegal, that there is no immunity for those who do so, and that requests for an appointment can be made via email at therealmysticgwen@gmail.com. The only person who attempted was one woman facing federal imprisonment, whom the FBI said I wasn't authorized to read and or approve. I also want to make it clear that as of today, January 5th, 2025, yesterday, there were oral threats made upstairs in Unit 207 for the entire coming 7 to 10 days, including today, particularly regarding plans to acquire the illegal entry they have attempted over 36 times since the first week of August 2024, when the FBI had me add those dated signs addressed to the North Everett precinct of stalkers, the extortionists, and even the child abusers moonlighting as child protectors, as can be seen in the filed tort claim of August 14th, 2024, 9 days before the second actionable kidnapping and 3 days before the first. That's the update for now, everyone. Thanks for tuning in and thanks for your continued support. Remember to check out the video and my Facebook page for the full story. Stay safe, everyone, and I'll see you on the next live stream. And if this stream suddenly ends, you know who is responsible and that I will be attempting to reinitiate the live stream if possible, assuming I haven't been kidnapped and or illegally arrested and or illegally committed, as has been threatened and premeditated for over a year from the condo above my home of 13 years. Now, everybody, don't tune out just yet, because per the FBI's instructions, I do need to play that recording that will be played for the next person who comes to my door who will be paying me money. Remember, there's already been 36 plus. Okay, I pushed play, but if I remember correctly, there's like a 5 to 10 second delay before I start talking. It is 11:58 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. This is a live stream per the FBI's instructions of my new door greeting that I'm to save and to play for those people who are going to prison that have plans involving, once again, actively stalking the outside of my building. I don't know if this is tomorrow or multiple times over from tomorrow to Wednesday, just that the FBI has informed me to do so. So, in the event that you're hearing this, you're in front of my private property. Stop where you are. You are being recorded. By agreeing to come here, you are agreeing to be charged with obstruction of justice. You are agreeing to be charged with witness tampering. You are agreeing to be charged with stalking. You are agreeing to be charged with criminal trespass. You are agreeing to be charged with ADA violations. You are agreeing to be charged with civil rights violations. You are agreeing to be charged with conspiring with others to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, Section 1985, and any other crimes listed on the signs posted on my property. Let me be clear, you have no immunity for your actions. Any claims of immunity are fraudulent, just like every court order with my names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. The FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders with either of my names from that time period. If you choose to knock on my door or to continue standing on my private property, you are choosing to harass me and stalk me. And if you are attempting to goad me into opening my door to pull off another crime, be aware that you are making yourself personally liable. you will be forced to pay me directly from your severance, your 401k, and any other assets you have that will need to be liquidated. No position, excluding the FBI, has any immunity in this situation. I strongly advise you to verify this information with the FBI unless you and or your associates are some of the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives due to the crime spree of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, dwindling Department of Child Abusers moonlighting as child protectors, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, the extortionist, Anne Marie et al. If you are unable to get verification on anything you have being fraudulent, it is because of your and their looming incarceration and soon to be unsealed indictments. Now get off my fucking private property and refrain from further crimes, as the signs on my exterior have stipulated for over a year. It is now 12:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, January 3rd, 2025. I'm going to end this. It is actually 9:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Sunday, January 5th, 2025. But for some reason, and I can only speculate, it's like some of the dated signs the FBI had me put outside. Ergo, in a couple of weeks, some other big felonies will be occurring, and they want the timestamp to prove the premeditation and, whatever else they've got going on. Because remember, everybody, the FBI is not my attorney, but they do have a vested interest in the North Everett precinct, paying me more than the invoice that they've agreed to and the services that they're currently rendering from me at $100,000 a day. Now, I was listening to a podcast. It's called Trash Tuesday. And it's an old episode because I discovered the podcast late, but I think I'm going to switch episodes because I think I did watch this, or at least listen to it, because it seems vaguely familiar. Currently, I'm on episode 52.
Are you getting a gun out of your pocket?
I'm just
What are you doing?
What my impression is, you go back, followed by a quick shower.
That's so. Are you Catholic?
Not, I mean, like what?
Okay, I think that's fine. I think Catholic people have to shower afterwards.
I'm not.
Look at our God boy, guys. Look at our God boy. We look God boy. I think this is a take I have. I think Catholic people they want to drink it. Is that
What's that?
It's anti-Semitic. The opposite. No, me, they shower. It's like every time I'm with a Catholic person, they get so dirty. I just made it work. What? You do shower. Oh, Annie, yeah, we all know what it's gonna be. What? The Holocaust, the gas. Why would you say
Nerd Squad, I did take a screenshot of the interface. It was once again not reflecting the appropriate published video count. I will refresh it now because it's been rolling for 20 minutes. So refreshing at 9:48. Got an all-white screen, so we'll wait for Unit 207 to tinker around with the interface. They still got it fucked up. So screenshotting again, still reflecting inaccurately 112 published for public consumption videos.
Sarah, I moved to edit that out. That was very insensitive. She's sick and disgusting. She's sick. What a sick bitch. Wow, that's good. To be a chosen one to think that way? I'm sorry. Between her and the God whatever. I will formally apologize for the joke I made. It was not funny.
Let me get a statement with the ADL.
Wait, I was going to say, okay, so what reminded me when I said God whatever. I think the greatest insult you can give a girl is to tell her she has some children's stats. Calls for a bad girl is so. Why? I just want to know why it's so bad. To only all my actions. I just want to know why. Because it's very hard.
Remember what they would say in
Why is my
middle school?
What?
Girls would be like, oh, use it to get out of it.
Oh my god, that's very.
I mean, I was Catholic middle school.
That was very
Catholic middle school. Yeah, girls would say it. Girls would be like, oh, if you use a tampon, you're no longer.
I can't lie. It's even. Guys, so crazy.
I know,
If you could love me like this, love me like this. Can you? Listen, I'll be laughing my eyelashes. It's obstructing my view. Our eyelashes like this. We have issues. George, I'm gonna say my issues. You want to know? We have issues. Oh really? Yes. I have issues. We have issues. And the budget.
Hey Dan, codename Dan. Dan, stay out of the cornfield, Dan.
I had a talk show before the season. They didn't give us like a time slot. Like if you went on like your TV, try to do the argument, say programming. And then on the IMDb, they had another girl's.
Just joking, guys. Codename Dan already decided yesterday. This is what he decided according to the FBI. I am not going in front of her door. Way to go, Codename Dan.
It was so. It was good. It was like everything. That's like a flex. There's something that's a flex about.
But I do want to remind everybody, according to the FBI, tomorrow and Tuesday, this is from the FBI. It is concurrent with the threats from upstairs for this week and next. But from the FBI specifically, people, more than one, would like to anger me tomorrow and the day after. That is from the FBI, guys. And again, concurrent with the threats from Unit 207. Oh, and to elaborate, they specifically said people who are going to prison and who are cowards would like to make me angry. Monday and Tuesday, guys. And whoever it is that the FBI has been referring to as the shark, which they will not confirm for me who the fuck it is, but it is somebody who bears a substantial amount of responsibility for every crime I've been the victim of for 2 years, thanks to the North Everett precinct of stalkers and associates. Whoever the shark is, well, the shark is pissed the fuck off on Monday and Tuesday, guys. So keep your eyes out, whistleblowers.
That's good energy.
I mean, that's like, you know, everybody, I feel like it's kind of a rite of passage.
That would feel.
Well, yeah, just being involved in some, like, basic cable things that, like, never be worked out.
I had a friend, I'm not going to say his name, but he literally couldn't come because he got edited out of a season of America's Got Talent. And I was like, I did not agree. Every successful person has this exact story.
Yeah.
Wait, I think I have the show from America's Got Talent. I didn't even get past the producer. They like me to the show. They're like, there's the Dustin. But he got further than me. No, it's very like, just weird. It's like,
He sounds weak in spirit.
I know, it's okay. Something that you need from the TV. Okay, well, you can check out betterhelp.com/
Alright, I am switching episodes. I've definitely seen this one, or at least paid attention to half of it. I'm one of those people that I will throw on a podcast and completely drown out what the hell they're talking about if I'm multitasking. I just like hearing the chitter chatter.
How trained people are to not look at the things that not me, girl. The nipples are cute. The views we lose from my nose will be twice over from your teeth. What do you mean your nose? I hope the Latin teens on TikTok are happy now. I honestly could not believe the ball cap.
Dude, shout out to Hispanics, dude. Nobody is cooler with racist jokes than the Hispanics.
That's what teenagers on TikTok have been calling for the last 6 months.
They don't get
I just want
offended.
them to know that, you know what, I can handle it, and you're anti-Semitic, okay? Yeah, and you guys think I have sex with dogs, and that makes you guys anti-comedy. Knowledge jokes are crazy, bestiality over jokes. My nails are so sharp that I stab them both. Oh my god. It's really weird. Little bitch. So then, are you supposed to be soft? No. It's about Harley Quinn over here. Guys, happy Halloween. It is our Halloween episode, and Lila is dressed as Harley Quinn. She's really pulling it off well. We have Juicy Jessica Johnson in the house in the Kalila chair. Or should I say Harley Quinn? Where's Kalila? I've never met her. I want to see her. I've not ever either. Delilah is, I don't know, what's going on? I think that Bobby, the story I've heard through Carlos is that Bobby refused to come back to do Tiger Belly, and he made everyone fly him in Hawaii. Can you imagine?
That is awesome. Go, Bobby. That's some shit. Fuck you. I'm staying in Hawaii. You guys gotta fly here to work. I'd be like, all right, dude. You're my favorite boss.
It's so pretty and sparkly. I'm going to put it in the office. I'm having to get it out of the detail. My Wawa. Brand new. So good. So, Annie, what inspired your costume? Let's talk about this. I like to look movies out in my costumes. You fail every time. I just want to tell you, what Astro does is her laziness comes out and bites her every Halloween. What were you last year? I raped or something. No, that was our Thanksgiving episode. They have this big problem with George. Esther had a real square down with George. George was square. She was ready to go. He made us look like funny story. I applied to a Hooters in Champaign, Illinois when I was in college. That's what they could see that they did not hire me. What is this? Did you always want to be a Hooters waitress? No, I just was like, I always thought the Hooters waitress is a funny costume you gotta go all after as well. You can't hold that. But I have funny. May I have some fun? Yes, you're gonna love them. They're better than they're so good. There's this there right there. Oh my god.
Okay, Nerd Squad, the interface is now reflecting the accurate number on YouTube, screenshotting at 10:01.
Wait, that's like a whole, to me, that's the best part of a Diva Cup. It's like a public bathroom. Oh, something bad happened. Oh, I can't do it, especially if you're on stage. Those people are your audience. Oh, God. It's like queen rooms. Can you just always have a bathroom? Please not make a shit. Well,
And release our Diva Cups in front of our fans.
That is really hot.
I totally forgot that I need to play this video and make sure there's audio. So I'm playing the live stream you are currently watching. I'm playing the live stream you are currently watching. I'm playing the live stream you are currently watching. All right, we have audio in this one.
Really hard.
It's so bad. And I go in the men's bathroom. Okay? So it's even worse.
That the shows.
Yeah.
Why? Why do you use the men's bathroom?
I like the glory hole. I like a little peek. I like a little penis.
Have you really ever seen a glory hole?
I have seen a glory hole, but it was in a sex shop. It was in they had like an arcade where you could watch porn in the back and guys fuck each other for good. Or maybe there's a girl, who knows? Maybe that's like the excitement of a glory hole. You're like, maybe it's a girl, maybe it's a girl.
I know Carlos has had some glory hole experience.
Carlos, is this the time you really tell us?
Whoa.
I've been to.
The glory hole.
Ooh, the glory.
I legit didn't know glory holes were for like gay guys.
I didn't
Hey guys, he is.
Candy.
Bullshit. I want to look and see who Jet Ski Johnson is because that's their guest and I don't know who it is. Jet Ski Johnson. I like the name. Jessie Johnson. Oh, she's a comedian and a trumpeter. That's fucking bad. Let's listen to one of her jokes. You don't choose a nickname with Jet Ski Jessie.
An amazing year with comedy. I went on a 3-month international tour this year. We did 2 shows in Canada, but I call it international. It's fine, right? I went with this podcast called Bad Friends. It's with Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino. Yeah. On my first episode, they gave me this nickname. The nickname is Juicy. I don't like it. And then I'm opening these shows in these theaters and thousands of people, I walk out and they go, Juicy! And I hate it, you know? But I got to thinking it could have been way worse. The nickname, it could have been Dry. Juicy's alright. And I'm not complaining either, like they gave me a career. You know, I'm a full-time stand-up comedian now. I quit my job. Yeah, screw that job, right? Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not going to judge her on one joke. Back to the podcast.
Just naively come out with it. Like, oh, I didn't realize that I was getting full time.
And Annie Letterman. I like the fact that she won't get fake tits. She looks cute with fake tits, but she doesn't need them. Also, PSA, guys, I had no idea that this was possible. I know what a Wonder Bra does. It really does make things look wonderful that do not sometimes. Okay? Let's be real. But women can go around and literally buy fake boobs that look like real breast implants. This is not something I knew. And I'm looking at it right now, and I would seriously assume that I could grab her tit and grab a tit. Crazy. This is like those jeans they were selling. I don't know if they're still on the market. Like 7 years ago. I shit you not. You could buy jeans with fake ass cheeks in them, dude. This false advertising shit is fucked up.
Time.
And
No, we
have a
listen,
field
we support
day.
everyone.
I would be mortified.
We support where you are in life, and we will be very.
If I got a girl
comfortable
naked
whenever
who I thought had a huge ass, and
Okay.
well, she didn't.
You're welcome. He gets it.
I love this. I mean, look, I think Carl's honestly at this point will choose that narrative over his other narrative that he has going on around the internet which is that he's the reason Bobby and Kalila broke up.
Hold on, I gotta take this. Hello?
Oh, wait, this is real.
Hello? Hello? Oh, spammers. I was gonna ask them if they'd heard about Carlos and Kalila.
Whoa. They probably have.
What do you think? Weigh in.
So awkward. I'm bad friend.
Oh, you gotta bring her back.
They're always fighting. Yeah, can I take this with me?
You were my lawyer yesterday.
Really? I didn't know when that would air, but it was still very awkward. Yeah, it was.
This kind of could be like a judge wig too.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
like a modern day
Yeah.
judge. This is our generation's judges in the future.
Oh, how did it go?
The trial went great. I got Carlos. I'm not gonna say I got him off because
Yeah,
he's
Not
innocent.
that yuck. I'm handsome.
he is
He's an innocent man. He's a. It was proven.
You don't think he's innocent? You're just mad you went to the lawyer. As
Yeah.
her Jew FOMO is going crazy. Her homo. Her shlomo. The jiggliness of the handle of that is so funny. It's just like,
I will say if I ever am in court though, I will come to you first. Thank you. Oh my
You don't
god.
have to set up a fake lawsuit.
is that so you can stand on her shoulders and you guys will be regular size?
That would be awesome. Wait, how tall are you?
5'4".
Oh, she
It's
is
not giant.
she's a tall person.
The number one question I get in meet and greet, it's not like, how'd you do it, Annie? Or what's going on with you? Or we love you. It's always like, am I as tall as Esther? I'm like,
Whoa.
"No, she's a liar. She's shorter than you.
You know, I park cars at the Comedy Store lot, and you're one of the only people that I have to move the seat, like back to reach the pedals. You and Brad Williams.
That's funny because sometimes I do move it back for people, but sometimes I forget.
But maybe even when you do, she's still
That's
good.
very possible.
When you move it back, do you ever feel your tampon getting pulled out a little? I know you're new to tampons.
Now, speaking of what you said of wanting to be asked how'd you do it at a meet and greet, I had a similar experience where I once went to my high school theater class. Like I went back after like I had my show alone together, and I was
Oh,
like
that's so sad.
so excited to talk to the teens. No one had heard of Hulu. No one had heard of Freeform. Like
I
no
love that you're
one.
trying to pretend it was on Hulu. She's recreating history. Or actually, let's make her the writer. She's very creative.
It streamed all
Oh, you were the writer.
but like no kid gave a fuck about me at all, and I was like, wow, this is not how I
Why would they
picture it.
respect someone shorter than them?
That's true.
At their age? This tiny bitch out of here.
That's true.
I like, yeah. The funniest thing, this is a repeat, but it's good enough, I think. She was on Tiger Belly, and Kalila was like, oh, Bobby and I watch Alone Together. And she was like, oh my God, you do it? She goes, no, the show Alone Together.
Together.
Alone Together. It's like the greatest moment of
Podcast
it's
history.
Number one.
Yeah,
I've seen Alone Together. You killed it in that, for real.
Oh, thanks.
You're already on the show.
You're the.
No, we love it.
Oh my God, the only comedian who's ever said that to me. Thank you.
That wasn't on it. Other than the one where like, I like the episode I was in.
Bobby was in it. I don't think he said it.
Listen, Bobby's been in a lot of things he hasn't mentioned. He's probably shooting something right now he doesn't mention.
Wait, so you guys went to a Renaissance fair together?
Yes, we
Oh my
did.
God.
Oh, I wish we should have brought our stuff.
I know. I thought about the little hat. We went. It was really fun going on the road with Annie. I've just started going on the road, and people have been taking me. Annie's the first female to take me, and that was exciting for me. And yeah, it was
I didn't
really
make her
fun.
suck my dick or anything.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I was like,
feel
come here,
that.
kid, suck my dick. You want an extra few minutes? Suck your mouth. Come blow me, bitch. Oh, you know. But I'm just kidding. I am just kidding. Actually, the people should know. I promise. I'm just kidding. He's not unheard of.
It's
Or-
not. It's
Did
not.
you ever blow anyone? Did you ever get face fucked for stage
Let me
time?
think. It's not an instant no.
It's really, it just sometimes happens after you get the stage time. It's, you can't help it. You fall asleep with your mouth open on the plane.
I mean, when I dated Tony, he was hosting the open mics, but
That's so sad. Low level,
yeah.
the lowest level. Oh my God, and we hung out with, oh my God. Okay, wait, do you want to tell?
You tell him because you hooked it up, but I will
I did not
chiming in,
hook
'cause
up with anyone.
She hooked up the opportunity.
I blew jet ski. I actually sucked jet ski dick. I was like,
Yeah,
please, she's
That's
like,
how she's
brilliant.
getting all this preach. How they've been getting me to preach.
Yes, we've all been begging her. We've been begging
Oh, I
her.
love that reversal.
But so, Esther's like, is that true? Did that really happen? I could see you getting people like doing a bidding war. Have you?
Wait, yeah, Marin won it. I opened for him.
Somehow Marin won.
He blows me. Is that how it works?
We'd watch.
I'm saying it.
Even Dave might watch. All right. Okay. So sorry to fix my neck. Okay. So we go to Kansas City, and now I'm a big fan of the show, The Challenge. Like a big fan.
I need to just pause and say that you would be hot with a broken neck.
Thank you so much.
Like with
That's
the
what
neck.
comes her, right?
The necklace. Yeah, there's something hot there.
Do you think it's because it's pushing my double chin back?
No, you don't have a double chin.
You fish and you get it. It's just everything came up.
Yeah.
But so okay, so love The Challenge. My friend Wes, who I found on online, we became friends. We'd never met in person, but he and his wife live in Kansas City, so he's like, I'm gonna come to your shows when you come to town. So we ended up going to their house. All this footage will be on Annie with myself, I guess. But we went to his mansion. He's like fucking rich. He put all of his like winnings over the years of this reality show. He's been on it for 20 years.
Oh, also, I just want to throw this out there and remind everybody, I have had my head chewed off repeatedly for my big mouth from the FBI. And everything is on a need-to-know basis. So, for instance, when the FBI says to me that the person that they've called the shark, is going to be pissed off on Monday and Tuesday, and they say to me that people, more than one, are going to be trying to make me angry on Monday and Tuesday, tomorrow and the day after. I just want to be clear, guys. I don't know that those people include the shark. I don't know that those people are going to be stalking me on the exterior of the building, or if they're going to be acquiring more fraudulent court orders to further incriminate themselves. I don't know. I only get to know what they tell me. And all that I know is whoever the fuck the shark is, the worst of the bunch of people going to prison, they're pissed on Monday and Tuesday. Then, as an aside, because I don't know that the people include the shark, but more than one person wants to piss me off on Monday and Tuesday. And it could be that they're unsuccessful because they have no way to reach me. Just want to throw that out there for everybody.
Who is this?
This guy Wes from The Challenge, and if you don't know, you don't know. You
He's
don't
been
know.
on for like 38. I didn't know
Listen,
he's been on
a
for
million.
38 seasons.
It's like,
And he just wins it a lot.
Yeah, but he just invested his money, so now he's just fucking
Okay.
invited us. There he is. There's our boy.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we went to his house, his mansion, and we got IVs.
Yeah, there was like a doctor there, and like they did these vitamin IVs, and found out I have tiny veins.
Tiny veins. The woman was literally squeezing the bag of liquid. You know you'd have the same thing.
Yeah,
There are
yeah.
parallels.
We're such pick-me girls.
Like, how hot is this? Got tiny veins. So tight.
Yeah, they're tight and wet.
Tight. Wet. Shriveled.
She put the needle. I was like, "Is it in yet?"
But we had so
But
much
really-
fun.
No, yeah, it was really fun. And
And
then
then we went to the Renaissance Fair.
yeah, we only had about an hour before the show, and Annie did like the baddest like quick trip ever. We got costumes immediately. I went to pay for them. She's like, "I got it."
Nobody spends $1 on my weekend.
Yeah, for real.
I start opening for you.
I charge you. All of a sudden, I'm the one not paying $1. Like you misheard it. And like, you're like pawning your wedding ring
To keep up with what you're
Yes,
doing.
No, yeah, we bought, and I've never bought costumes. I've never like leaned into the Renaissance Fair because I was like, is this something you'd want to go to?
Yeah,
And
someone
then-
invited us as a joke, and I was like, "Whoa!" And Annie was like, "Haha!" But then she looked at me and she was like, "Wait, would you really want to go?" And I was like, "Yeah, my dad and my stepmom got married at the Ren Fair."
She's a Ren Fair baby.
I like grew up at the fair. I'd go there every season. Sometimes on off season because their friends owned a shop there, and some people live there even when regular folks are going through.
They have it like all cities, right? It's all over.
And the one in Arizona is the one I'm referring to, but I'm
Okay.
assuming because I was like, let's see Kansas City in medieval times.
Yes. No, Jesse made such a good point about it. It's like you go to the different ones and you're like, it's
Oh, and I also want to clear up on the recording that's to be played for those who are agreeing to be charged with all of those crimes, which is retroactive. Yes, it applies to every one of you that have been outside of my door this whole time. Anyway, that recording wherein it is pointed out that the signs were addressed prior to the first and second actionable kidnappings, or rather that script. That was done. The script at the beginning of this live stream that will be read in all live streams, just like the recording for the people that want to consent to all of those charges who haven't already consented to all of those charges, was phrased that way because remember, there's more than one person that frequents Unit 207 that will be convicted of more than 2 felony kidnapping charges who have never had possession of my sons. So part of the reason that was put into the YouTube script was to kind of poke at those of you who are looking at those charges along with a lot of others. But some of you will never be allowed to be volunteers at the school district anymore. Some of you will literally be 86th from this entire school district that I volunteered and donated tens of thousands of dollars to and tens of thousands of hours of time to from 2012 to 2019. Let that sink in.
it's true to what it would be like in that town.
It is. It's that like
But
accurate.
there's a lot of well, we don't know that.
Everyone's kicked or
I've never read a book, so I don't know about the history of anything.
I feel like-
Game of Thrones, is that medieval?
I feel like they're mostly in like Europe, the medieval times and like the Renaissance and everything. But if it were, I don't know if the Native Americans.
Yeah, I guess at time it wouldn't have actually been in Kansas City. But do you know what I'm thinking? Can you read my mind right now? It's not related to that. Can you read it?
I don't.
You look like Groove.
Whoa.
Is that what your mind was
I
saying?
can't believe it.
They were right. Look,
Because your head is round in a way where, like, even though you have hair,
yeah,
I can see what a bald cap would look like on you.
yeah,
Like, your hairline, like, illuminates it. It's so cute.
yeah. No,
Like a hot version.
the teens on TikTok are smarter and more evolved than all of us. They see things we can't see.
You know what you're getting treated like? You're getting treated like a substitute teacher.
What do you mean?
You know how the kids are the meanest and most brutal substitute teachers? They're giving you the substitute teacher, where it's like the meanest insults. Like, they don't know you. They're not going to meet you.
You're right.
You're in and out of their lives. You're as easy as a flip up.
I can't believe this is the moment I realize that I have substitute teacher energy. That is really dark, but it is a role I'm willing to take. I don't think legally I can substitute teach because I
What
don't
have we
have.
done?
No, because
Your head's a little?
I think you have the one requirement is a college degree. Should I go back to college so that I can be a substitute teacher at my high school?
Probably yes.
My kids, that's like
on on TV.
yeah.
That seems
Yeah.
like
that's
you.
good.
Wait, no, I want to go. I think I actually want to substitute teach.
Me too. Oh my god, like the teacher, remember the teacher that was in the news for having big boobs like this?
Wait, I want to wear those when I go teach. I won't wear them in the job interview. And now a word from our sponsor, BetterHelp. Annie, we're not seeing on crop,
Todd too. He's just like, I just wake up just
dripping in sweat. But it can be tough to train your from someone, disclaimer not, I'm not peace
No, it is. It's like do you need help to do it? And
focused. Like the option.
every time I try to do easy,
And what's great with Solver, they're so we look alike.
but you don't.
I'm
You just
lying.
have the same childlike wonder.
I feel like you are sort of if me and Annie had a baby,
Whoa.
which we
If
will.
I could carry them to full term either, but I know one struck out. I probably will do. I don't know. Four tries.
Oh my god. Yeah, you could be like our little love child.
I can
Yeah.
see that. Yeah, I know. And people say I look young all the time.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
see that for sure.
It's your what did the security guard say? KT.
Oh, I love
guard was
KT.
king. We had the best security guard.
He's huge, and we all felt so safe around him.
Oh, he was the best. He was like, I really kind of want to fuck someone up for you. And we're like, okay. He's
Wait,
like,
you
"Okay."
travel with a security guard?
No, but I will be soon.
Yeah,
I'm cusp of traveling.
she got recognized at the Ren Fair.
Of
Yes,
course
I
she
did.
did.
I was like, I wish we were here longer because that's kind of my demo. It's like the record store, the Ren Fair, anywhere where people collect things or are living in a specific time that no longer exists.
They got a picture with like a couple people got a picture with Diana. I see flipping through their album where it's like Jester, Night, Annie Letterman.
Oh my god, our picture! I should have brought our picture. We took a picture. We took a medieval picture.
Yeah, we really went through it fast. We got the costumes. We stopped at this next shop. But they take your picture and you dress up, and they're like, "We'll get you in and out in 10 minutes."
Yeah.
And they did. We all dressed up. And Todd was the monk. You were the queen.
I was the
the
queen.
jester.
She was the jester. I left
Randy had a
the
little hat.
Wait, what was
Randy gave
the
a little pink hat.
Randy came with? Wait, now I'm jealous.
I know.
Triggered. Wait, what were you thinking when you looked at me and asked if I could read your mind? Just that I was
That you
over?
look like I was like, I wonder if she can tell us what I'm thinking.
Oh, because when you guys just mentioned pictures, do you know what I might be thinking? A story that we've probably told on this podcast. It's kind of not enough for you to really know what it is.
Okay.
Let's do morning gratitude. Dear Godzilla, I'm so glad that once again you've made me a Jew. Always prefer that position to that of being a Nazi or a fascist. Dear Godzilla, thank you for your favorite Boy Scouts, the FBI, and Girl Scouts, the FBI. And thank you for their genius, foresight, in the lovely little snare trap that they let everyone who's going to prison actually build and then, interestingly enough, snare themselves in. However, Godzilla, I just want to reiterate, everyone I think would have preferred to avoid all of this, and yet here we are. So, thanks again for not making me a Philistine or a Nazi. So good to be a Jew. Amen.
Give me one more hint.
Okay. Autographing pictures.
Oh, we didn't tell that story.
I don't know if we did, but I think it's worth telling.
Okay.
Tell her.
We went to Montreal. We can't say who the comedians were.
No, we're not.
But there were these comedians that were like, I don't think we have these people anymore in our lives where they're
No.
just like, I don't want to say enemy of the state, but it was like, they were obnoxious.
They were like, it was people. You know how it is when someone like thinks they're really successful and they think they're better than you.
Yeah.
Like, that's it.
Everyone gets the vibe from them and you're like,
And I don't know people like that anymore.
I
That
really
was a
have
very
no,
like
feelings like this.
that was a very like.
Also, that
2010s.
person followed me on my birthday randomly, and I screen grabbed it. I forgot to send it to you. Like, oh my god, birthday wish!
They finally came around to accepting that you are talented enough to follow.
Oh my god.
Did I follow back? Gotta wait till their birthday.
I still have more at my level.
What's that?
I think as you ascend up and
Yeah.
like you gain like you said, like when you did those shows with the teens, and people still don't know who you are, but you do gain that respect from your peers, and that feels really good.
Yeah.
So I'm still like coming up, so I get that, and I definitely remember it more like when I was more in the open mic scene where there's the levels are more up and down.
Right.
Best thing about you though, Jesse, and where you're at is like, okay, so you're like blowing up. I think we can say you're blowing up. You're doing great. And people, it's like a position people want to be mad at you for, right? Like there's hate that
They're
wants to
jealous.
come at you.
Yeah.
Jealousy, competition. But you're really nice and a good person, positive energy. So they're they're fucked. They're like, no, where do I put this energy? Maybe I'll have to work harder. Maybe I'll just have to do my open mind.
I'm having a weird.
Open mind.
I'm having a craving to see what it would feel like
The
if
motorboat.
if your titties pressed against my vagina.
Okay.
Oh my god, what is this show I'm on?
This is that's porn. Oh my lord! Oh my god!
Oh my god, I loved it.
Got fucked.
Oh my god.
No,
Are these
that-
slipper by Esther pants?
Yes, they are.
So cute.
Well, now they're grew pants.
Why? Because your penis grew?
Wait, okay, so tell her what happens.
Okay, so we all like get off the plane in Montreal, and it's like fun. We're there. It's the second time we're both there, right?
Yeah, it was really fun, and we were in a shuttle with a group of comedians.
Right, and
That was a
things were
great
kind of
distraction.
tense, right?
Like 2 comedians clearly like didn't want to like laugh and have fun with us, which by the way, it's fine. I've been in moods where I'm like, let them have fun.
And they were traveling together anyway, so maybe they were in a fight or something. So it's like, whatever. So we get off the plane, and we're swarmed by what feels like Canadian TMZ. I mean, at this point.
Not us.
No,
them.
past
Yeah.
this group of people with cameras and pictures and everything just pushes past us and goes to them and is like, can we have your autograph? And pulls out these like headshots of them. And we are like,
We're like, whoa.
what is
We're like, we're just like, oh wow, like okay, so
they were right, we were wrong.
yeah, like
We're big stars, we're nothing.
they're better than us. I see why they didn't want to talk to us or make eye contact with
I
us
don't
in the
know,
van.
big thing in Canada.
Yeah, like they're hot shit. Okay, we're nothing. So we like basically
We look at each other, we're like, oh. I mean, it was so like literally like shoved to the side.
we were
felt like.
it was like getting owned, getting sent to the mailroom.
We were just so sure we were actually better than them.
but we were wrong.
We were completely wrong. And then moments later, they like pivoted and they were like, "Oh my God, we have your pictures too." And we're like,
Annie Esther, we were like, okay.
"Oh, thank God," because we were. It was like it was
About
a
to
hard
follow them
pill
on
to swallow.
Instagram.
Yeah, so we were like,
Never mind.
"We're good.
We're like, okay,
We're equal at worst."
none of us matter.
Yeah,
so this is
we're all-
fine. These people just are making a
They're
wasted
just weirdos,
investment.
yeah.
I'm gonna sign these.
But actually, not a bad investment now that we have Trash Tuesday.
I
The
think
signed autographs of podcast stars.
I think you have to die for those to be valuable, right?
Yeah, valuable. Yeah, yeah.
But
But
the time you sign them too is more valuable as you
right.
progress and yeah.
Well, do you think your autograph changes over time too? Maybe it gets sloppier because you're not as like excited about it.
Yeah.
Like maybe they got like the N's are really pronounced.
Well, I know when I was in elementary school, I had the perfect copy of Britney Spears' autograph,
You are such a sick bitch.
and now mine is just floppy and I don't care. But I like studied her writing and made it like her.
Did you have any autographs as a kid? Did you collect?
Just the Chris Farley one that my dad got.
That's cool.
Yeah, he met him at the East Bank Club, which is like this fancy gym in Chicago that my dad would sneak into.
That's so funny to meet him at a gym.
I know.
Yeah.
I agree.
What a place you weren't expecting to meet him in.
I agree. And it's on the autograph is on the back of the guest pass that my dad used.
Because he didn't pay to get it.
Yeah.
Because he refused to pay.
Yeah. And my dad had such a good scam going with this health club because he said that I was like, how did you sneak in time and time again? He's like, after you go so many times, the staff just thought I was a member. So he would just walk right in.
That's awesome.
I know. And that's like where Obama played basketball, like Oprah Winfrey. It was like a night.
Oprah Winfrey also worked out for the one time in her life. Damn, this is like, they did just sign some NDAs that they went to this gym.
It was like a 90s Chicago scene for sure.
I love that your dad is like kind of a star fucker like you too.
Well, he's
Like, I'm not going to pay, but I will only go to the finest.
yeah. And well, he took me to see Tommy Boy, so he was so excited to see. And we like grew up watching SNL, obviously.
Yeah.
I said we grew up. Me and my dad are siblings. We really are.
I know.
Yeah.
I feel exactly the same way about my dad.
Do you
Now,
really?
I feel like he's like my best bud.
Yeah.
We just like laugh our fucking ass off. But so, okay, did you ever have any autographs or anything?
I had the Disney book, like
Oh.
you know the Disney characters, but I didn't meet many famous people in Arizona. So it wasn't until like shortly before I moved to LA. I worked at this coffee shop, Joe Black Coffee. It's awesome, and I remember like Dimitri Martin came in.
Oh,
there.
that's cool.
I like, couldn't look him in the eye.
Oh, you didn't say hi to him?
I like took his order, but I was like, I've never seen a famous person.
Yeah. And he's so recognizable because he has that like hair, the like bowl cut kind of.
Yeah.
He's so cool. He's so nice.
And then the Flight of the Conchords guys came in, and I've seen them live twice since, like, before I even started stand-up, so I was really excited. And I happened to have my birthday card, so he signed my birthday card.
Aww.
So that was cool. And yeah, that's about it. And then I moved out here, and a lot of moving out here for me with stand-up, getting my confidence up, is being around famous people and, like, realizing that's everybody's just people.
Yeah.
And, like, you know, that's helped me in my stand-up a lot, be more confident.
I
Yeah.
thought that I had learned that lesson, and then I met Kendall Jenner, and
But did Kendall Jenner meet you?
definitely not.
No.
That's a really good clarification.
It was very one-sided.
That's deep.
Did you have any autographs?
I had like my dad got me. I actually had Michael Jackson.
Shut up.
Yes. My dad got it when he lost it. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but how did he get it?
Well, my dad used to work at Penn, and they had University of Pennsylvania, and they had
So weird. Your dad had a good job.
he had a regular job.
That's a great job.
No, it's like, but like a person that is like presentable and stuff. I don't know. He like pulled it off though. He like couldn't believe it. We all like, this is insane, Dad. How did you do it? He's charming.
Yeah.
Charming. His defense mechanism as a child was to be charming.
Mm-hmm.
So he got through it all. But he also was Mensa. My dad's really smart, but ADD. But so he was in a meeting, and they were making a college fund. There was this guy, Michael Milken, who was a huge con artist that got caught, I don't know, in like a Ponzi type scheme or something like that.
Is your dad surprised that his daughter has such big knockers?
He hasn't seen them. My mom, I have been bouncing around on FaceTime with, and my mom's like takes it like almost as offensive because she also doesn't have big boobs. She's like, "Wow, you're really having fun over there, huh?" Like pulling their nipples out and like pinching them, and like Todd will come up and punch them.
Randy's
Like-
biting on us.
Yeah, Randy. But my mom also is just like, I've been telling all my friends about your boobs. So like in person, she's like annoyed, but then she's like proud.
Proud.
She's so proud. She's like, I told everyone to make sure they watch your podcast, to see your boobs. And you've been going around telling them. I have so many more bits to do in these boobs.
Oh my
I think it's
God.
like so funny that your boobs are big. Like I kind of feel bad for women with the big boobs because I'm just looking at them laughing.
I know, but you know what?
Sorry,
The reaction was so much like people were so respectful to the idea of giant fake tits in this world.
No, it does command respect.
Yes, people are like,
Ma'am, right this way.
women did, like they were like, people were giving me a lot of eye contact. They were like, like they were not looking down. They were like, we are gonna show our respect. I know, aren't they so fun?
They're so real. Wait, so carry on about your you have to stop.
She's losing it.
Help her! Just tear them.
Wait, that?
Breastfeeded. She can't even speak English anymore.
Oh my gosh.
Wholesome fucking jeans, baby.
man, you should have given that 11-year-old this podcast.
Oh,
Like
my
dead
God.
right now.
You need to finish your story about your dad.
Okay, so there was this con artist and Michael Jackson came together to make a fund, like a college fund. So he said that Michael Jackson was in the meeting asleep the whole time, he had a hat over his head. And then afterwards, my dad was like, can you say to Annie Max and to me, love Michael Jackson? And it was on a paper, my dad lost it, but you know, who cares?
That's the thought that counts.
Yeah, thank you, Papa. And then I got, embarrassingly, well, it's not embarrassing. Nothing's embarrassing. Being who you are and where you are at your time in your life. I, at 19, got backstage passes to my mom used to work at this radio station, 88.5, WXPN, and I got backstage passes to this, like, fest, and I got to meet John Mayer, who I now have met randomly a million times, and I have not been, like, I autographed when I was 19.
Did he try to fuck you when you were 19?
No, I think I was too flat.
Oh, look at you now, though.
Look at me, no! John Mayer!
Hey, stop it! Give me the bat.
Kill them.
He's the one.
It's just so fun. Like, you are gonna just see like web series of me just with boobs.
This is the saddest wand ever,
It
Carlos.
was $14.99.
It's so
Why are we getting such cheap budgeting?
that feels expensive.
This?
bro.
What
You
is
should have got them at the
it's
rental.
so
Or
short.
Spirit on Alvarado. There was a guy pooping outside of it.
This is
why you didn't bring us the guy pooping?
this is for a kid,
There was a-
Carlos. I need an adult-sized wand.
We should
An
have got them at the
adult
fair. There were
What?
so many wands at the fair.
There were so many wands. There were so many wooden swords. Can I have the skull? Is that what you're getting? What are you doing? What happened?
You zooming in on your boobs.
Yeah, you just wanted to take a look, just pretending.
Everyone's getting up.
Everyone's weird.
Now, okay. So, your dad gets married at the Renaissance Fair.
To my stepmom.
To your stepmom.
How old were you? Yeah.
I think it was
Childhood trauma.
yeah, I can't remember.
Because like it's so weird to like have to like literally come with a wooden sword to a wedding. She's like, I blacked it out.
I must have been in junior high, so I was like 12, 13.
Were you into it, or were you like, I can't believe this is the Renaissance Fair?
No, I was into it.
You're like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, and we dressed up like I was in part of it was called a hand fasting ceremony, and I thought it was cool because we'd go to the Red Fair every year, so
When they bind
their hands together.
Oh my god, my friend had that at a wedding. That's so nerdy. Oh my god.
Wait, how does it work?
But I thought I still think my dad was like so cool, but it wasn't until later that I realized other people don't think medieval
But that's
Lord of the Rings stuff is.
But
very cool.
but when you get older, that becomes cooler when you realize other people thought it was nerdy and people stood by
Yeah.
their thing.
Yeah,
It's like anyone that's still playing Dungeons and Dragons.
it's true,
like,
dude.
I
Nerds are
stand
cool.
now, you're
They've
kids.
always
The
been
only thing
cool.
that's uncool is like judging that because it's cool to just have something you're passionate about. Like if you like it.
What are you thinking about in your head? What's the
Yeah, what are you
humiliating thing are you defending? What fucking embarrassing shit? Like, it's fucking cool. It's cool.
It's cool to have interests. So hey, I'll just leave it at that. I'm not gonna.
You should see her when Jules comes on. It's so embarrassing. She's like, am I cool? You feel like I'm cool, Jules? Jules is like, I guess. I don't know. What do you need me to say, bitch?
Yeah.
So what made you switch to tampons? Is it the mushrooms or
No.
the drug?
Honestly, I hate the feeling of a pad.
Yeah.
The
with
diaper,
bush.
Like a diaper.
Yeah, but now that I
Bloody bush.
like feel the tampon, like it's like I hate it.
I know. Well, I will I have to admit on stage quite often when my tampon's half in and half out.
Yeah.
I was like, is she going to put that inside herself?
No.
Uh-oh, ratings. Pull it up. What?
This is like a CBD menthol thing for cramps that I'm trying.
You got so much of the cream all over your pants. I've never seen anyone cream their pants so, like, physically in front of everyone. Look at how much you got on the pants. Oh, it's on the inside. Never mind.
Oh yeah. Wait,
Ew, did you shave your happy trail?
No, it's just like lighting from the sun, maybe.
Did you say it grew out? Like we're in the sun. Are you
No,
sunbathing now?
no.
What's going on with Esther? She's changing.
I just don't have that dark of a happy trail because I've never shaved it.
I've seen your happy trail more than you've seen it. Okay, I'm down there more than you.
Yeah.
I gotta fucking sit through that mess, that bloody mess. Peel the pad off.
Oh God. Wait, I heard that you grew up Wiccan. Is that true?
Yeah.
Can you?
It's the Red Fair on my
Yeah.
dad's side. They're the Wiccans.
Isn't that so fun to only be half Wiccan?
What does that mean? Can you like?
They scared? Why are you so spooked out?
No, I'm intrigued. I want to be
Do you
adopted.
want to hold this while you talk?
Yes. And can you lower the lights? No, it's hard to explain because it's not like Christianity or Catholicism where it's like the same church. Like, I guess it's kind of similar because I guess every priest has a different take on the Bible, but the churches are usually similar. But like we would meet in a park or like a desert,
On this chair.
and we would. And then it would be called the circle, and there would be a priest and a priestess, and it was just like a very positive religion, and it had a lot of Christianity, which I was raised on too. My grandma's super Christian. They're kind of saying similar things, but Wiccan has a lot more female presences.
Mhm.
It's led by a priest and a priestess together,
Oh,
and
Esther's like, I can't even imagine.
it's like it's all about the elements and nature, and
Is there witchcraft or not?
yes, whoa,
Get to it. Put your fucking nose on it.
You're scaring me.
So no, I'm
threatening our guests.
because I just
You're bullied.
I don't love religion. Like I'm like it's like a little bit like, but if there's like spells and stuff.
yeah, we did.
Oh, now you're into it? You were scared a second ago. There's that fucking You're like, are there fucking witches or what?
Can I get my high school ex to love me again or not?
So, by the way, she doesn't want to love him back. She just wants him to love her.
I was always raised like we would do spell work, but I was always raised you should be like careful what you wish for and specific. Like I was taught a lesson all the time. If you ask for money, be specific because you might go outside and find a penny on the ground, and then your wish came true. So it's like
You dumb bitch, you poor bitch. Pennyful bitch.
But as I get
Say my name, say my name. Remember, I'm not going to be suing the whistleblowers. You knew my name. You've known it this whole time. You crazy cunts, you're going to prison. Isn't it a shame?
Turning your great idea into a business starts with the perfect.
Say you know my name. You know my name.
No one is around you. Say, baby, I love you. You'll be on my way. Say my name. Say my name. You acting kind of shady.
They won't be calling me weird.
All of a sudden, say my name. Say my name. No one is around you. Say, baby, I love you. You ain't running game.
You know my name. You know my name.
You acting kind of shady. Ain't calling me baby. Better say my name. The other day, I would call, you would say, baby, how's your day? But today, ain't it the same? Every other word
Is a yeah, okay. Could it be that you are going with the murder on say?
if you took it there.
First of all, let me say, I told you for 2 years, another one to be played.
So prove yourself to me.
Baby girl, ain't it a shame? You're going to prison soon, and it won't ever be the same.
I know you say that I can do things. Something's going down, that's the way it seems. The way I act is strange. Nobody's holding you back from me.
You know everything that I say is true. You know my name, you know my name. You know my name, you know my name. You know my name, you know my name. It's Mr. Gwen, baby. You know my name, you know my name.
Tell the truth, we win. How would you like it if
You want me to come over to your crib?
I'm trying to change it now for you. Gotta bounce when seconds ago. Said you just got in the house. It's hard to believe that you are at home by yourself. And I just heard the voice, the voice of someone else. Just this question, why
Did you feel you had to lie? Now you're gonna be doing the rest of your life in a federal penitentiary.
something's going down, that's the way it seems. Nobody's holding you back from me.
Can't remember everything that you says is true. And you establish criminal intent in such a marvelous way. In December, according to the FBI, ain't that a thing? You knew my name, you knew my name. You knew my name, you knew my name. Ain't calling me baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 There will be additional charges for any contesting of paying me the full invoice in the event you haven't yet filed. I strongly suggest that you don't, because apparently there will be a lot of additional charges for anyone, remember, who's continuing with the fraudulent claim that it was a reactive measure in an attempt to pay me less than $200,000. Yeah. Something's going down. That is the way it seems.
Hey, you know everything is true. Stu says it's true. You know my name, you know my name. It's Missy Quinn, baby. Ain't that a fucking shame? You know my name, you know my name. You knew my name, you knew my name. You know my name, you know my name. Some of you should be saluting me. Ain't that a fucking shame?
A newsflash, the plane's gone down.
Hey, hey, America, fuck yeah. Taking Nazis down since 1944. As I get older, it makes sense because you really, I mean, you guys know you have to know what you want to get it, and I feel like that's a lot of life, and that's basically what spell work is, or praying.
Really?
Clown penis over and out. I think so.
Yeah.
You can get anything you want. You just have to know what it is.
You have to believe it and see it.
But are we witches? Do you identify as a witch?
No, I'm agnostic. Jew.
I think I'm an agnostic witch. Is that
Jew.
something?
I think Jew. Agnostic is like, yeah, you could be that.
What are you? Thank you.
I'm
Thank
just always ready to pummel you.
What are you?
I mean, I did get some moles in you. I had witch-like moles. I was ready. Born.
The thing is, I used to love like witchery, like Supreme the Teach, which was my favorite show, and Ouija boards and all that stuff. What?
Did I tell you that Caroline and I had a whole thing?
And I just want to be clear about a few things. One, I probably will get chewed out tomorrow, guys. I'm expecting it because every time I've gotten chewed out, it's been for these reasons: preventing you from perpetrating additional crimes. Preventing some of you, they wanted surveillance of being at X, Y, and Z locations, not going to X, Y, and Z locations on certain days. And then I just want to remind everybody, this is a final send-off. You've been told to fall the fuck back for 2 years. If you have any doubt that you're going to prison for the rest of your life, you'll be at my door, or you'll continue to illegally enforce the fraudulent documents that were acquired because of numerous frauds and a 100% verified conspiracy that the adjoining police departments in this county all have at least one commanding officer that knows. Even the Washington State fucking patrol knows. Anyway, do what you want. You have so many plans for this week and next. But remember, the only person that should be at my door are the sourest of flowers who refuse to come because they know that everyone that's been outside of my door would be, upon a 3-page lawsuit, ordered to pay me a minimum of $10,000 for the act on each incident. So they won't come to my door, and that's why they haven't this whole time, fools. Also, remember, according to the FBI, over 50% of the people that have blown the whistle were literally going to be used as patsies by the people the FBI is excited to put in prison. Those that have been requesting it since the first week of August.
I've hung out with her as
I
well.
love her
She is such a fun energy.
I love her so.
She should be on the show.
100%.
She is such a good. She's amazing.
She's so good.
I love her. But I met Dave, and Dave is afraid of witches. So I had to really.
Dave. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, he's scared of witches. So I had to really lower.
9. I am a Jew. A Jew. Jew.
That side, I had to dim that shine a little, and
This is what I love about Esther. Esther has evolved so much since we began. I remember back in the day, she was like, someone asked if she believed in, I think it was Fly, I was like, do you believe in ghosts? She goes, no, I'm not a fucking idiot. Now she's like, I'm a witch. Ghosts are a little iffy still.
I
but-
still don't believe in ghosts, though.
Well, I'm telling you, that's why people get frogged. If you believe in ghosts, people are going to be hiding in your attic wearing your underwear. So just make your choice.
And remember, those that are going to prison for the longest believe the following: that they'll be paying me anything less than the amount on the invoice the FBI had me send your dumbasses in the middle of December. Anyone and everyone that thinks that my sons won't be returning home. And anyone and everyone, pay attention here, this part's really important, who is continuing with the perjurous, fraudulent, 100% absolute, beyond a reasonable doubt claim that they took reactive measures. I sure hope Brandon Gill blew the whistle.
Your choice.
Oh, that's true. My sister believes in ghosts.
Sorry.
Frog?
Okay, frogging is a new thing. I'm talking about that. It's my new. It's not. I'm not afraid of it. I'm fascinated by it. But so it's this new like type of crime that can be committed against you, where
It's a job opportunity for someone like me.
and some people, yeah, take it. The attic is half full. Now, so and also she is used to being in the attic. So other people, but anyway.
And to give you a little bit more details on that, it's apparently been proven beyond a reasonable doubt over 50 times, thanks to warrants and wiretaps.
But I can't. It's
Over 50 fucking times.
her thing.
And remember, I do expect to get chewed out tomorrow, guys.
It's her thing. She loves
Absolutely.
to get up in a creepy attic. I'm trying to keep quiet, but just writing her little book. But so people will like be hiding in your house. They'll be living in your house, and when you're out, they'll like go out and stuff, and they'll come down and kind of eat your food and stuff.
Oh, like
Frog.
Parasite? Yeah,
Disgusting. Yeah.
I think so. I never.
Oh
thought
yeah,
that.
totally. Yeah, Parasite. By the way, I'll never watch again.
Wait,
It was
watch
more.
once, but it
Okay,
was
listen.
scary both times.
I just saw the greatest fucking slasher movie of all time, Terrifier 2. I cannot recommend it. Did you see it?
No, just
It is so fucking good. It's better than the Tits, guys. Do you know what I mean?
Stop it.
Good.
Stop it.
Terrifier is better. It's gory. It's disgusting. While I was watching, I was like, to make Esther come and see this would be like my goal. People are throwing up. They're leaving the theater.
What?
It's so disgusting. It's so no, but it's so good.
Wait, that was fun.
It's so.
Is he
good,
gonna
so
sell ice
gory.
cream? That sounds fun.
No, it's death and gore and everything's amazing.
Did you see the first one?
Yeah, the first one was great too, but this one's like insane. It's so good. We saw it in theaters. Todd and I saw it. It was limited release and they extended it. It's done better than all of the high budget movies. Like I think Sosie's movie did better, but Sosie's movie was also awesome.
Really?
Smile. It was so good. But so then I'm doing this live about it. I'm like, oh my god, I want to be like chopped in half. Like the first one, they chopped this girl like down by her pussy into 2 pieces.
Oh my god.
And then this one's worse. Like they get better. You know what I mean? So it's just
What
like
the
amazing.
fuck?
So I'm like, oh my god. And Damien Leone's the creator, right? And I'm like, oh my god, you guys tag him. I want to be like chopped up, blah blah blah. And then I go to follow him. He's already motherfucking following me. He's on Rogan.
That's awesome.
So
Oh, and there is one thing that has made me think nobody will be detained until next month, guys. Because remember, everything's on a need-to-know basis. Here is what's making me think nobody will be detained until next month. The FBI has stated on more than a few occasions, quote, there will not be a court order with your name on it that you aren't happy with in the month of February. So remember, the FBI doesn't believe that anyone will be stupid enough to open my door. But the FBI has stated things such as tomorrow and the day after that people who are going to prison want to make me angry, that there will be lots of exterior stalking. And then add to that the threats from Unit 207 about the next couple of weeks, and also federal felons trying to sue me, which I encourage you to do, because the FBI has stated everyone that does so will be ordered to pay me a sizable amount, which will exceed the invoice that the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, Snohomish County prosecutors, everyone in Unit 207 that hasn't blown the whistle, and the dwindling Department of Child Abusers moonlighting as child protectors contractually agreed to pay at a rate of $100,000 an additional day. We're at day 150.
So watch Terrifier 3, bitch, okay? Especially if you think I'm annoying and I interrupt a lot. Watch it. Your dreams will come true. But it was so, I just like love gore. I just like, it's just so.
You loved Al Gore?
I love Al.
And also, the FBI has said they will convict people for breaking and entering, which is part of the reason they're so confident no one's going to attempt to open my door again.
Of Al Gore, the inventor of the internet. I remember an SNL sketch that was like, there's too much gore on TV. And it was just Al Gore.
You love climate change?
You guys, there's one thing I love. Climate change.
You're pro climate change?
I call you Andy Weatherman.
Yes, Andy Weatherman.
Wait, one thing that's scary that I heard about climate change though is that like it basically goes like people are like, oh, it's not that bad, but that's like how it works. Like it's a slow burn, and then it's like,
We'll be dead by then. It's fine.
You think that would be cool?
Well, we'll all burn together.
Banana braid.
It's for banana.
The thing about
Wait, burning together sounds fun.
No, we are codependent people. We'll be fine. We have FOMO. As long as it happens to all of us at the same time, we're good.
But then, like, Elon will be in Mars and he'll be fine.
You don't think we'll be with them? We know we're 1 degree removed, okay? I'm 1 degree removed from Kevin Bacon and Elon Musk, bitches, okay? I'm doing just fine. We're on the top.
You're killing it.
We're the 1%, guys. Follow us. You guys like us? We're the 1%. Yeah.
Wait, the 1% I'm pretty sure doesn't ask for followers.
By the way,
Elon Musk is like, please follow me.
the reason College can say that is because his dad is 1%.
Really hammered down back in here.
Oh, something makes me like, Dad doesn't mind this.
Are you please wear them on stage at the store?
I think I do have to see what it would be like to have them.
You have to.
Nothing will compare to you in person with Dave with those titties. Nothing will compare.
How about when I was just naked in front of Dave?
I forgot.
That was like our prank, like just being naked in front of Dave. It's like a funny prank.
Dave was inside the house on a Zoom writer's
With
room.
just really real important people.
And I had,
people that
like-
don't deal with our nonsense.
Yeah, and I had Annie over, and we were like doing a try-on of the sleepover master samples, and so we were in the yard to be like quiet, and then Annie just strips down fully naked and is like teasing Dave.
Dave's like, they're just always trying to do the right thing.
Yeah, he doesn't like when you and Whitney get naked in front of him. He gets like really scared. He feels like he's being like teased.
Is that what Whitney feels like all the time?
Whoa.
Is that why she's always showing them?
Yeah. Right.
Why did someone say bottom?
Bottom.
You told us we couldn't look at you, like, because it was going to be a reveal when you came out in the changing room.
Thank you for saying that. It sounded so bad. You said we couldn't look at you. I'm like, I did.
I know, I caught that. When you were in the changing room, but I could see your ass sticking out.
Oh, it's so bad. Someone's coming.
What exactly do you have on the bottom?
It's supposed to be like a, well, you're supposed to have like over it. I had like you know how the Hooters waitresses have like the kind of shiny, glossy.
Yes, actually I do.
I got them, but I got everything for my size, forgetting that I was going to be wearing prosthetic things. That's why this had to get cut, and that's why these are just exposed, because the leggings couldn't fit over the ass.
Do we still have Hooters around?
Yeah.
And have you been like at all? What is it?
I did a sketch of me going into Hooters, asking for a job, and the manager throwing me out. I'll post on my story when this one comes out, the day this comes out. But I go in and the manager I go, can I get a job? And the manager's like, you have no tits, and like throws me out. And then I'm like, I'm a good waitress. And then these guys come by, they're like, you have no tits. I bet you're not even a good waitress. Titless bitch. That's so funny.
I've seen it. I've seen all your sketches. Can I shout out my friend Jaime Miranda, my first roommate here, and one day he was like, dude, you should go on Trash Tuesdays. Like, he loves that show. And I was thinking,
show?
yeah, and I thought at the time, oh yeah, I'll just go do that because I didn't know you guys. So, it felt very out of reach, and so it's cool to be here now.
Hell yeah, bitch.
Whoa, that's so cool.
So Jesse and I are going to do more stuff together. We had so much fun. It was such a good time.
It was really fun. Yeah.
Also, shout out to Nehemiah from fucking Real World and the Challenge.
I've been watching the challenge now.
Yes.
It's on Netflix. Yeah, all the
What a good influence she's been on you.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great show, and it's all about not quitting and going, and you just commit. You can win.
But the slice of my life is so exciting, featuring because Polly took me first, who also tried to start shit between me and Esther as a joke. Remember, he was like, Esther's mad at you.
I'm like, there's no way Esther's mad at you.
I don't think she knows who I am. No, bruh. And then, yeah.
Like, who has Esther been mad at? Esther, even people Esther are mad at, I just see her with them.
Yeah, like, no
allegiance to her own anger.
No.
I just see her with them all the time. Like, okay, I guess that was fake.
I knew
the girl who cried grudge.
I knew he was kidding.
And then
Santino's taking it to Salt Lake City, and that was really fun.
Whitney will come for you. Whitney will copy me.
Justin McNaught, right?
Justin, I'm going on the road with next week, or this week and next week. But it's just Irvine in Ontario, so I don't know. I think the club set me up with him. But he must have approved it.
Oh, and remember to pass on the message if you haven't already. The FBI did confirm it is going to be a federal disbarment. That's how 2 or more attorneys are going to be banned from the bar for life in February, as the FBI has stated since August. It'll be a federal disbarment, which apparently, for some reason, automatically disbars them in Washington state. And the Bar Association has known since August who those named attorneys are.
But anyway, it's different when Annie's and Santino and Polly are flying me out. That's different. I'm so excited to feature Tony. But
sorry, Tony Jez.
And Tony, I should mention Tony and Joe too. I always forget him because it happened so long ago. But he did take me with Kill Tony. He did take me, actually, started this whole thing with Kill Tony to Swansea and had a limo pick us up from the
so funny. Such a fucking cool place, and then get picked up in a limo.
And we went through McDonald's.
Okay, that sounds fun. McDonald's drive-through in a limo.
It's all so
yeah.
Red Bulls.
The whole menu.
But we're going to San Jose. It'll be before this one airs, I think. No, November 11th and 12th. Oh my God, you guys, come to San Jose. I'm planning some fucking special shit. Josh Potter's gonna be there. I'm gonna fucking spoil you guys. It's gonna be fun. I just think it is fun to go on the road, and it's fun to have good times in between the shows and crazy things. And I'm kind of past the point in my life where I wanted to just relax in between shows. I'm like, let's just fucking party.
We lived it up, and someone in your meet and greet, because I was trying to help Todd sell this stuff while they waited to get a picture with you. Somebody said, I love what Annie's doing for you. It's nice to see her doing, paying back the things people did for her.
Who did what for me?
I know, but
Rogan and Whitney, I guess.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Whitney gave us.
But you and I never toured to open with.
I did. No, I opened for Jim Norton back in the day.
That's it.
And he used to take me out to steak and stuff like that. We went to Outback Steakhouse. Did have lobster tail.
We had lobster.
That's true. I guess, yeah. I opened for Rogan a couple times, and that was like,
That's so funny. He still talks about it. He's
he,
like, she killed you doing these rape jokes. I'm like, that's so funny.
I
It's like if he
know.
was like a former rape joke comedian.
I know.
He's like, I wish she'd get back to those rape jokes.
Well, I had to stop because one night I was out to dinner with my dad, and he was literally so proud of me. He was telling the waitress my rape jokes. I was like, Dad, like, no. But yeah, my parents, like, Joe was so nice to my parents. Like, they still talk about it. Like, he was so fucking nice.
I know, it's really, I was thinking Jim Gaffigan was like a king to my parents when they came to New York once. It's like, that means so much when people are nice to your parents.
It really does.
It's so good. What do we got here?
Yes.
By the way, did we have to get rid of Harvey Weinstein to get another Hocus Pocus? Well, no, I'm just saying, it's like, why did it take 47 years?
We're like a
Mine doesn't fit
cousin.
my big head.
It looks good.
What is that? I don't know. No, we're
Yes.
not doing. That's just
That's
poison.
It looks like an open.
Trainer, fuck, hop it, bitch. You do drugs now.
Okay, so what's this game? Will you explain it?
In the news, witches brews. So you need to pick a name out of the cauldron and predict the news story that will happen to them since you guys are witches.
Can I just tell you, literally under 24 hours ago, we were like, can you come with some games? So this is pretty impressive.
Wait, does this mean that?
You're stirring it up with the phone. Sorry, I like.
Wait. Should we explain it better?
Yeah. So make a prediction here.
Wait, did Esther come up with this?
So
No, I just
here's the
don't
idea.
understand.
You're basically making a prediction of the person that's on the slip of paper. It could happen tomorrow or years from now, but make your witch's prediction.
There's so many names in there.
Yeah, like predict how they'll be in the news in the next couple weeks or whatever. Like
Oh my
how
god.
like Nick Cannon, you guys.
Oh, we predicted after we picked the name.
Literally all I saw was this, and I was like, uh-oh, I'm about to get canceled.
He just puts the
I was like, what the hell is this? I know. I'm like, I guess
have
it's
to
me. It's me getting canceled.
For the
Dick
listeners,
Van Dyke. I mean, he's gonna come back to life and die again. Is he dead or
he's
what?
alive.
Dick,
How old is he? Pull him up.
it says Dick Van Dyke.
I didn't.
No one knows what it says.
I went like this.
He's 96.
He's
96.
96.
Oh my god, the age of the Queen and the age of Angela Lansbury. R.I.P.
Going strong.
Did he get the
You're
vaccine?
witches, so be careful. Don't kill
We love Dick Van Dyke. He was a Brody fan. He came.
Oh no, he was.
He
I mean, oh,
came-
yes.
He came to see Brody Stevens at the Improv one night, and I'll never forget that night because it was the day that I discovered I first bought myself highlighter, like makeup, and the only person who noticed was Brody, and he was like, "Esther, you're glowing."
Oh my god, it's so funny. He fell for it.
Yeah.
We needed a fucking medicated friendness. Dick Van Dyke is going to be enjoying Brody's. No, he's gonna live forever. He's gonna live forever. Guys, he's gonna live forever. What do you want to say? Give me the elder person.
You picked it.
Ew.
You put it back.
Who was it that you put in?
It was a Trump. I don't know which one. Ivanka Trump. Isn't she
Oh.
dead? Is she the 11th one?
She's not dead.
Ivana died? Who
No,
died?
Ivanka's the daughter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the blonde.
I think she's gonna get big tits.
She should.
Okay, I got Ben Affleck. I'm gonna say I see a divorce coming. Pretty obvious. A fake divorce for a fake wedding.
I know how when she was singing to him. Oh my god, is she gonna sing at the divorce?
Oh my god. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, Mariah Carey.
Ooh.
I think she is going to marry Ben Affleck.
Ooh, spooky.
They can be Spanish together. Kevin Hart. I think Kevin Hart is finally going to meet someone that makes him feel tall. Esther? We're about to blow up, bitch.
Wait, I think that's a real thing that I heard about, which is short girl privilege. It's like we make people feel tall so they like us.
If you see me in pictures with my shorter friends, I'm not going to say their names, but you know.
Me and her.
Male, I don't care about your feelings. But I spread, you'll see me do the spread.
Mm.
It's like
Oh, so you
short.
got
Yeah.
double?
Think-
Yeah, that is nice. Oh, Whitney Cummings. I predict a larger breast surgery. I think she should go bigger, inspired by Annie.
I predict she's going to be taking a opener to the Renaissance Fair next time. Look at this great idea I had. Kris Jenner. Oh, I have a feeling she's going to continue to advise her daughters to stay away from Esther. She's going to say, no, stay away from this one. This bitch may be shorter than Kevin Hart, but she is not going to get you where you need to go.
I got Pete Davidson.
Uh-oh.
I think he's gonna start dating Kris Jenner
Or Kalila.
or Kalila.
I think Kalila. Oh my God, are these just all people Kalila's going to date?
Lil Nas X, date Kalila.
Bobby Lee. Oh my God.
It's the only one that we're not allowed to date Kalila.
No, that's the only one that actually is going to.
I almost had a heart attack when I saw this
Why?
at the beginning. I don't know.
Brendan Fraser.
Brendan Fraser is going to win an Oscar.
Yeah.
He is going to.
Really?
Yeah.
Love him. And Encino Man too.
Oh my God, my favorite. Listen, Encino Man's my number one Pauly Shore movie, even though obviously Biodome, I mean, there's so many good ones. Every Pauly Shore movie is good.
Yeah,
But,
Every Pauly Shore movie is not good.
they're pretty good.
are you guys fucking serious?
I've actually never seen one.
Oh my God,
Like
you have.
Encino Man.
You're so dumb. You didn't like Biodome?
I did not like Biodome.
You didn't like.
You will love Pauly Shore is Dead because you'll see a lot of people you know. And
You're
you-
so
Really?
Yeah.
For not liking Biodome?
We actually have a comment below. Comment below is Carlos the biggest loser in the world for trying to pretend he doesn't like Biodome. He's playing.
I
You're
saw
being
it
the
at a sleepover
antagonist.
and I didn't like it.
Yeah, you gotta watch it
At a
after.
sleepover?
Wait, what happened
Don't
at
be
the
mad because
sleepover?
someone wouldn't do the reach around with you. Blame it on Polly.
I didn't ask for reach around until I was 13.
Oh, Britney Spears. I predict she will get help.
I like that.
This one's too triggering.
What is it?
Someone you'll never ever have.
Ah!
I predict that this person will be on my solo podcast. This person's going to be on my solo podcast and love every second of it.
Jada Pinkett Smith is probably pegging Will Smith in the future.
Oh my God, another future boyfriend of Kalila. Kalila's getting around in the future. And Theo, come on our fucking show. What's wrong with you?
Jerry
We
Seinfeld.
want you.
Ooh.
Jerry Seinfeld. What do you think for him?
He's going to come out with like an underwear line now.
Yeah.
He's gonna be
Sleepover
an
by
awkward-
Jerry.
He's going to be, Jerry Seinfeld is going to be like modeling like Calvin Klein underwear soon.
No. They have Seinfeld too, the movie.
Yeah.
This person is going to follow Esther on Instagram 100%.
Yay! Thank you.
It's definitely, especially when she quits, she's going to just devote her time to, not on Instagram, on TikTok.
And this person will not. Kylie Jenner.
I know.
Oh no. I
What?
think this person's going to be on my solo podcast. They hate Esther.
Ah!
This guy's going to motorboat my titty.
Dave King, the listener.
Whoa! Oh my God! Hold him right where he wants to be. Justin Timberlake.
What do you guys think?
I hope he never posts a TikTok again because he got completely roasted.
What did he do?
It was just like, I guess I'm on TikTok now. It was so cheeky, like this. What?
This one means a lot.
What is it?
I don't know how to like say. I like to collect people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean it in like a.
No, I collect people. You're one of my Barbie dolls. You know that. You're my Homer Simpson Barbie.
I don't know. I was like, okay. I'm the one with the extra weight on. Okay.
That's not true.
We're gonna get it. If people are gonna be like, you're delusional. I just want to let you know, like 100% we're gonna get
Yeah.
We're like really together.
Yeah, we are. Gaga, I saw you twice in one night at the House of Blues in 2009 in Chicago. But listen to Annie, actually.
We love you, Queen. I'm wearing your fucking makeup right now, though.
Yeah, Trash Tuesday for House of Gaga.
Yes.
Whoa, should we do a Gaga stuff?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, give us the spray. Esther, you have to huff the spray.
Fuck you.
I was, if I had more time into this, I was definitely wanting to do something where you have to put your hand in and it's gooey.
Oh,
You're involved in gooey touching.
You would really be a good older sister to a little sister. That's what I think that might be what our dynamic is that we play out, because my older sister tortured me and you would like
I
thrive.
think when someone like got away with it, your boundaries are so tight. It's hard to even get in there.
That's why it's like she caused
Tight
it.
as those sweet tight veins of your butt.
Ooh, don't make every man horny. What's this? What's this little thing that stands before us, witches? What should we do with him?
We'll carve it. Oh yeah, and then just one more.
Kim
Oh,
Kardashian.
What do we think? Get back with Kanye?
No.
What if Kim started dating Bobby and Kalila started dating Pete?
Wait,
Oh.
Kim and Bobby is a vibe.
Another woman making a man feel tall. What is she, 5'2"?
I believe, yeah. Courtney's my height. Kim is an inch taller than me in court.
Courtney's your height?
Yeah, isn't that insane?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I always have that.
All right, we have to draw each other.
All right, giggle fuck. Let's go.
I'm gonna step on your nose. But
Oh no.
like
That's like World War II propaganda.
Yeah.
it's supposed to be your
Sarah Silverman's coming for you.
it's supposed to be your costume nose, not your real nose.
Thank you.
But this is the main attraction.
Yeah, as
Who? Oh, you do yourself?
I thought we were supposed to draw all of it.
Oh wait, let me add myself.
It'll be good.
Oh, I didn't know you drew anything.
I did.
You're fast.
yeah.
And it's just insane.
Okay, I'll go next. Okay, so here's Annie.
Oh, yep.
There's Juicy, and there's me.
I love it.
Okay. Here's me. It's just my tits with Dave's name. Here's Juicy. She's chilling, just like
Whoa.
I'm thinking about horses. Doesn't it seem like she's always kind of thinking about horses or something?
Yeah, she does have that look.
She's like, I could ride a horse.
Yeah.
Maybe later.
Maybe later, yeah.
But she's kind of chilling, relaxing, like she's kind of always relaxed.
The
chilling.
horse fantasy.
What
the fuck, bitch?
This is Esther with her period leaking because she doesn't know how to use a tampon. This is over by Esther's. Her tight little waist with big titties and her
Thank you. I love it.
disgusting boob. Will you pixelate the boobs in this?
That would be awesome. You have all the boobs in hers too. They're all boobs.
You
I want to get
guys,
demonetized.
thank you so much for watching another chaotic episode of Trash Tuesday, and please tune in,
We call
especially.
it chaotic when Kay is not here.
Well, we do have a special announcement about a possible host change.
Yes, guys.
So stay tuned. I think hopefully next week you'll hear about that
Yeah, and we can kind of just put all of this.
to rest. And a special thank you to Jet Ski Juicy J.
See, no, Jet Ski, Juicy, Tiny Veins is the new one.
Yeah, Johnson.
Johnson.
Thank you for joining us. And Annie,
Come see us in Jose, and San Jose, and Jose. I just don't even say the San anymore.
Carlos's nephew.
We partied. It was so fun. We had such a good time. Thank you for coming down the road. Thanks for coming on the show. Esther, you should consider opening for me.
I
We treated like
am.
me.
You guys have a happy, safe Halloween. We'll see you next week. Hello, slugs. This Friday, I will be in New York City. Get tickets at estronice.com. And in February, I'm coming to Austin. I'm coming to Austin, Texas, Cap City Comedy Club. Stop it. Why can you do that on command? estronice.com, sleepoverbyesther.com. Thanks for your support.
You should hear me queef.
That was you queefing.
What up, sluggies? You can come see me in Plano, Texas at the House of Comedy November 11th through 14th. At the Punchline in Philadelphia, my hometown. Please come see me. Bring me some cheesesteaks, some Wawa. That's November 26th through 27th. Irvine, one night at the Improv, December 2nd. Austin, Texas, Cap City Comedy Club, December 9th through 11th. The Bananas Comedy Club in Hasbrook Heights, New Jersey, December 16th through 18th. Milwaukee Improv, January 21st to 22nd. A lot of other dates. Hit me up at annieletterman.com/shows. Are we going to give each other's temperatures up each other's? Because I did not shave my butt.
Everybody's going to check their own temperature so we can see who's the hottest.
Oh my God, that's so
I run cold.
For once, maybe she won't be the hottest.
It's our chance.
It's our only, oh my God, it's our Squid Games. Hi guys. Welcome to Trash
the
Tuesday.
show that
You may know that Esther has started
to be a
eating
nurse.
weed. As a nurse.
Eating weed.
This is the nurses edition of Trash Tuesday.
This is, we're giving Esther her dream job.
Spread your fucking cheeks.
Open them wide. Use our ass tape.
Bend over. Do
I
it.
mean,
Stick it in your ass.
Okay. I'm just
Can I
scared,
do
like,
it?
what if it comes out brown?
I have lube upstairs. Do you want me to
Yes.
lube it up first?
Yeah,
Yes.
come get us lube.
Can I go grab lube, George?
And instantly demonetized, yes.
Yeah, I'll get the lube later then.
Okay, wow.
Stick around, guys,
Keep
for some very
watching.
interesting content down the road.
Hey guys, you're going to see a weird intro later on in the show, and that's because we're protecting you and our views. We're nurses now. Clap your pants, get your pots and pants together, guys, because we are everyday heroes, nurses.
I think this episode is truly a dedication to the heroes of 2020 and 2021.
I thought it was about stolen valor myself.
So this is definitely stolen valor, but we're gonna try and.
Are we going to
say
sew
that-
your sock together like it's a...
That is a sleepover by Esther.
We need the defibrillator, quick!
My thermometer tastes good. Like it feels good to chew.
Is that the one I put in my ass already? Does it
Okay.
taste like battery acid?
I can't help but feel like if this is the nurse's episode, perhaps the real nurse should take it away.
I'm not a real nurse, you guys.
Oh, we were talking about donuts.
Oh, okay.
We know you're not.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, you're as close to a nurse as we're going to get. Real nurses don't have time in the industry.
You'd be surprised.
We know we tried. We've tried.
Wait,
Esther gets her
What?
way.
You know the nurse we know.
I called her accidentally. I FaceTimed her by accident the other day, and I FaceTimed her back. I was like, hey, bitch.
Which one? Is
Yeah,
she
I'm
the nurse
gonna FaceTime her.
injector?
Yeah. That was Esther and my hot nurse that we met on a hike in Runyon. You guys have heard the story, but it never ceases to amaze me.
I know. We were walking at Runyon Canyon and we saw
And I will put an emphasis on walking very slowly. Everyone else was hiking.
we saw the hottest girl there and we're like, let's go up to her and ask her how to be hot like her. We're like, this was our plan. All we have to do is find a hot girl, ask her what to do. And literally she's like, sure, do you want to come up to my apartment? I live right here. And
she brought us up. She showed us her tits immediately.
she got naked for us and then took us on a hike.
Yeah, and she made us wear weights on our ankles, and we went and bought weights. We went to Big
Big
Five.
Five and bought
We ran
ankle
into Tony
weights.
Hinchcliffe there. He had gone to Hot 8. I remember this whole day.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to ask you, Esther. You had 2 exes on Joe Rogan the other day.
Yes.
How did,
One of them
That was 7 weeks ago, Kalila.
so you had Brian Redband
and Tony.
and Tony.
Are we really gonna
sat side by side
Yeah.
in astronaut outfits?
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
why.
The boys like to do that. Duncan does it. Like,
Oh,
there's
really?
certain guys that do
My
it.
favorite part about that though is after your tweet, you were like, how many of your ex-boyfriends are on the Joe Rogan Experience? You're like, for me, it's 2. And underneath, you can just see Dave's comment, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's just weird they were both on together. I'm like, that's
I just feel like for Dave, who's like, he's a very successful guy. He's like, I hope none of my colleagues follow my
yeah,
fiance.
it's definitely, yeah, no comment, but yeah. I love my exes. I feel it's so distant that there's just nothing left.
I don't feel that way. I don't know
About me or about About my
I
exes?
do feel like a distant ex, yes.
Call an ex right now. Both of you. You call an ex, you call an ex.
I thought this was the nurses episode.
We're
Which
probing.
ex will I call? Honestly, it's like, I don't want to talk to any of them. An ex.
Look at her, but she's doing it.
I do anything I've been asked.
No, I know. I'll do it after you.
I'll do one after both of you.
Oh my god. I have one of my exes under, they're only in the phone under their nickname still. Which
Naughty.
is Should I do it? Should I
Do it.
FaceTime? I'm not going to tell you who it is till I pick up. But you might know from the nickname. I don't know. I look so bad.
Yeah, but they follow you probably. So they know.
No, but this lighting is worse, George.
So embarrassing. They don't like
He's
you.
probably like with his new girlfriend. He's like, I can't let her see how hot Esther was.
Why are you FaceTiming? That's a bold move. I
thought
should just
that's what
call.
Annie was doing.
I'll do something. All right, I can think
He's
of
not
one.
answering.
Yeah, because he's an ex, Esther. He has a big life to live. Whoever gets to get their ex to pick up gets
What?
to put a thermometer up their chosen person's butt.
What if we don't really want to do that?
Oh, I want to do that.
Okay.
It's a big incentive for me.
Oh my god, look whose phone number just came up.
Who can do it first? And whoever
I
can get an ex to answer
I
first
bet
wins
I
the
can.
game.
I bet I can.
All of my exes would answer.
Call or FaceTime. Prove it, fucker.
Yeah,
I don't
do it.
want-
Do it right
I don't
now. It's a
wanna- no,
competition.
I don't want to talk to them.
What do I say? I think I'm calling one that will pick up.
Okay, hold on. I'm competing.
Oh, fuck, it's your turn.
I'm competing.
What's up, man?
Yes! Hey. Nothing. I just wanted to say hi, and I'll call you later. But that's all. I just wanted to say hi. I'll call you in a bit. Bye.
Oh, shitty. I need something to say to this ex if I call.
You're on a hit podcast.
She never called me back. Lila, pull up. Oh, second.
Okay,
I'm you guys are losing this game.
I don't want to talk to them.
No.
Mine suck. Yours is gonna sound cool.
Well, second X isn't
Me
picking
too.
up.
All right, I got one. I'm gonna
Guys,
call
my
one.
heart is beating. It's making me.
I know.
It's
I
okay.
feel crazy. I'm doing it though. No one's coming. Hi, you're on my podcast.
Oh, sweet.
Let me talk to him.
Why?
He's my
My
friend.
ex.
He's my friend.
We're having a competition to see who can get their ex to pick up the phone. So thank you for showing me that you're a good.
My exes don't have phones. Unfortunately.
They're all in jail.
Thank you, Brian. You know what? Actually, can I say something? So this is Brian Redman, everyone. After we broke up, it was my 24th or 25th birthday, and I had no friends. And Brian, even though we had broken up, he took me out to dinner, and it was really nice.
That's because you're hotter than me.
To Dominic's. So thank you for being a good person.
Hi.
Oh my God,
Let
we're
me
flirting.
say hi. Where's Janice? This isn't okay. Hi, Brian. Don't give me a. He just stuck his tongue out at me. He's in me. Where's Janice? Does she want to beat Esperos?
She's indoors.
Does Janice have jealous feelings towards Esther?
No,
I love Janice.
No.
no way.
That's so sad.
No, it's because no, we're cool. I like Janice.
No, Janice is the best. But I'm teasing you. She's
right,
not threatened by
Brian.
you.
Thank you for picking up.
Definitely.
Okay, I'll
Bye. Annie, not if it's going to cause you this stress. It seems like
she can't stop herself. Look at her. She's got the double dog dare in her blood.
I do really have it.
I know you. But it's
But
such
I'm
a
like,
letdown
which
if
one?
they
It's
pick
like-
up. She can't control herself right now. It's best to just let her be.
Uh-oh, Annie.
Who is she calling?
Listen,
Oh my
you guys
God.
owe me for this.
Oh my God, Annie.
This is supposed to be the
This
nurse.
is making me nervous.
I wanted to just learn about nursing.
Wow, you can learn about people needing to be helped. Hey,
Oh my God!
I
Why?
just called Carlos. I faked them out. They want me to call one of my ex-boyfriends, but I don't like talking to them, so I called you as a joke.
Do you think Carlos is in love with you still?
I think Carlos probably is like getting a little bit of a chub, thinking that I pretended he was my ex.
We need Carlos.
I'm getting some 35s.
We need Carlos in the studio.
That's how much I don't want to talk to my exes.
But you called Carl.
All right, I have to go to work.
Carlos, are you?
a job?
Carlos, are you attracted to Annie?
Who isn't?
I don't want
honestly?
to go over this right now.
Why not?
Because he's
No,
with.
Do you want to eat her butt?
You did say it was perfect. We do remember that, right?
that he said your butt was
Yeah.
perfect. I do feel like there is a weird tension between you two.
No, I think it's like I like that people push it on me.
Oh my god.
All right, bye, Carl.
Esther, what do you think of what they say? I don't know who they is, but about people who are friends with all of their exes is a big red flag.
Really?
So you're actually on track. You're
I do
setting
feel
from,
I used to be very good friends with all my exes.
No, I
Yes,
can
yes,
defend
yes.
this in 2 seconds.
I think it's either a narcissist thing.
No,
Wait,
this is very easy. That is people who are like friends with friends, like hang out, talk. This is more like if I see you in the workplace, we can have a nice like hello,
Yes,
how are
there is
you?
a difference.
And that I think is actually so good, and I'm proud of it. Now, do I have that with all my exes? No, my high school boyfriend blocked my number, but
I still drive by every time.
I do. And I think in 10 years, Annie will be friendly with all those people.
I'm friendly with them now.
Yeah.
My body rejects them. I want nothing to do with them. I don't want to be friends with them. I don't want nothing to do with them.
Are you friends with your exes?
Duh, she
Oh my god,
every
some of them
episode.
I could not be in the same room with. I would probably murder them. That's a fact. No, I'm close friends with 2 of my exes. Best friends with one of them.
What?
But it was a very clear
is that
thing right up front where it's like, we're kindred. We should have stayed friends, but we took it
Right.
We took it there, and that was a mistake. But we always knew we would get along and probably be in each other's lives forever. But there are a couple I spit in their face if I saw them in public.
I just, you know what? There's something about like I feel like I've grown so much and I've changed that I don't shame who I used to be, but the things I put up with in relationships are like really not in alignment with who I am now.
Yeah.
So it's like the dynamic doesn't work. Like they're trying to talk to me at a level that I don't exist anymore, and it's just like it's a mismatch. And I really don't like when, like, I've seen a couple guys that I hooked up with in college and stuff, or a woman called my friend Matt. Like, I didn't like him talking about me sexually from a long, like, that's like old news. Like, I don't know. I guess people that knew me and were I was like naked with or whatever. At some point, it's like, ugh, it just feels like they've seen me and I don't want to like.
That's exactly it. So 2 of my exes that are really, really close friends with, they wouldn't dare walk down memory lane with me. They wouldn't talk about me sexually. They wouldn't even say, hey, remember when we did this? Yeah. They are living their lives with their wives and children. I am fully respecting that. They're fully respecting me.
Right.
They would never dare talk about me in a sexual way or even think about it or even speak about it with anyone. It's like, we just don't go there. It's done. It's dead. We don't talk about that.
Old. Like,
let me ask you something. Are there any exes that either of you have that you could ever, in your wildest imagination, ever see maybe like, just think about it. Could you ever like, years from now, rekindle?
Absolutely not.
I don't think I could either.
I mean,
it's just when it's bad, it's
absolutely
bad.
not.
I'm not a backpedaler. But here's what this article on Vice says. Narcissists and psychopaths love to stay friends with their exes. A new study found that many people who befriend their former lovers are narcissists and psychopaths.
Whoa, I believe it.
It's like if you feel the need to just constantly still be in that person's
Because
life
you
in
want
that
to
way.
be loved. Like my ex-boyfriend was like this, where he was always talking to all of his ex-girlfriends, and I didn't care because I was like, I just had been friends with him, so I knew he was like that. But he would always talk, and he would just be like saying, "I love you" to so many girls all the time.
Jesus,
he just needed to be like important in their lives, and I like would never. I think I'm his first ex that would just never do that. I would never. And I think also I like did all this work, and then I got I'm like with someone that's so healthy. And
I did something very narcissistic when I was younger, I think, which was I only had sex with virgin boys when I was a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
All the boys that I would have sex with, I made sure that they were virgins. And honestly,
were you wearing the nurse outfit?
Could have been.
That's the only way it's really bad.
Can you explain though? Like, do you know more about why that makes you a narcissist or a psychopath? Like, I get it, but I want to know.
I think it's having people around you like centered that are centered around you, like, and it's like pawns, right? They're like playing with you.
Well, it's a need to feel important in everybody's eyes. It's like there's still the need to feel like you're still center stage in somebody's life, and you still have that pull. Like even if they're in a new relationship, you'd be like, well, what we had. That kind of is pretty gross. Actually,
that's disgusting.
I had a boyfriend I would go to when I would break up with other boyfriends, like an ex that I would always go bang. And I like the last time I did it, I was like, I'm clinging to something that's not like healthy. I don't relate to this person anymore. It was just like not like what I thought. I don't know. And I just was like, why do I keep this person? It was more like I think of a nostalgia thing or Arrested Development thing. But it's like I just onwards. Onwards and upwards.
Look, I feel you there.
But I also like no regrets either. It's,
Should we take each other's temperatures?
Oh yeah.
And see
Anally
your-
or orally?
I do want to take it anally, but you were gonna get lube.
Can you smell her wet dogness?
I wouldn't care.
I love it.
I wouldn't give a shit.
I love the smell of a
she's-
wet dog.
I thought you liked wet pussy.
God, Annie, that's like too graphic.
You want to do the actual act, but me saying it
But
is the
then it's
graphic
just
part.
it's so
It's
explicit.
the words that are the problem. That's lube. Oh, I love that you have like a.
Do you use that
homemade-
percent for sexual things?
And masturbation.
Did your mom?
Masturbation?
Everything.
For on you?
Yeah, because it's like it's better than spit.
Wait, why do you need to
Can I put it in my
masturbate?
vagina, or does it have to go in my vagina?
Because I like to go like clitoral.
With your hand?
Yeah, and it feels so smooth up against it. It feels it's so,
Sometimes I get too much lube though with clitoral stuff, and it's
Yeah.
like I
like
don't know.
it.
I need it to be a little friction.
But I like this brand a lot. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe they should sponsor us first. But
We can blur it out until they're ready.
Can I smell
Yeah.
it? Oh wait, that sounded so creepy. I want to smell
Everything you say sounds creepy.
It shouldn't
which is
be
hilarious.
scented.
We should have the
I don't
balance.
think.
Okay, so question.
I'm a purist with the lube.
I put it in my asshole, not in my vagina, because my asshole's allegedly tight.
Yeah, well, wait, why? Can you take your temperature in your vagina?
You can take your temperature anywhere. Okay, hold on. Do you want me to do it for you?
I'm a little bit not like if I had just gone to your appointment earlier, I would say maybe.
We should talk about that. The girls went with me to get my pussy and
She
asshole
needed
waxed.
emotional support. It took 30 seconds.
And
Esther,
then-
I would have been in there for. They would have had meals. They would have had their lunch and their dinner.
I have a serious question. Is there something that's preventing you from achieving your goals?
Esther, you are it. You're for the answer to be asking you the question.
What interferes with your happiness?
It's
Same
just
answer?
you're so annoying that I think I need to get therapy.
Well, I have the perfect source. I have the perfect option for your solution. BetterHelp will assess your needs and match you with your own licensed professional therapist.
I am kidding about that, but I will say BetterHelp does help with that. If you are starting to get like annoyed with people and agitated, that's a you problem. And it's a really good time to go see a counselor, and no place better than BetterHelp to do that.
Right,
Where
because they have licensed professional
Mhm.
counselors who are specialized in family conflicts.
Mhm. Esther and I are related. She's my dad.
We're cousins.
But not just family conflicts, depression, stress, anxiety, sleep, trauma, anger, you name it. I probably have it, and we all get help.
And
with
Esther's
BetterHelp.
faking it.
No, but there's no one out there that doesn't need a little bit of help with their mental health. Like that's just the state of the world and the year and all the things that we're dealing with on a daily basis. And life is better and easier when you actually get help. And the great thing about BetterHelp is that literally right from this moment that you hear me say this, you can be communicating in under 48 hours with someone that can help you feel better.
A lot of people, I think you teeter over the idea and you think about it, but it's like if you're watching this right now and you're having any sort of ruminating thoughts or not feeling your best, just take the leap. I mean, we have a deal here for you and just try it out.
Also, like not to throw the older people under the bus, but we all have those people in our lives who are a generation older who don't believe in therapy. They're not helping you. We're here to tell you, the three of us as users of this, it is real and you do need it. And we need it too. You guys, we want you to start living a happier life today. And as a listener, you'll get 10% off your first month by visiting our sponsor at betterhelp.com/Trash Tuesday. Join over 1 million people who have taken charge of their mental health. Again, that's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Trash Tuesday. I don't think we'd all be here without this.
We certainly would not be in here together. Have you heard of Tretinoin?
I think what you're trying to say is tretinoin, which unclogs pores and even skin tone.
Yep.
Spironolactone,
which targets hormonal acne, Esther.
Clindamycin.
Clindamycin is an antibiotic that fights acne-causing bacteria and inflammation, Annie.
Okay, I didn't know what these were until I got my own prescription acne treatment from Apostrophe, the sponsor of this episode.
Apostrophe is a prescription skincare company that offers science-backed oral and topical medications that are clinically proven to help clear acne.
Apostrophe connects you with a board-certified dermatologist who will create a personalized treatment plan that is perfectly tailored to your unique skin. Simply fill out Apostrophe's online quiz about your skin goals and medical history, then snap a few selfies, and your dermatologist will create your customized treatment plan.
Apostrophe treats all types of acne too, from hormonal acne to facial acne, and even
Chesney.
I know you have butt acne.
I have chest
Did I
knee.
have that's
No, I'm just kidding.
I might have
I for sure have all three. I have a
I do too.
trifecta of
top
knees.
pops and fun.
I have back.
I have back knee, I have chest knee, and I have butt knee.
Every once in a while I get one here and there. Apostrophe has been clearing it up for me.
What a freaking dream this is, right?
I know.
To have a dermatologist at your disposal this easily.
Yeah, because I was gonna have to go get one of those butt facials.
What I really like about this experience and using the service is that it's nice to know you had an actual real dermatologist and that your plan was tailored by someone who knows what they're actually talking about. I'm curious, what are some of your guys' skincare goals? Mine is definitely reducing dark spots, reducing redness, improving texture, my back knee.
My goals are for you too. I look at you more than I look at myself.
I have a lot of hormonal stuff happening. Like I have like melasma, like darkening in some parts of my face, and I have eczema.
And all you have to do is tell your dermatologist at Apostrophe about it. You guys, we have a special deal for our audience. Save $15 off your first visit with an Apostrophe provider at apostrophe.com/Tuesday when you use our code Tuesday. This code is only available to our listeners, and to get started, just go to apostrophe.com/Tuesday and click begin visit, then use our code Tuesday at sign up, and you'll get your first visit for only $5. That's apostrophe.com/Tuesday, and use that code Tuesday to get your dermatologist crafted treatment plan for $5. Are you kidding me? And we thank Apostrophe for sponsoring this podcast. Honestly, if you've had any skin issues, now is the time. This is the most convenient, easiest way to go about helping yourself.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna take mine in my mouth. Esther, take yours.
What if it comes out duty colored?
That's fine. It's normal.
That's embarrassing.
Do you want me oral or anal?
Are you want me to do you anal right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, you can use mine.
Oh, I'm gonna feel left out. Duty.
She'll give it to you too.
Okay.
This?
She's nervous.
Oh my god! What are you nuts? Or do you want to go missionary? You want to go missionary? We can do missionary.
No, I don't want.
Okay.
Missionary is actually the funniest thing I've ever heard. Please, but oh my god.
Like a diaper change.
Guys, diaper. We should name it. Oh my god, we should name it Diaper Girls. Oh my god. He's closing his eyes. Oh my god, Donut's here. Donut, get her.
I can't do this if you're screaming like that because it feels like rape.
Okay, so right now for the home audience, Esther is getting her anus penetrated. I know, what if my hemorrhoids are, oh my god, Donut.
I don't think it's in there.
Oh my god, that's so sad. You have a loose butthole.
That's you have fever. What? My ass looks so hot. What is this? It's 102.
Is there doo-doo? Is there doo-doo?
Read it. What does it say? No, it's 100.2.
Ooh, we got the first contender for
Did
the
it feel good?
hotness.
I have a feeling my ass is going to go quite cold on this one.
Oh my god. Okay.
I want everyone to see that Esther has not pulled the pants up yet.
It didn't feel like anything. It didn't hurt. It didn't feel good.
It's a lube.
Did you look at my butthole?
It looks great. You have a great asshole.
Really?
Oh no, and then
beautiful.
in a second, she's not going to say it to me.
Do you have hemis?
Maybe.
That's okay. I'll let you know if you have them.
No.
I can't believe my
I don't
podcast
wanna know.
co-host just look at my butthole. Dave is gonna kill me.
It doesn't register to me.
I know you're a nurse, yeah. Okay.
You should put your ring up there. And then when Dave's like, you lost your ring? You're like, come find it. And then he's got to go fish it out.
Annie, are you gonna let me?
Sure.
You have
Do you want the comb to side part my ass hair?
Choose a different position though. You can't do Amazon style like she did.
Why was it too offensive for you?
No. I just a little harder to find the.
Can we
I just spread.
She's putting it on her ass.
Esther, take her. We should have got alcohol wipes.
Wait,
guys.
I want to do Manny's.
Yeah, you do Annie's.
No, Esther's gonna like play with my lady. She's gonna start nipping at my vagina.
No, it's probably better if Kalila does it. I'm too nervous. Unless you beg for it.
Esther, are you sure? I feel like you would have fun. Here, I'll show you. Come here.
Can I want to watch.
Oh my god. But there's poop in there.
Oh, I don't care if there's poop or not. Esther, You have to find the asshole. Tell me where I should.
Wait,
put
I
it.
feel like
And your ass is amazing.
Bend over, bitch.
Hold on, I gotta have my cowboy hat on.
Okay.
I can't quit you. You guys, there's so much hair.
There's no hair. There's no hair. You have a most amazing ass.
Honestly, your ass looks hot as fuck. Yeah.
Esther, don't try to backpedal, bitch.
No, you do have a big fucking nice ass.
It's not in.
Oh, see?
There it is. No, it's not. You gotta rotate it. Spin it.
100 flat. Esther, you're hotter.
All right, Kalila, your one chance at redemption.
I am not. I'm not trusting these bitches with my asshole at all.
Take it regular.
Bullshit.
I'm gonna shove it
Not
right in.
a
You'll feel like it.
chance.
No, Annie, you have a nice ass. It's kind of a bubble butt. Like
Both
it's
of you guys have fevered assholes. How did it feel, Annie?
It felt good. I felt ashamed. I felt like
Wait, I didn't really feel
I don't
anything.
like a class of fucking. It's like when you go, if you go to the hospital and they're like, do you mind if like the students watch? It's like, no, I don't want the students watching. My anal surgery.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say, Annie, you have a phenomenal ass.
Thank you so much.
As
The
As-
butthole's a little.
the butthole is perfect. It's a beautiful asshole.
I
Both of you
think
guys
I'm a
have
good
beautiful
candidate
assholes.
for anal bleaching.
Wait, I love my dark color down there.
I gotta go home.
Bring your
To
bell.
masturbate? You know, bitch. Well, good thing we got you the most pussy-looking treat to eat in front of everyone right now.
Oh my god.
She's the one that
today's a
licks
mess.
the wasabi off.
I take back everything good I said about today.
Should we? Is this our banana break today? All right.
I like that Kalila's not washing her hands.
I should wash my hands.
Yeah, fucking scissor bros do that.
Like, they probably- honestly, they probably have.
Hey, Scissor Bros, unless you're shoving shit up your ass, you ain't got nothing. Nothing
There's
on these
A
girls.
99% chance they've already shoved things up their ass in their shelf.
You know what? Knowing Stevie Weeby, I think I
Of
do that
all
every
the
week.
people in
Yeah.
the world who would shove things up their
Yeah,
ass.
that day.
Unless there's full penetration somewhere.
Oh
I
my
think
god,
we still
Donut,
win.
you are so cute. You get nothing.
Something interesting happened in the bathroom. I found something in there.
Was it my sunglasses?
You buy $400 sunglasses and you leave them on the toilet.
Yeah, who cares? I have tons of them.
As you-
After, who's having a better life?
She doesn't want the responsibility anymore.
It's too stressful.
I want to say that was really fun. Three of us driving in the rain like that. And you're a
I
great
thought
driver.
it was fun to drive you guys. I drove slow. Esther's like, we're speeding down the high. I'm like, we're going under the speed limit, bitch. You know I drive slow when I'm high.
I do think doing activities together is really fun.
But we need
Excited.
someone to film. George, Carlos.
Hawaii. And yeah, Carlos. Right, yeah, Carlos.
Is Carlos going to come to Hawaii? Or do we not need him?
Yeah.
I love Carlos. Oh my god.
Carlos does not get to come to Hawaii.
And he decides.
If he wants to pay for all, he can pay for the private jet, and we'll let him know how it is.
Is this the one that this didn't go up either of your asses,
No.
right? So
No,
can
that's
take a
I have
picture?
mine protected.
Esther and I traded.
Okay,
I switched them.
I think you should do mouth and then ass.
I should have asked then now.
Oh,
Yeah,
she
eat
said
your own
nice.
ass.
I would love to eat my own ass. Dude,
We gotta go to hot yoga.
Wait,
First of all,
did you
can I
just say I would love to eat my own ass?
Yeah.
Dude,
Shit,
what
we
would
all
you?
have so much in common.
What would you do?
Honestly, there's nothing that's gonna make me come faster than if a guy has me like on all fours and he does a trifecta. So it's ass, clit, and then pussy hole. If he does a
With his
trifecta,
tongue? Or he's doing
so
fingers?
it's hit like pressure on the asshole. Yeah, it's sort of like a, I don't know, but as long as all things are being handled back there in the line.
I just
it's
want to
like
let you guys
5
know,
seconds.
I know that I have a new stain on my shirt. I just want to know, one of my patients had a GI bleed, and I really, it's part of the job. It does smell good.
I'm pretty sure part of the job is keeping your clothes clean.
Can't help it. I was so in the moment of saving a life. I was thinking superficially.
Were you eating their ass and then it squirted out?
I tried to stop. It started squirting out. And I tried to stop it with my mouth.
Wait, I just realized exactly what you look like. You look like a nurse in a porn. That's 100% what you look like right now.
And you think it now, not when I was on all fours and you were staring at my asshole. Not the moment where like she was spreading and you were gazing into my butthole. This is the time.
It's the eyelashes and the earrings.
No, you do wake up full porn star with these eyelashes.
It's cool.
You know what? Both of you guys have very squeaky clean assholes. I gotta say, I'm really sort of impressed.
You're just doing that for the ratings.
No, the ratings would be better.
Well,
if I
Esther,
said-
I don't like you saying that after you were the other person seeing my asshole. Nobody else saw yours. I can guess that she had to like pull apart some duty.
No.
Some dingleberry.
No, I didn't see.
Did she go
went
around
in.
the dingleberry or did she go through it?
I didn't get to see in. Did you look in for her?
Yeah.
I didn't really see because I didn't have a good view. So
Good. I was trying to.
yeah, you didn't want me looking.
No, because
You're
she's not
shy.
going to sexualize me.
You're shy, huh?
A little bit. I kind of am. I
You're
really don't
shy,
want to show
girl.
the inside of my asshole to you.
You're just a shy little
You know
girl.
too much. She has so much info on me. She has a whole
Dossier. Binder.
sugarfish box filled with information about me.
Binders and binders.
Do you have a quiz for us, George?
Yes, I do. What are the consequences, Delilah?
We didn't do anything vaginally.
That's the
Good.
punishment is we don't get to do anything vaginally to her. We don't get to stick one up our asses to punish her.
I can tell you a prize would be, excuse me,
She's so
To put a-
burpy.
put thermometer in your butt would be a good prize.
That feels like a punishment to me. Because I need someone to be very like practical and neutral when they inspect.
No,
my
you
asshole.
don't, bitch.
I would do that. I would try my best.
20 people that have tasted your asshole since this show started.
I know.
You have
all of a
passed that
sudden-
asshole. This is the most passed around asshole in town. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but when it comes to us, we're not serious enough.
Oh, I'm sorry. Someone's gonna be doing the trifecta. I'm just trying to get the fucking thing. In. She's fingering your ass, putting pressure.
You
She's
know,
like, it's clit. Nobody needs to clit for the fucking measurements.
I do be throwing that ass in a circle to just about anybody.
It's like the only cherries you have are on your ears, man. You haven't had your ass cherry since fucking middle school.
I remember for my colonoscopy, they were like, "Do you have anal sex frequently?" And I was like, "Sadly, I do."
Wait, they asked you that? They don't ask
No,
that.
because
after
what
they
happened
saw
when
it?
they got the results and stuff, and because I have proctitis, TMI, but I have proctitis, so I have some bleeding and stuff like that. I have issues down there,
That's the proximity of a tight ass. Proctitis.
and so there's inflammation in like the end of my colon, and I think it's from too much ass play.
Wait, really?
Yeah, so my doctor was like, two things. It could be something fleeting and
Is this
temporary.
my doctor too?
No, I have Dr. Teddy. Remember?
Wait, okay, she got me this doctor, he's such a sweet,
He's a sweet
nice man. He comes in and they're like, it was my first time having health insurance for so long that he was like, they like talked to me, he's like a pap smear and all this stuff. And he like came in and he goes, so we're doing a pelvic exam. Should we get to know each other a little bit first? It was so funny. It was
He's
so
a cutie.
awkward.
Yeah.
Wait, I could not handle that.
I was already in stirrups. when we walked in.
I could not handle a pelvic exam from
He
a
met me
man.
pussy first.
Really?
And especially, I respect that. It sounds like a great guy, but just being
Because you're not attracted to them?
No,
You get a woman to do
making
it to
it-
kind of loosen you up.
making a joke about like it just makes me cringe. I'd be like, I can't do this.
I don't even think he was making a joke. I think he was being dead serious. Like, do you want to like chat first?
Yeah. He was being very super professional about it.
Because
And
I
he
was
looked at
in
your
stirrups.
vagina?
Yes.
Dude, this doctor is like the best in town. He's Bobby's doctor too, but Bobby pulls his pants down so fast and just
Right.
spreads them for Dr. K very fast.
So funny.
Not a thought.
I'm women. I'm a team female gynecologist.
I'm a team anybody who's going to do their job right.
I
But I'm
respect
a
you
team-
for that.
I want massage therapist now. I want unless I don't. But you know what I mean? Unless I'm like real good
Okay.
man. Like Todd, watch out if I'm like, yeah, he gave me this massage and
Yeah, only female masseuses for me.
Esther, here's your chance to prove whether or not you
Okay,
have
I'm
your nursing
ready.
chops.
Great, I'm
he
ready.
already doesn't.
Okay, Esther, think about this one. A patient's blood sugar is at 60. How much insulin do you give?
Oh.
A, 100 units, 6 units, 2 units, or none?
Okay, I don't know what normal blood sugar is, and I don't know how much insulin you give. So I'm going to guess. I personally am going to choose none because I don't know the answer.
But that's your reasoning. Do you know what insulin
I'm
is?
gonna say
Yes, I know it's what you give people with diabetes. It helps their
balance the.
blood sugar.
In what direction?
But I think 60
Oh,
is good,
raises
so
it.
you don't want to give them.
It raises their blood sugar?
No, it lowers it.
Opposite.
It lowers it.
So we need for 60, we're going to need 6 units because we're going to get done 10 points each.
When I was in
Each time.
4th grade,
Yes.
I was in a commercial for juvenile diabetes donations for Walgreens. It only aired in Texas. I choose none.
You do look like a 14-year-old with diabetes.
All right, Kalila, who?
The correct answer is none.
Whoa!
Because the
But
person
no,
already has low blood
That's
sugar,
not
why
true.
you wouldn't drop them
That's
anymore.
not true because with the blood sugar,
It's
you need
called
no.
instincts.
It's
called instincts
It's
for
10.
the field.
All right, that's the you have to go
She's
first.
a
on the next one.
natural.
It's
You're
the
next.
stink I will give you. The N, no.
Here we go. A patient's heart rate is at 160 beats per minute at resting. Is she tachycardic, bradycardic, normal, or dead?
Okay. She's not dead. She's not normal because that feels really high. Now I'm just trying to think the prefixes of ta and bra. Both have to do with titties.
Tachycardia.
Ta,
Tachycardia or bradycardia?
tac, or brady? Which one of those would mean?
Can you say these again? I need to hear you pronounce it.
Bradycardia
Or what?
or tachycardia?
Say it again?
Tachy or brady?
No, full one.
Tachycardia.
What's the other one?
Bradycardia.
Tachycardia.
I'll just say Brady because it's the one that Annie didn't do.
The correct answer is tachycardia. Bradycardia is too low. Too
I
low.
study the behavior of people asking us questions. Okay?
Where would I be? Where would we all be without Adam and Eve, Buster?
Dude, are you kidding me?
Miserable cunts.
Begging. We would be out there begging for help. Does anybody have a shaky hand they could lend?
Adam and Eve is the #1 trusted source for adult toys.
And
Yes.
honestly, if you listen to this show, you know you need some new adult toys.
Yeah.
Okay?
Annie's all into, is really into the clit suction
Clit
these days.
sucking. I mean, it's so, is that harsh to say?
Oh, it's so fun though when the little air thing pulls
It's
on your
just
clit a
really
little
exciting.
bit.
I just like the fact that you can. There's a place online that you can. It is adult toys. It's like going to Toys R Us.
Here's why Adam and Eve is so fucking cool. They've been around for 50 years.
That's
They've been in
crazy.
the business of keeping people happy for 50 years.
And they have 24/7 customer support, 90-day no hassle returns, and discreet packaging. Okay? So if you don't want your fiance to see what you ordered, no problem.
I do. I want mine to be taped
Exactly.
up in Adam and Eve.
Yes. And I also feel like I like that it's called Adam and Eve because it is a communal thing. It's for both men and women. They have toys for everyone. And I do think such a fun thing about being in a relationship is like picking out toys with your partner.
Yes.
And then when
Ooh,
you're not in a
that's
relationship,
hot.
picking out your partner.
In this show, we love exploring everything there is to know about sex. And Adam and Eve has everything you could possibly want and need in the bedroom.
I don't know what other brand or sponsor we have that embodies the spirit of this show more than Adam and Eve. Like, I feel like if you enjoy this podcast, do yourself a favor. You deserve it. And visit adamandeve.com and use code Tuesday for 50% off one item plus free shipping in the US and Canada. Some exclusions apply, but again, visit adamandeve.com and use code Tuesday for 50% off one item plus free shipping in the US and Canada. And you know what's amazing? 20% of the profits go to help fight the spread of HIV around the world. Go to adamandeve.com, use the code Tuesday for 50% off one item and free shipping in the US and Canada, and think about Kalila, Annie, and Esther when you do it.
Pleasure princesses. Think
The
about
pleasure.
the 3 pleasure princesses.
All right, guys. I actually think that we should start doing something where when you order from Adam and Eve, get
Comment.
your toy, comment below, tell us what you got.
Howardville, man.
Hey there,
The
I'm
currency
Kathleen
is
Goldhart, and I have
bacon.
a confession to make. I am a true crime fanatic. I devour
See what I
books
did
and
there?
films, and most of all, true
Remember,
crime podcasts.
some of the piggies
But
are down
sometimes
with MG.
I just want to know
But you
more.
won't know
I
what
wanna
be
go
the
deeper.
outcome.
And that's where my podcast, Crime Story, comes in. Every week, I go behind the scenes with the creators of the best in true crime.
You're listening to Wiretap with Jonathan Goldstein. Today's
This
episode.
is one of my favorite radio shows, just like the amazing Ira Glass production, This American Life. This is Jonathan Goldstein. This whole podcast is excellent. And like I've been doing for this entire time of being illegally detained, I'm just like trying new podcasts, mostly they suck. And then replaying entire podcasts and radio shows that I adore. And this is one of them, guys. This is Jonathan Goldstein, a Jew. Yes, a Canadian Jew. And this is the first episode of his series called Wiretap, titled No Man is an Island. And it's all about his BFF, Howard the Hottie. And Howard the Hottie has decided that his apartment is a country. The currency is bacon. The population is one. It's a good episode.
No man is an island.
Thursday. I'm at a local bookstore doing a reading. When it's over, I mill around. I fall asleep listening to your radio show, a woman says, approaching me. And in case the point's been lost, she adds, your voice, it puts me to sleep. People come up to me, either asking me to sign their books or sharing with me their thoughts, their ruthlessly brutal thoughts. You have a face for radio, another woman gleefully tells me. When I try to change the subject, asking her if she has a book she'd like me to sign, she tells me no, that she's waiting to buy a used copy. Then a man comes up to me and tells me he enjoys yelling at the radio when I'm on it. You always sound so sad, complaining about your problems, he says. Cheer up already. The main difference between talking to the radio and talking to the person on the radio
I enjoy yelling
is that
at
the
the
person
radio
has
when I'm on
feelings, feelings that will keep him up at night. The person on the radio will stay up worrying about the next time he'll have to appear in public and be exposed to the casual cruelty of well-meaning strangers. Friday, 8 a.m. I awake, reluctant to go back out into the world where merely being in public can feel like sitting on one of those carnival dunking chairs, alone in a wet bathing suit and waiting to be plopped into the water for no other reason than that you are there and within shooting distance. But alas, I have to get to work for an interview at 10. I'll be speaking with Patrick Friedman, former Google software engineer and grandson of Nobel Prize-winning economist Milton Friedman. Hi, Patrick Friedman? That's me. We'll be talking about Patrick's latest project, something called the Seasteading Institute, which aims to create hundreds of self-governed countries, actual autonomous nations on man-made islands in the ocean. Patrick believes the ocean is the next frontier for human settlement.
Cities on the ocean could actually be reshuffled in this kind of dynamic way where if I didn't like how things were going in my local government, I could take my house or my office or my factory and actually tug it over to some different ocean city. So when people and factories...
Would that not be the shit though, dude? Water world? We all get to just like relocate when we're pissed with the country we're in. I'm lifting my anchor.
and offices are that mobile, then governments will have to do a good job of serving their customers. Otherwise, the customers will leave.
And I mean, this isn't just a matter of, floating out into international waters so you could have monkey fights and whatnot. There's certain kinds of societies that you're envisioning testing on these island structures, right?
That's right. I mean, one of the things that we're about is
there'd be like the little Republican nation, the Green Room Party nation.
Not that we think we have some specific vision of a better society, but we think
all the libertarians would just be like one-offs with signs that say, don't tread on me.
a world in which many small groups can go try out their own visions of a better society so we can see whether any of them actually work would be a better world. I mean, a lot of people seem to assume that a social democracy is the best you can do, and we don't think it is. Winston Churchill said democracy was the worst form of government except for all others which have been tried, and a lot of people seem to view that as the end of the story, and we believe that that's just the beginning of the story.
And give me a little taste here. I mean, what are you imagining?
Well, personally, I'm a libertarian, so I'd like to see a country with a lot less rules and regulations that operates from the principle of non-aggression, that says that it's not okay to use force on people, even if it's for their own good or someone else's good. I mean, I understand that a lot of people likes the basis for our current societies, and it fits their ideas of justice and sense of morality, but it doesn't fit mine, and I hate it. I hate, waking up every day and going out in society that is based on different moral principles than I have, and I just want to live in the way that I consider moral, openly, among people who share my sense of justice and what a society should be like.
And do you expect to be living on one of these islands within your lifetime?
I don't know if I'd say expect, I'd say hope. I mean, I think that the odds are against seasteading working. I mean, waves are big, powerful things. The surface of the ocean is always moving. It's like trying to base your building on a continuous earthquake. So I see it as a long shot, but a long shot that if it works will dramatically change the world for the better. So one that's worth taking.
And I mean, if it were never to come about in your lifetime, do you think you could be happy?
I don't know. I think if it didn't work out, I would turn to some other way of accomplishing the same thing. Maybe space.
Space?
Space has all the same characteristics that I think will make for more competition between governments. It's big and open and unclaimed, and you can move huge things around and rearrange them even more cheaply and easily than on the ocean.
Now you're really starting to blow my mind.
Space is next. The ocean is practice.
Well, thanks for talking to me, Patrick.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Jonathan Goldstein, radio star.
Hi, Howard.
I just heard you on the radio.
Well, I have a radio show, Howard.
Super interesting segment there about making your own country.
You listen to that.
I just thought that was really stupendous.
When I've asked you to listen to my radio show before, you told me that you couldn't because you don't even own a radio. You said that stuff's for poor people who can't afford a TV.
Well, funny story.
Mm-hmm.
I was getting ready for a garage sale, and I know your place is full of junk. And I went by your house, and there was this nice radio. I grabbed that.
Wait a second. You're talking about my 1937 Australian AWA Fisk tombstone?
I have an old piece of garbage, it looks like to me.
Howard, that thing was given to me as a prize at an Australian radio conference. That's like $1,000 radio.
That old box.
Okay, look, Howard, don't even touch it. I'm coming over to your house right now to get it.
I'm touching it right now as I'm talking to you.
No, Howard.
I'm trying to put the knob back on.
Okay, Howard, don't touch it anymore. I'm coming right over, all right?
All right. Just make sure you bring your passport, by the way.
Excuse me?
I'm founding my...
Which friend or cousin do you know that is like that, dude? Don't touch it. I'm fucking with it right now.
My own country. I listened to that guy that was on the show. I was riveted while I was sitting there. I'm really going to take his advice.
What
That's
do
the
you...
kind of kick in the pants I need.
Okay, Howard, I think you might have misheard, all right?
No.
He was not suggesting you, Howard Chackowitz, make your own...
He was saying, go make your own country. Everyone, you.
No.
Get out of your chair. Found your own country. And that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, no, Howard, I don't think you're equipped to make your own country. This is a man who, has college degrees and, he's engaging in a social experiment.
Oh, I see. Of course. What does the working man who's got dirt under his nails know of building a country?
Yeah, Howard,
no, you know what? Let's leave the country built to all the people with degrees, because they know.
Also, I love the way that this episode is described in the caption. It says that it's the first country with wall-to-wall carpeting.
What people need, right, John?
Okay, Howard.
Howard the Hottie doesn't have his own podcast, guys, unless he started one, unfortunately.
Who's going to be in this country of yours?
Me.
And?
Me, the country of one. My country. One planet, one world. Howardville. Howardville. Like Margaritaville, but with Howard.
Right.
I have a strong vision of tomorrow.
What is that? What is your vision of tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Well, nothing really. Tomorrow's a holiday.
Mm-hmm.
Just taking it easy tomorrow in Howardville. But soon we'd like to join the UN.
So let me get this. So your country would extend, the limits of your apartment?
That'll be my country, yeah. Imagine a whole country, carpeted wall to wall.
Okay, and what would be the currency of this country?
Bacon.
Thinking Star Trek figurines or bacon.
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 Another economic incentive would be it's rotting in your wallet. You've got to get rid of that bacon, keep that bacon moving.
It's bacon.
And citizens of Howardville would have full access to all public institutions.
Which are?
things like national health care. I'd have that.
And what would that be?
My medicine cabinet. I have Band-Aids and peroxide. We have a great transportation system. I mean, you can really walk from one side of the country to the other in about 14 steps.
Dude, I've heard this episode like 10 times. It's always funny.
That would be key.
Yeah, no, I agree. I wasn't even halfway through the interview, and I got so inspired, I just started ripping the sheets off my bed. I was just like sewing and hammering and stapling. I felt like a modern day Betsy Ross.
So what is on this flag?
Well, there's going to be Scooby-Doo because there's Scooby-Doo bed sheets.
Your national flag is going to be Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo bed sheets. Yeah.
Okay, Howard, I'm going to let you get back to your...
Hey, John, now that I have you on the phone,
Uh-huh.
You want to come over to Howardville for our first ever Independence Day celebration?
Independence from what, Howard? Reality?
The traditional festivities involve watching wrestling on television and consuming the national dish.
Which is?
My own kind of concoction of tzatziki cake. It's basically a pureed souvlaki that's been baked.
But Howard, you've always said that, you were a proud Canadian. What's happening to that?
I mean, don't get me wrong, I want to keep strong relations with Canada.
Oh, do you?
Right outside the borders of Howardville is Canada. But it's just not me. Literally, it's not me. But I can make a country that is me, Howardville.
Howard, that's not the point of having a country is to grow a population, to create a society, not to just have one guy who wants to get out of bed whenever he feels.
Friendly reminder, some of you are going to prison for the rest of your life. Some of you are not. The recording is retroactive, fools. If you're already going to prison and you've already been outside of my door, like one man upstairs, many times, you can come right back over to my door. It'll just increase the counts in the event you've not blown the whistle. But if I were any of you, I would only be sending the 2 or more attorneys that are going to be federally disbarred in February. And guess what? Ding, ding, ding. They won't. That's right. Because they don't want to be liable. That's why they chose some of you that they don't like to do it for them. 36 plus times.
Feels like it and wants to make pants optional.
Well, for me, creating my own country, it wasn't so much about trying to grow a population, but more for the idea of getting to compose my own national anthem.
That's why you wanted to start your own country.
Yeah, that was a big draw.
And on that note, I want to remind everybody that
time is
on
tough.
January 1st, the FBI made it very clear that they're not guaranteeing immunity. They said something along the lines of no deals at that point for people that are late on blowing the whistle. That being said, I encourage anyone and everyone to blow the fucking whistle if you haven't already, because all it could potentially do is reduce your sentence for cooperating before the Blitz sweep. Then remember, the FBI had me write on the December 14th declaration they're anticipating March for detainment, but for months, they said you'd all be detained before February 1st.
Come for there to be a rap national anthem. My roots as a hip hop artist, MC Hummer.
Right.
I mean, I had some ideas. I don't know if you want to hear a little bit of that. But
all right, Howard, let's hear your anthem.
Give me a little beatbox there.
I have to give you beatbox? I don't do beatbox, Howard.
Come on, do a little beatbox. It's a national anthem. You have to sing it together. I figure half the crowd will be like doing beatboxing, the other half will be rapping. It's kind of like something that'll bring citizens of Howardville together.
All right, okay. You ready?
Yeah.
Doom, psh, doom, doom, psh, doom.
Howardville, the place to fill. Come and chill in Howardville. Sit still. No hills. No bills. Howardville. Want to eat. Take a seat. Blackie. Stacky. Black. Stacky. Still
Monday, July 15th. While Howardville is holding steady at a population of 1, Nation Goldstein is now officially 1 citizen bigger. My sister has just had a baby, and we all meet up at our hospital room. I've never been in a room where so many members of my family are so happy all at once. Usually, maybe one or two are happy at any given time, while the rest hold down the fort, remaining dyspeptic, dysphoric, or boldly struggling to maintain a nice, even level of dispiritedness. Tolstoy once wrote that every unhappy family is unhappy in its own unique way, but that happy families are all alike. This is not so, as is evidenced by my father, who is smilingly biting into a home-brought chicken sandwich while seated atop an upturned wastepaper basket, and my mother, who is rubbing disinfectant soap onto her lips in preparation of kissing the newborn. We all stand around for hours, happily staring at the baby and clutching our chests. How strange to feel yourself falling in love with someone you've only just met, and how endlessly fascinating it is to watch someone getting used to being alive. Though perhaps even more fascinating will be watching someone get used to becoming.
Oh, I should add an addendum there. Depending on who blows the whistle, it may very well be that you are offered immunity. But, according to the FBI, as of New Year's Eve night, or the day before that, you'll have to check the live streams. I don't remember which. They did say no immunity for anybody that blows the whistle after New Year's Eve, like once it became 2025. So if you blew the whistle before then, it's my understanding you're getting immunity, except for one guy who apparently, if you all knew he blew the whistle in August before you kidnapped my kids, you would have all immediately vacated the premises. But whoever that dude was, he then went on apparently to aid and or to perpetrate numerous felonies. So I don't even know if he's getting immunity. But I speculate he is, because whatever his updates were for the month of December, apparently they were real good.
Becoming a member of our family. Tuesday, July 23rd. It's the day of my nephew Justin's bris. It's only 5:30 a.m., but I'm very anxious about the whole thing and can't sleep. After the last bris I attended, it was days before I could pry my hands out of my pockets. I decided to just get out of bed and make my way over to the synagogue. I'm the first guest to arrive, and so I hang out with the moil. As he prepares his tools, we make small talk, and at a certain point he tells me why he got into moiling in the first place. But before he can get very far, and with my heart racing because I know it might very well be the only time I'll ever get the chance to use this line on an actual moil, I blurt out, "For the tips?" The moil doesn't laugh, which doesn't make sense to me. The context is perfect, and my timing impeccable. I conclude that to be a good moil, you must always be on guard against the peril of shaking with laughter. Sunday, October 11th. It's Thanksgiving weekend, and when I show up at the Greek restaurant, my family's already there, seated at the table. We sit there, not really talking, just sort of staring at Justin, who is now 3 months old. We constantly worry for his comfort and safety, and so every time he shifts in his baby seat, we clutch our hearts and mop the sweat from our brows with fistfuls of napkin. "I love him so much it hurts," my sister says, her hand on her mouth. "Me too," my father says. "It actually physically hurts." "It's like someone is beating me with sandbags," my mother says. "With me, it's more of a stabbing," my father counters. "I love him so much," my aunt says. "It's like having a serrated blade corkscrewed into my side." Not one to be outdone, my sister weighs in. "I love him so much, I feel like I'm drowning in love and can't breathe." She demonstrates the sensation by making gagging and gasping noises while scratching at the air. As we eat, my father accidentally tips a plate of olive oil onto his lap. Pretty soon afterwards, my aunt somehow manages to drip the wax from the candelabra onto her pants. And when I look over at my mother, she is wearing a bib of smeared tzatziki sauce across the chest of her black turtleneck. Ironically, it is the baby who proves to be the neatest eater among us. Truly, it feels like Justin is the best of us all. I look over at him, and he smiles a little smile at me that fills my heart with so much love. It's as though I have had my eyes sprayed with acid and my heart stabbed with a salad fork. I reach across the table for another soothing spoonful of tiramisu, and as I do, I drag my jacket sleeve through a puddle of spilled gravy. It feels like the final brushstroke to a happy family portrait.
My name is Graham Isidore. I have a progressive eye disease called keratoconus. Admitting I'm losing my vision has been hard, but explaining it to other people has been harder. Lately, I've been trying to talk about it. Short-sighted is an attempt to explain what vision loss feels like by exploring how it sounds. By sharing my story, we get into all the things you don't see about hidden disabilities. Short-sighted from CBC's Personally, available now.
Looking to buy your first car or home? Understanding your FICO score is key to achieving your life goals. Knowing your FICO scores helps you apply for loans with confidence and avoid surprises. With MyFICO, you get access to your FICO score, credit reports, 24/7 monitoring, and alerts on the go. Take the mystery out of your score and get your FICO score for free today. Visit myfico.com/free and discover the score lenders use most.
Hello?
Hey, Mom.
What's the matter?
No, nothing's the matter. I was just calling to say hi.
Oh, you made me nervous, John.
Just calling up on the telephone makes you nervous?
I don't know. Everything okay, sweetie?
Yeah, everything's good. I wanted to ask you something.
Yeah?
Is Dad around? I figure I can ask both of you at the same time.
Pick up the phone! It's Johnny!
Hello?
Hey, Dad.
Hi, Johnny.
How are you doing?
Can't complain. It's good. Things are good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You know, I haven't actually asked you guys this. I just wanted to know how it feels to be grandparents.
Oh, it feels wonderful, Johnny. Oh, my God.
It's a wonderful feeling. It's a very intense feeling.
Yeah?
When I have him on my arms, I smell his head, I kiss him. You know, it's just...
It's like when you're in love the first time.
In love, right. It's like falling in love. I'm in puppy love. It hurts. It's almost painful, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's painful.
And I realize now how much my grandparents loved me. When I was a child, I felt very well loved. Now I realize just how much I was loved.
And Dad, do you think about your grandparents?
Well, you know what, Johnny? My grandmother, who lived with us, I used to, I didn't respect her the way I should have. Now, when it's too late, now I sit here at age almost 75, I respect her. You know?
You wish you could live your life over, but you can't. This is sort of like a second chance.
How do you mean?
To do things right. You know?
To do what we didn't do for our own children, to try to be different emotionally and in terms of relationships and in terms of behavior.
Do you feel like it's changed? I mean, because I sort of feel like it's changed you guys. You both have become happier than I think I've ever seen you.
Yeah, we're happy. Yeah.
Is that weird? Is that strange?
It's such a love overtakes you.
Can we call it an epiphany? It's the only way I could describe it, Johnny. Like a blinding light is something that wakes you up, something that
it's an appreciation.
There are a lot of things that the only way that I could describe these things.
Has it changed how you relate to Dad?
Well, we're closer now. Yeah, we're closer now. We both have the same goals. We don't argue as much like...
You know, we share the same feelings. I could say to your mother, how do you feel now? Do you understand the ache that I have? Yes, I do, because I ache too when I don't see him.
You know when you're young and you're waiting for your boyfriend to call you, That's how I feel till I see Justin. Oh God, I love him so much.
So which of you guys would you say, loves the baby most?
I think I do, Johnny. I think I do.
No, I do.
I do.
No, I do.
I do.
No, I do.
I do.
No,
I love him. I love him.
No, yeah. But
Yeah, I love him.
mine is more concrete.
Well, I love him too. I love him too.
Hello.
How was the dinner at your apartment last night?
It was a disaster.
Why, you didn't serve fish chunks, did you?
It was supposed to be a nice, intimate soiree of fellow coworkers at the station, and it turned into a very uncomfortable affair.
What are you talking about, an intimate soiree? I thought you said you were going to have a date.
No, I never said I was gonna. And that probably explains the very inappropriate mixtape that you made for me.
You told me you had your first date in months, and I said, I'll make you a mixtape.
I never.
Are you claiming you have no memory of this conversation?
No,
where
I
you said,
have no.
I have no music in my house?
What kind of a mixtape is that? I went into the kitchen to finish basting the roast, and when I came back out, everyone was putting on their coats and making excuses about having to leave.
I don't know what you're talking about. It was all great music.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
No.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
I just said no. What
Here, listen to this. Hang on a second.
Hello there, pretty lady. You're with Johnny now. Doesn't that make you feel pretty? Being with gentle Johnny? And Johnny knows how to be gentle with you.
Oh, Johnny.
You are one lucky lady. One fine lucky lady. And luck will be a lady tonight. Lucky Johnny's lady.
You still don't know what I'm talking about.
So what's the problem? I love that song.
What's the problem? Gregor, do you hear yourself?
First of all, I was talking to your date, and second of all, that was subliminal messaging, so I don't even know what you're talking about because you're not even supposed to listen to that. It's supposed to be subliminal.
It's
you're talking directly to your unconscious, or in this case, the unconscious of your imaginary date, who you didn't even have.
I wasn't supposed to have, Gregor.
Look, Johnny, I don't know what kind of cockamamie home stereo you have, but on a real home stereo, the mix was fine. I played it here. You could hardly hear my voiceover.
The mix was fine?
Yeah, the mix was fine.
The mix was fine. You listen to this. It gets worse.
You're in Johnny's house now. Smooth talking Johnny. Johnny who moved in like a viper and separated you from your friends at the bar. Not because you're drunker than the rest. Don't be ridiculous. It's because you're so extra pretty. That's how smooth Johnny works. Like a smooth person who's smooth.
I think it creates a mood of sensuality. Furthermore, the only reason I put this tape together was to help you. Look, your sister just had a baby. Now look at your sister and look at you. One's got a beautiful baby boy and one's got an overflowing kitty litter box. And they don't even have a cat anymore as far as I can tell.
All right.
Which one you want to be? Do you want a filthy kitty litter box to rock to sleep at night and pretend it's your baby, or do you want a real human
Gregor,
baby?
I listened to this after they left, and I was horrified. I mean, how am I going to show my face at work after this?
If anything, people are going to have more respect for you because they're going to realize you're a lover man.
They're going to respect this?
Care for another glass of wine? Go ahead. Have another. Have two. If you drink enough, you might forget this ever happened. That way you won't hate yourself tomorrow and every day for the rest of your life. And by the way, did you tell a friend where you were going? Maybe now's a good time to let someone know, just in case something bad happens to you. Like I'm thinking tetanus from that dirty glass you're drinking out of.
You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like a friend trying to help another desperate friend.
No, that
ask help.
You were purposely trying to sabotage my evening.
You should never let anybody into your house. I told you that 100 times. I was trying to protect you.
So my evening was ruined by no fault of your own.
Let me explain something to you, okay? It's a concept called false correlation. You're crazy, so you can't see the simple plain truth, which is that whatever tape you put on, Green Day or Rachmaninoff, it makes no difference at all.
So this made no difference. Here, listen to this. This made no difference at all.
Now take a deep breath of Johnny's seductive aroma. You smell that? No, not that. That's the smell of cats. Johnny's cats. Actually, if you want to be fussy, it's the smell of the litter box that the cats use. I tell Smooth Johnny to clean it out more often, but does he listen? Of course not. That's because he's impossible.
He probably even let you pay for the cab ride over, didn't he? What's the matter with you, Johnny? Stupid, smooth Johnny.
Gregor, when I came out of the kitchen, the only person who was still there was this 55-year-old bachelor technician guy named Russell, who has pictures of his hamsters all over his cubicle. And he wouldn't leave.
You know what I do if I'm having a dinner party and it's time for people to go home and they don't get the message?
What?
I show them the slides from the vacation you took to the Northland Antique Radio Convention in Plymouth, Minnesota. And you know what always the last picture that people see before they run screaming out the door?
What?
Is that one of you pretending to be a human antenna? That's the one. So do yourself a favor. The next time you have a dinner party, you have me there. I can entertain them while they're there, and when you want them out the door, I'll get them out the door. I know how to move a crowd.
Wait a second. Is that what this is about?
Is that what what's about?
You're angry that I didn't invite you to my dinner party, so you decided to ruin it.
Okay, you know what you are? You're insane.
I didn't think it was going to be something that would interest you. It was just for coworkers.
Nothing to be ashamed of. It's an illness.
You wanted to come to my house.
You were about 10 minutes out of being tackled by guys with a giant butterfly net and wrapped up in a straitjacket.
Because you weren't invited to come to my house. You decided that you were going to ruin the entire evening for me.
You know how many dinner parties I had that I didn't make it to because I was busy going to other dinner parties last night?
You wanted to come to my
You
dinner
could have
party.
invited me to a stupid dinner party. I couldn't have made it because I had like so many on the list ahead of me to other dinner
On Wiretap today, you heard Patrick Friedman of the Seasteading Institute. You also heard Howard Chakowitz, Buzz and Dina Goldstein, and Gregor Ehrlich. Wiretap is produced by Jonathan Goldstein, with Mira Bergwintonic and Crystal Duhane.
For more CBC podcasts, go to cbc.ca/podcasts.
Hey there, I'm Kathleen Goldhar, and I have a confession to make. I am a true crime fanatic. I devour books and films, and most of all, true crime podcasts.
Well, I don't know what's going on upstairs other than some people know what their future is. And the biggest pieces of shit aren't in the building. And also, will never, ever, ever come to my door. No, they won't, will they? Mm-mm. They've got their patsies to do that. What the fuck, dude? I watched The Prophecy and it was good. I had no idea there was a sequel. What? Yes. Dude, I love Christopher Walken. I love him. Excellent. Spoiler alert, I'm playing Prophecy 2, which I didn't even know existed. Prophecy 1 was good if you're a Christopher Walken fan. If it was some other guy as the lead character, it would have been stupid.
I'm really nice to these visions and deafen my ears to the screams.
Oh, we're starting out with a prayer on people that are damned and chose to die.
I heard the dying cries of 10,000 angels. Guide my mind, Lord. For what I see is the coming end of the kingdom of heaven.
Is this a mood movie? Remember, on Sundays, for those of you that haven't been stalking me for a year plus, on Sundays, the Redacted authorizes me to be a super king kamehameha bitch.
Protect and keep these pages in heaven's darkest hour. And watch over us, Lord. For heaven's war has come to earth. To stack it.
It's 5 past the hour, and that means a quick look at today's weather. This morning, San Fernando Valley residents got a surprise when they found frost on their windshields. But things will be warming up this afternoon. The gusty winds will be dying down. We'll have clear skies, good moderate air quality, temperatures 70s in the valleys, 60s at the beaches. As far as traffic is concerned, the signal alert we had this morning reported northbound on 405 at Sunset is still backing things up. We'll have to wait while authorities investigate that situation. Southbound on 405 has normal slowing, however, it has stacked up quite a ways past.
Car accident, Hit this hallway. People get out of the way. Oh, you will be. Yeah, we'll be reviewed. Jesus, I don't know what happened. It's there. That's where you go. It's 1:30. I'll call you in a minute. Got it. What?
Let's take it from you now. Thanks.
What's going on? I don't know, Father. It just started screaming. I tried to open the door and block it.
Thomas! Thomas! Thomas!
promise. He's coming. It's time for you to go, Gabriel. This is not my war, and hell is big enough for both of us.
Also, spoiler alert, what's so funny about it all is that I'm not wrong at all. I.e., if you haven't blown the whistle yet, I strongly advise you do. Reduce that sentence. Maybe you'll have something extra to say that someone hasn't already said in a more timely manner. But if you were in court pretending like you personally served me at all, you were fucked. And that includes those of you pretending to personally serve me when sending me letters weeks after you knew the FBI didn't authorize me to open any of your rubbish because you were going to prison.
I just wanted to apologize. I could have killed you.
Let's do a recap, guys, of the September 15th, 2024 cease and desist letter. Remember that line? Will be struck down and used to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. And then I just want to remind everybody, this is the final time I'm going to remind you because I am assuming I'm going to get my head chewed off tomorrow, and also because I have instructions not to pause like this and talk to you, but only to talk aloud to podcasts, movies, or TV, to read the script, and to orally narrate when you guys are making threats directly above my head and or there's anything peculiar going on. I.e., I won't be able to address you all directly again starting tomorrow, guys. So I just want to remind you, let's play a pretend game. You're a pretend detective. You show up because you think someone might be murdering somebody, but you show up late. You see them plunge a knife into the person and they're dead. Then you watch them bury the body. Then you learn, because of the warrants that you've acquired in wiretaps, that they had premeditated. Oh no, you already knew. You already knew they premeditated the murder. That's why you showed up. But you showed up and it was too late. They stuck the knife in that person and they died. Then you watched them bury the body. Then you also saw that part of the plan was for them to collect a life insurance payment, and that required a death certificate, which required a body or a missing persons report. Anyway, then these people that you just watched murder another person and hide the body go about all of the ways to try and get all of the right paperwork to get their big check. And before they even talk to any of them, you, the wonderful detective you are, you go and talk to everyone that's going to be involved in the paperwork. And you let them know that you saw this person murder the person that they're going to report as missing. Get a fraudulent death certificate stating that they, whatever, didn't die from murder. And that those were required for them to bring to the insurance company to get a big check. Are you, as a detective, going to bust them for the murder and the body? Or are you going to wait and bust them for the murder, the body, the fraud, the cover-up, and trying to cash a check? You tell me. Yeah, guys. Totally. Highly controlled investigation. You snared yourselves. And it'll be 6 months of you doing nothing but repeatedly hanging yourselves. Next month. Assuming you aren't detained before February 1st, like the FBI stated, for well over 90 days. And then remember, who should be at my door? That's right. The 2+ attorneys that are going to be federally disbarred in February. But they won't come to my door because they only want to send the people they don't like. Which is some of you that are hearing me right now, right, boy? Right, boy? Right, boy? Just remember, I'm not going to be able to remind you of that this week or next.
Wing it.
This place looks lived in. What about these visions, Thomas? What do? You write them down on a scroll and stone tablet. Well, your prophets enjoy doing that. Or
So final recap, who's going to prison the longest? Repeat after me. Anyone who thinks I'm going to get paid less than the invoice, top of the list. But the very top of the list
Is anyone and everyone still going along with the premeditated, perjurous, fraudulent, in this case, act of domestic terrorism, claim of, quote, reactive measures? That's a guaranteed prosecution for the conspiracy. And domestic terrorism. I don't know the nuances, but that's what the FBI said. And anyone and everyone who believes my sons won't be coming back to their home as well.
Maybe a picture. Certain someone.
Oh, and of course, anyone and everyone that is still thinking that I'm going to be either moving or they're going to be illegally entering, which remember, the FBI has stated explicitly they will charge you with breaking and entering and every crime on the fucking door.
I know you've seen her, Thomas. So?
Who is she? Ironic, isn't it? An archangel needs a monkey to get a vision from God.
It's a small step. Prophet, order. Take it.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
And on that note, I just want to remind everybody, I did tell you there hasn't been a bait the FBI has dangled that you knuckleheads haven't taken. And that includes the December 14th revised declaration, of which if even a single sentence is denied or disputed, convictions are guaranteed. And I haven't been served anything since February of 2023. But the FBI did say you guys took the bait, and as of Christmas Eve, proved apparently beyond a reasonable doubt all of your criminal intentions. So what is it that you guys had planned for today in this week, huh, guys? In the start of the week after next. Because remember, the week after next, y'all who are going to prison are real grumpy that Thursday and Friday. Real grumpy. Rawr! Grumpy.
That was a pretty great exit.
I got what they.
Well, I hope you don't mind I had this strike cleaned. I figured it was the least I could do.
You don't have to keep apologizing, Don.
Yeah, well, you don't have to keep forgiving me either.
And when I say the week after next week, I literally am talking about the week after the forthcoming week. I'm Jewish, so for me, the week starts on Sunday. It's already begun. I'm talking about the week after. It's my understanding for the FBI, everyone that's going to prison, except for the quote-unquote shark, is really happy and confident, and they are so smart. Mm-hmm. They've perpetrated over 200 crimes against this Jew. Mm-hmm. But that all changes for them the week after next, right around Thursday or Friday. Again, when this will be them. Roar!
It's in my upbringing.
No, guilt's in mine, so.
How would you feel about seeing me?
Most of the kids in the ward are terminal. And I used to spend a lot of time hoping. I just stopped. It makes you wonder what the point is.
What do you think the point is, Scott?
Right now? $472 a week plus benefits.
Makes me sad.
Wonder if it should make me sad too.
Maybe you should.
What, you just don't like talking about yourself?
Not much to tell. I think you're the more interesting.
You think? I don't know, that looks pretty interesting to me.
Just something like that.
Yeah?
You remember?
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, we lived together for 3 years, and then we were married for 3 months. And when he wasn't running up my Visa card, he was home watching that Email at the Laptop show. He wasn't exactly the most employable soul on the planet.
Where is he now?
He left.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I mean, it's probably for the best. I was miserable. I just
It was fun.
I thought you were just walking me home.
Would you rather I leave?
I'm not sure.
It's not a good time.
Yeah.
I know. You all right?
I'm glad.
Yes.
Fastune define. Fastune define.
Here's the definition of festoon. A chain or garland of flowers, leaves, or ribbons, hung in a curve as a decoration.
Mortar define.
Here's the definition of mortar. A short smoothbore gun for firing shells, technically called bombs, at high angles.
Do you accept me?
Oh, give me a fucking break, dude. I think this is supposed to be like the cinematic take on making the Antichrist or something. Gets an F for that. It would be much more exciting. Come on. Red Hot Chili Peppers music video, Sir Psycho Sexy.
and I dedicate this one to everybody that blew the whistle. That, like me, all we have to do is wait. We just gotta wait, baby. It's because we're so sexy that we get paid to do the right thing.
Death to any target. If I simply think that I want to kill someone, they immediately die.
No way! That's beyond.
Also, whistleblowers, word to the wise, you gotta pretend like you're at least a little bit nervous or apprehensive.
Long time ago, before the wind, before the snow, lived a man, I know, lived a freak in nature, they were so psycho, sexy, that is me. Sometimes I need to scream.
Amen. You're a freak of nature, but we love you so.
The Garden of Eden, standing there with my heart on bleeding, there's a devil in my deep, and some demons in my semen. A good God knows that will be treason. Believe me, E.G. gave the reason booty. Looking too good not to be squeezing. Fever, I don't have a fever. I'm a giver cause she's the receiver. I won't and I don't hang up until I please her. Making her feel like an overachiever. I took it away for a minute just to tease her. And then I gave it back a little bit deeper. The pain that I met one time. The man that looked me blind. I got stopped by a lady capped in my automobile. She said, get out and spread your legs, and then she tried to cop her feel. That cop, she was out dressed in blue. What you thinking? Boy, I'm telling you, she stuck my butt with a big black shit. What shit? What's up? Now suck my dick like a ram. Get ready to jam the land. She wiggled just a little when she felt my hand on her crotch, so very warm. I could feel it get wet through the uniform. Wrapping her up on the black and white on the white down straight. Well, that's tight. Outside of her like no SWAT team can to the cherry pie. Right into jail. I'ma admit you one time. I'm a man that leave you blind. Two kids with you. I will miss you. I love you.
And it's very sad. I think I'll stay for a while.
And why was that song dedicated to the whistleblowers? Because they're sexy, they're getting paid. And the chorus is,
You're a freak of nature, but we love you so. You're a freak of nature, so the federal marshals will let you go into that hotel room with your $200 and something change. Per diem and on guard. I believe it's $250 a day. Valerie?
Is it done?
It's done.
Took you long enough. Like I said, to force it. I didn't say take your time.
Oh, and a couple of other things I want to say in this video, because remember, I won't be able to say them after tomorrow. January 28th, around January 28th, myself and the whistleblowers are quote unquote euphoric. Emphasis on the word around, because it could very well be the 27th. This week, the shark, the one the FBI is most excited to put behind bars, is pissed off tomorrow and the day after. But everybody else that's going to prison seems to be happy and confident until the middle of the week after next. And anyone that is on my private property, as has been the case since before you kidnapped my kids, is guilty of every crime on my door. Hope you blew the whistle. And on that note, I do believe Officer Peekaboo blew the whistle. No one's confirmed that, but the FBI talked about how fucking afraid he was. So props to him if he did. I really hope Brandon Gill blew the whistle.
Time to. Nice look.
And then remember, I am legally obligated, because of my oral statements, to not sue the independent whistleblowers, the precincts, the departments, the offices, associations, LLCs. These are the ones that I hope to have pay me. But I do legally have the ability to make you all pay me, as I have this whole time. It's because I'm a legally ordained minister that I made the stipulation that everyone that has blown the whistle independently, because remember, the FBI said some of you gave quite a sales pitch, and that does not constitute whistleblowing. And they also followed that up with, some people lied to the FBI, and that alone is a whole separate crime. So my statements that I'm not suing any of the whistleblowers are limited to independent persons. But just to be clear, that is basically a legal contract that we've entered into, even though I don't know who has and has not blown the whistle. I know everybody in King County has, but I didn't think anyone in King County was going to be going to prison for what they've done.
Deep breath, Daniel. There's no way to fix this. Come back now. As far as I'm concerned, nothing happened. She was a momentary lapse of self-control, Daniel. But I'll find her. Don't walk away!
Dude, no way am I running from Christopher Walken, even though he's old as fuck, dude.
Don't
I feel
kill
like
me
if
if I
Christopher
don't.
Walken tells me to stop right there, I'm stopping. I feel like Christopher Walken really could kick people's ass.
did this?
Why couldn't you just stay out of it? It's your business. This was my fight. You made it yours. My enemy's friend is my enemy.
How many more worlds have to burn before you're satisfied?
Just one. This one.
Damn. He's ripping hearts out of people and shit in this movie.
I'm not greedy. Hi. I wonder if you could help me. I have a friend and she got herself in a situation and I was wondering if maybe she might have been able to see you.
We have a very broad-based clientele, sir.
If this was her,
Clan check.
if this was her clan check, could you find her name and where she lives in that, whatever it is?
Of course. This laundry's ready to be picked up. So I can't get that information out.
Well, she wouldn't mind. We're family.
You just said you were friends.
Caught me very Martin. I want to know.
It hurts here or it hurts here? Here. And your belly, Madonna, it hurts up here or down here? Kind of here. Am I making this okay? No, sir, I was just fine. But you love eggs. You love eggs.
Nana, gross, no eggs. No
Every
eggs,
morning
please.
you ask me for eggs. I am making some eggs.
Nana, I
Mira,
don't want
mira, Valeria,
eggs.
te voy a decir una cosa. Si tú quieres estar flaca,
I
no
don't want to
puedes
be
comer
sick.
esta
That's not what.
Si estás encinta, te voy a matar. No, esta es mi casa.
Cold. I have a cold. Every time I get my knee,
Aquí
you
está
tell
de
me that I'm pregnant. That's why I want to become a nurse. Ruthie, people don't get pregnant just because they scrape their knees.
So, love to know where your grandmother went to medical school.
There must be a mistake.
There's no mistake, Val. You're pregnant.
That's not possible. Kat, I've been with one man, and that was just a couple days ago.
You know, you're not just pregnant. According to the test, you're in your second trimester.
Oh, and I am so glad that I am not one of Godzilla's little female dolls that he makes pregnant via immaculate conception, dude. That'd be some shit. Can you imagine, ladies? Can you imagine all of a sudden you were pregnant?
Hey, it's done.
Oh, it's incredible.
Oh, I like her. Is that Brittany Murphy? No, that's not Brittany.
I can't think of a better way to do it, Julian.
If there's any way I can have you, then I will.
Prophecy 2 full cast. It is Brittany Murphy. She was so cool. Talk about strange death circumstances, dude. If you don't know about Brittany Murphy's body and death and the year prior, you should look into that. That is some fucked up shit. And who do I think is responsible? I think her mom and her fat, ugly, disgusting boyfriend or fiance or husband, whatever that dude was.
I won't have it any other way. I put that in the note.
Are you ready?
Ready? I'm ready.
Oh. See you in heaven, baby.
Me either. Anybody home? Huh? What's the bed? Intensive care. Izzy. Isabel. Come back. Come back. I know you're in there. Come back now. Get up. Back it up. Hi. Nice hair.
Julian.
He's gone. He's dead. He's taking a dirt nap. Look, I need your help. I'm short-staffed at the moment. Don't start. Don't start. Take that, please.
Julian.
He spilled milk.
Julian.
Come on, kiddo. Now what to do?
Julian. Julian. I kill myself.
Listen, no. It's up to me.
Oh my God. How do you know he did it?
Let me clear my throat.
his bare hands. Plus, he left this at the crime scene. Somehow he managed to check in and out without leaving his name, but we traced him to you for that patient ID number. So what can you tell us about that?
Nothing. I barely knew him.
It's not surprising.
Does that ring a bell? Well, he had a,
You, Val?
Yes.
You the nurse?
Yes.
You done with her? Yeah, take her. Come here.
I don't know what to tell you. I
shut
don't
up.
really know.
Listen. Really listen.
Both ears. Not to tell me both ears are listening. I've dealt with 1,000 bodies in this office. Floaters, crispy critters, bug bait, bodies you wouldn't even know what bodies if it wasn't for a driver's license.
Yes, but I don't see what that has to do.
Don't talk about bodies chopped and minced and skinned and used as table decorations.
That's your job.
You're talking again. Listen, 4 years ago, a body.
You're talking again.
Tattoo
Yeah.
like those?
No. Listen. Rewind the tape, motherfucker.
Eyeless. But hey, I'm a sport. I played along. Tried to determine when I rolled into my office. But the questions just got deeper. No sign of growth, no white cells, no optic nerves. I realized what was there before me. I'd never been born.
That's not possible.
That's what I think. And then it was gone. Burned up in a flash one night. All the records, everything to indicate that it had been there, disappeared. Everybody that had anything to do with that body has either died or gone mad, including my friend Thomas.
Who's he?
A detective. He became a monk. He used to send me cheese wheels every Christmas.
Where could I find him?
You can't. He's dead. Burned to ash at St. Gregory's Monastery.
What do you mean burned to ash?
You look like a nice person, Val. Take my advice. Walk away. Don't get involved whatever you do. Get the lights.
Oh, I can't read the sign. What does it say? The body.
Hey, Joe. Mira, se lo investigué.
This Rosales, I really don't know what else I can tell you. His death shocked everybody. Thomas was a fine member of our order.
I understand he used to be a detective.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did he ever talk to you about any odd cases that he had? Anything dealing with cults or gangs or anything?
Miss Rosales, I really can't disclose anything.
I know, Father. It's just that he was involved with something a while ago, and it's something that I may have stepped into as well.
It's angelic script. According to the old Hebrews, God marked all his angels with such a sign. Or so Thomas told me. He was a bit of an expert on such matters.
How so?
All right, listen. This is not something I would normally discuss. Does it seem so important to you? Please. Thomas was obsessed on the subject of angels. Much so that he claimed to have had visions of them. According to him, some angels became jealous that God was giving too much attention to mankind, so they tried to wipe humans out under the Archangel Gabriel. Please have a seat. The problem was, to do that, they had to contend with other angels that were still loyal to God's will. caused a kind of civil war up there, tore heaven apart. Thomas believed that there was to be a final confrontation. And if the good side wins, great.
And if not,
If not, Foster cinis di cielo ardenti terram contagiens.
what does that mean?
Then ash from a burning heaven will cover the earth.
Well, if this guy was so good at prophesizing, did he bother to say how it ends?
It gets metaphorical. It talks about union of heaven and earth, the coming of a Nephilim,
A what?
a Nephilim, a child born of an angel and a human woman. It's talked about in Genesis 6. I honestly don't know what to make of it.
When humans began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw they were beautiful and took wives for themselves, all that they desired. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, when the sons of God went into the daughters of...
Dude, this is the story she told us on night one of Hanukkah. Gold star for you and you and you. You guys want fruit snacks? You have to come downstairs.
Kingdoms, and bore children to them. They were giants, men of great and terrible renown.
So, you're keeping me alive because you don't know Das.
Oh, this makes me so sad that she's dead. I think Brittany Murphy is hot, dude. I don't know if I'm the only one because none of my guy friends have ever mentioned her when they list hot chicks. I think Brittany Murphy is hot, and she reminds me of another hottie whose name I all of a sudden am blanking on. Adam Sandler's girlfriend in Waterboy, and she was the cat girl in Dr. Moreau's Island. Fuck, I can't believe I should remember her name too. That's fucked up. Anyway, both of those girls are hot, but this is sad because look at there's Brittany Murphy, guys. She's alive and she's so cute, and now she's dead. And I think that it was her morbidly obese man toy and mommy who are responsible. Last year of her life was like a fucking movie.
What was the number?
3366. Wait, something's happening.
Is that her?
Rosales. Valerie.
Nana? Nana?
How much time left in his hands? He's going to see a witness. Look at it this way. You two can hook up later. You have no idea the trouble got there.
I'm gonna go back to that movie, but I'm gonna go try and pick him. Ooh, this is a good one. I hope all of you know who Shakti is. She wrote an excellent book.
Attention, seniors. So, what'd you do all summer, Danny? You don't want to hear all the details.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. I imagine that by now, many of you already realize that in conjunction with White Crow Books, we've just launched the new Thinking Aloud Dialogues book imprint, and our first title is There Life After Death?
Here's the answer on that, guys. If you win eternal life, you'll never even know when you're dead. Get it?
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Remember, guys, if there's not a
Hello and
selfie
welcome.
on this live
Today
stream,
we're going
I
to
didn't
talk about
end it.
living in the light, living as spiritual beings in the material world. And my guest is Shakti Gawain, the author of the best-selling book Creative Visualization, as well as a new book, Living in the Light. Shakti is the founder of the Shakti Center in Mill Valley, California, and the co-founder of Whatever Press. Welcome, Shakti.
Thanks.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
Your basic premise is that we are energy beings, we are spiritual beings. That's our basic nature, and that the physical world that we perceive about us isn't really quite as real, I suppose.
Oh, it's real. It's real. It's just two different levels of reality.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely real. But that we have created the physical world out of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Energy.
The physical world emerges as sort of a playground for us to learn and grow in. And
Yeah.
the trick that we all seem to have is having recognized that about ourselves, or at least intellectually having some concept of the spirit within, the God within us. How do we then reconcile that with our life here on this planet?
I literally think we created this physical plane of existence to master the creative process, creating form out of spirit.
In ancient mythologies, it's sometimes referred to, I think, as the descent of spirit into matter, and then the ascent of matter back to spirit. But we're sort of at the turning point right now, where we're trying, and many people are, the New Age people, and in many different mysterious ways, people are trying to reconcile these two aspects of our nature. And I suppose it's especially crucial in the world that we live today that we do that.
And actually, I believe that we are facing the challenge of completely synthesizing, of creating a world of form that's completely conscious of spirit. You know, where we're totally aware that we are spiritual beings and that we are creating this physical world, and that we do it consciously and with joy.
So you have written a number of different guidelines, and one of the interesting things, I think, is you discuss how we get locked into almost like little knots or little circles where, for example, one of the polarities you describe as the tyrant and the rebel, that these parts of our personality can come out in opposition to each other, and then we go spinning around in a little dance with that, we lose track of our real nature.
Well, the basic premise that I'm trying to learn to live by, and teaching and helping other people to work with, is that we each have the truth within us, and that if we learn to trust, to listen to our intuition, and to trust our own inner knowingness, and to live by it moment by moment, to learn to listen and act on our own intuitive knowingness, that then there's an inner guidance and intelligence within us that simply shows us every step of the way. And it's really very beautiful and in a way extremely simple. If we can only get ourselves uncomplicated enough to learn to do that. And what you're describing is the fact that instead of doing that, what most of us have been taught is to learn to live by rules. You know, and we have a whole elaborate set of rules, and we try to follow those rules. But since most of those rules are really not very good for us, we often develop a rebellious part of us that then does the exact opposite of the rules. Neither one of those things is our true essence. So what we have to learn to do is set aside all the rules, set aside the rebellion, and simply go for what's true, what feels right, inside of us.
In a sense, I suppose it's reminiscent of the Chinese Taoist philosophy of the yin yang, finding that perfect balance.
Definitely.
Would you say that if I were to be totally intuitive, that my intuition would tell me once in a while I ought to follow the rules?
Well, yeah. Your intuition will just tell you each moment what's appropriate, and sometimes it will correspond with whatever set of rules or somebody else's set of rules. Absolutely.
Well, I guess what I'm wondering is, to what extent is it appropriate to follow the intuition? I think I hear you saying 100%.
Yes.
100% intuition all the way.
When you can learn to do that. I mean, that takes practice. You can't just go out and do that overnight. But the fact of the matter is that your intuition is 100% correct. Now, learning to hear it and learning to determine what is your true intuitive voice and learning how to interpret it and so on, that's a whole art form, which probably take us a lifetime to do that.
Because we have many sub-personalities within us that would love to take control of the whole system and sort of masquerade
Some of
as
them
the
are
true
already in
voice.
control, and learning how to get them out of control and avoid having other ones take control and really learn to get to the truth is a tricky process. It's an art form, as I said. But it's not as complicated as people think. People tend to make a real big deal out of this, and in a sense, it's fairly simple. It comes down to really trusting your gut feeling about things as often as you can. And sure, there's a lot of other voices going on inside of you, and you have to learn to recognize those different voices. For example, there's the voice of the judge. That part of us that's always judging ourselves, judging other people.
The Freudian superego.
Right. And so we need to, a lot of times the judge is running our lives. So we need to learn to distinguish when that judging voice is coming in. That's not the intuition. It usually speaks in a lot of shoulds. And if you're hearing a should, that's not it. Then there's fear voices, there's all kinds of.
One of the areas that you emphasize quite a bit is what you call the old male and the old female. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, actually, what I talk about is that we all have a male and female aspect to us, and one of the main things I believe that we're trying to do is allow the development of and the integration of our male and female sides and male and female aspect. And the way we've treated those in the past has been very out of balance in various different ways. The old male, what I call the old male, is the very controlling ego part of us, male or female. We each have that controlling ego side of us, which is the one that tells us that we're wrong and bad and that we need to do it this way and that we have to control everything and so forth. But the true nature of the feminine and masculine aspects of ourselves, as I see it, is that the feminine side of us is the intuitive aspect. And the male is the active aspect of our being. And what we want to learn to do is allow our male to trust and support and act from the intuitive feminine side of our nature. So whether you're a man or woman, you could think, some people don't like these terms, and you can easily use other terms, but I like kind of the poetic aspect of these terms. to think of your feminine side as being intuitive and the guiding force within and the nurturing aspect of ourselves. And the male side is the one who carries out the action. So to put it very simply, you ask me to come and be interviewed on your television show. I consult my feminine side, my intuitive side, and say, well, do I want to do this? And she says, yes, I'd love to do that. And it's my male side then that says, okay, I'll come. And who gets me here?
In other words, the male side, the actor, the doer, seems to, ideally in your terms, always work under the guidance of the female side.
Well, that to me is the ideal, is that they trust in each other and work together. So instead of constantly distrusting ourselves, we act on the basis of love and trust within ourselves. Most of us have operated the opposite. In other words, you have an intuitive feeling, and almost before you even realize you've had it, you usually put it down. Let's say you have a feeling, gee, I'd love to quit my job and try doing such and such, or I sure would like to be able to express this feeling to this person, or, some impulse like that. And then you go, oh, you can't do that. I mean, that's crazy. You shouldn't do that. And we immediately contradict our impulse or our feeling. So that's the male side of us contradicting and suppressing the intuitive.
Now, one of the nice things that I found in your writing is this sense of let's tolerate our weaknesses. If we have these great spiritual ideals and we fall short of them, as we always seem to do or frequently seem to do, that you suggest that we should just observe that without blaming ourselves.
Well, it certainly is helpful. I mean, blaming yourself never gets you anywhere. It just makes you feel bad, and that really doesn't help you to grow. It's tricky understanding that you're a god or a goddess, and you're also a human being. And, that's the predicament we're in. We are very powerful, creative, insightful, spiritual beings, and we also are very human, and we're filled with all kinds of so-called imperfections and weaknesses and vulnerabilities, and that's what's beautiful about us too. It's a beautiful thing to be a godlike being in a vulnerable human personality and body. So, love yourself for your power and love yourself for your vulnerability and your shortcomings, and then you can be happy.
You make it sound so easy, though. Is it easy?
Oh, well, no. Because, we've made it very complicated. I think I mentioned that earlier. It's almost like to me, the more I understand the nature of life, the more I realize it's really meant to be easy. But we make it very complicated. And so it takes a long time to work our way back through all the complications and get back to the ease. To just know that I have the truth within me. I can trust it. I can trust myself. I can act spontaneously how I feel. I can do the things I love to do and not do the things that I really don't like to do. I can trust my heart. I can trust my gut feelings. It makes for an easy way of living. It makes for a very flowing way of living. But being the sort of neurotic, Western, civilized person that I am, I have a hard time letting it be that easy.
You mentioned, for example, your own struggle in writing this book, where you had a lot of people pressuring you to get another book out. After all, you had one bestseller,
right?
And you yourself wanted to do it, and it just didn't seem to happen. So you sort of took an attitude of kind of, well, whatever, when it's ready, it'll be ready.
I know that for me in my life now, if something feels like struggle or too much hard work, or you're forcing it, I can't do it. So I knew I had another book to write, and I kept thinking, well, I should do it, but it wasn't coming spontaneously from inside of me, so I just kept waiting, and I waited 7 years from the time when I first put myself to work. And when it was the right time, just as I had felt it would happen, it came inside. And that's how things have to be for me. They have to come at the right moment. When they come at the right moment, then they happen.
So there's a kind of almost effortless quality to it.
There is when I'm really trusting and following. And I get scared, I get scared and I tighten up and I think, it's not going to work, or I can't do it. And then I just have to give myself a lot of love and compassion and get myself through that fear, and then it works.
Well, let's talk about discipline. So much of our culture is based on discipline. For example, in athletics, people are taught they have to sacrifice. It doesn't matter whether you feel like training or practicing or not. You've got to put in 5-6 hours a day. Isn't that kind of contrary to the?
It really isn't. But you have to understand that the nature of truth always contains both
The kernel of its opposite.
both polarities.
Yeah.
And in becoming balanced, we need to be able to develop both sides of every spectrum, both polarities. So there's a place for discipline. I mean, discipline is a very important quality to have in the physical world, but it can also be totally misused. And discipline feels good when your intuition tells you that you want to be disciplined. You know, like when I really want to do something, and I know that it's going to take discipline to do it, it's easy. It feels good. I enjoy the discipline of it. It comes from inside of me. But many people use discipline in that harsh, judging way. You know, you should be doing this, and you should do it, and then you usually rebel against it when you don't do it. So it's a matter of trusting the times when you want to just let go and not do anything. And it's okay to do that sometimes for days, weeks, months. And then there's a time when the energy comes and it feels good to discipline yourself to do something.
What you seem to be saying then is just be with your process, whatever it is.
Absolutely, trust it.
Because I imagine intuition in the traditions, it's that still, silent voice that is always correct.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's not so still and silent.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it really.
Sometimes it's raging. When you don't listen to it, you know, sometimes. But for the most part, the more you listen to it and trust it and follow it, the stronger it becomes, so that you can really begin to feel the difference between your intuition and all the other voices that come inside.
In most people, I would think there's some conflict. There's a yes, no, yes,
Oh, yeah.
no. We go in circles around these decisions.
Sure.
And none of those conflicting voices, I imagine, are really intuitive. Or real deep.
Well, sometimes they are. Sometimes one of them is, and one of them is a voice of fear or programming or whatever. It takes practice. And what I usually suggest that people do is just try to, as simply as you can, get in touch with what feels the best to you, what would feel the most gut feeling right to you, and try it and see what happens. You have to be willing to do a little trial and error in this. You know, take a risk, do something a little different than you usually do. Follow your heart's desire in a small way. I don't tell people to do big things. Try the small things first. See what happens. Practice with it. And if you're wrong, you'll learn. You don't create total disasters by doing this, incidentally. Somehow, when you have a sincere desire to really trust your intuition and do the right thing, as you're practicing, you sometimes embarrass yourself a little. You sometimes make a mistake and, you know, do things a little foolishly or whatever. But you do learn real fast by being willing to take those risks.
What are some examples of that?
Let's just take something real simple, you know. Say you go to a party. This is a good one I like to use. You know, or a social gathering or a workshop or a lecture or anything else that you go to. And you're sitting there and you realize, I don't even really want to be here. You know, there's just a feeling that there's not much energy here. This isn't feeling good to me. This isn't where I want to be. Well, normally you would contradict yourself. You go, well, I have to be here. I can't walk out. It would be rude. I might miss something, you know. Well, just for the heck of it, sometime when you're feeling that way, try leaving. And just see how it feels to you. And see what happens as a result of doing it. Maybe you're wrong. But on the other hand, maybe you're right. Try it and see. Now, as you try doing those unusual things and trusting your feelings, if you're following your intuition, there will be a feeling of more aliveness. That's how you can tell. There's more juice, there's more energy, there's more aliveness that starts to happen.
That's crucial, isn't it?
Absolutely. And when you get that feeling of more power, more aliveness, more energy, you start to be able to recognize the difference between that and the sort of deadness that happens when you don't trust yourself and don't do what you really feel. And that becomes your monitoring system. So you can always tell it. Even though you may be doing something, you're not even sure why you're doing it. But there's more life in it. And that's how we become more alive, healthier, happier, more energetic, by doing what we really want to do.
And I would suppose that that's a process that one really does moment by moment.
It has to be moment by moment. It literally has to be each moment. How do I feel right now? What feels right to me right now? What impulse do I have right now? If I don't have any, just relax, let go for a little while, see what comes next. If you try to plan it and figure it out, you'll get in your intellect. And the intuition isn't in the intellect. So people often misunderstand. They go, okay, well then, what does my intuition tell me about what to do with the rest of my life? You know, you don't know that yet. All you can do is say, well, as of right now, what do I really feel? What do I really want to do right this minute or today? How, what would give me energy right now? What would feel alive and exciting or restful and nurturing? Depending on what you need at any given moment. There are many people who are constantly driving themselves so hard that if they start listening to their intuition, the intuition starts to tell them to do less and less for a while. And that's a hard one to trust.
I find from doing these TV programs that a conversation is almost a model of this kind of intuition, because when we're in conversation with other people, that's what we do. The next thing we say is what comes to us intuitively.
Exactly. And that's what I do when I lead a workshop or give a talk. I don't plan ahead. I just go, I relax, and I start listening inside of me, and I start saying whatever comes to me and doing whatever comes up to do. And it's a great way to live. It's much more interesting than having everything all planned ahead.
What does the light mean when we talk about living in the light? The term is used so much. What does it mean to you?
To me, I guess it means consciousness, being conscious, being aware, taking out all the things, the dark places, the things we haven't looked at, haven't wanted to look at, haven't wanted to face, and shining the light on them, becoming conscious of it, becoming aware of all aspects of ourselves, so that we can really love everything about ourselves and about life. That's what it means to me.
I suppose when we as a society really begin living in the light, shedding light in all of those really dark places, we'll make this a better world for all of us.
I believe it has to start with the individual. That the only way you can transform the world truly is by transforming yourself, which means getting in touch with yourself, learning about yourself, developing all the different parts of you that you haven't developed yet, learning to love the parts of you that you haven't learned to love yet, learning to express all aspects of yourself. And as we become whole, expressive, creative, spontaneous, alive people, we kind of radiate that energy around us. When you see someone living that way, it inspires you. You think, hey, I could do that. I mean, look at him, he's doing it. Look at her, she's doing it. I could be more myself. I could take the risk to express myself more fully or do more of what I really want to do in my life. And then it kind of spreads that way. And I do believe that that's what changes. You have to live it. You can't just think about it or wish for it, or even visualizing. I'm a great believer in visualization, but in addition to visualizing, you have to be willing to act on your intuition in the moment, to trust those feelings that you have.
Do you recommend techniques for people to become more intuitive?
Well, it's always helpful to use relaxation techniques, any kind of meditation technique, that sort of thing, to get yourself just to sort of learn to relax and tune in and get more in touch with yourself. But when it comes right down to it, people often want some kind of a technique to avoid having to just do the simple thing, which is ask yourself, what do I really feel right now? What do I really want? Look, if I really trusted myself in this moment, what would I do? What would I say? And just do it. And a technique that helps you to be able to do that is getting more in touch with your body, because we often hang out most of the time in our head. So I do have people practice, like taking a few deep breaths, relaxing the body, relaxing the mind, and actually dropping the consciousness down, imagining that you put your awareness, instead of in your head, try putting it in your solar plexus. Just go down in there and ask yourself, now, what's my gut feeling right now? And for example, if you're dealing with an issue about whether you want to stay in the job you have now, or you want to change, or you want to try something new, what's your gut feeling about it? If you really did what you really want, what would that be? And try to feel down here what it feels like.
Now, it's interesting to me that you'd say gut feeling, say, as opposed to a heart feeling.
Well, the heart is real important too, and in fact, for some people, it's probably most important just to ask within your heart what you want. There's a little bit of a tricky thing about that, though, especially for spiritual people, who are really, people often get very stuck on just wanting to express only loving thoughts and loving feelings. And all our feelings and impulses aren't always totally meeting our model of loving, So to me, there's a deeper thing sometimes of just trusting your gut feeling. It's a more earthy kind of concept. In a way.
I mean, it sounds like what you're saying is it may be perfectly appropriate at an intuitive level to be angry or to express anger.
Sometimes it is. I mean, that's a tricky thing because you have to learn how to express anger in a constructive way, in a creative way, not dumping and blaming so much as it is just allowing your feelings to come out. But yeah, there are moments when that is definitely a very appropriate thing to do.
I would think that if one looked at it from this perspective, that I might find a different intuition, say, if I were to focus right here in the forehead, or a different intuition if I were to focus in my hands or my feet, or different parts of my body might express different intuitive insights.
It's true. I mean, you have to learn to kind of listen to all the different parts of you. But there becomes a sort of an awareness that seems to be able to take the sum total of that. But your body is a very, very important aid in being able to trust your intuition, because the body will definitely always try to get you more in touch with that. If you're ignoring your intuition, your body will start getting uncomfortable. It'll start getting sick. It'll do everything it can to get you to start paying attention to what you're doing.
Ultimately, I think it may come back to balance again. We have so many competing needs and competing voices, and that at some level, intuition must involve the reconciling of
it does. If you trust your intuition, it'll sometimes take you to extremes. It'll take you to the extremes that you need to go to in order to be able to find balance.
To establish maybe a higher level of equilibrium.
Exactly. You have to have the full range of every spectrum. So, for example, if you're a person that's very good listener, very receptive, very able to take in other people, that's one end of the spectrum. So your intuition will start moving you in the direction of being more expressive, more aggressive, more assertive, because you need to have that range in your repertoire as well. So you might feel like you're being taken to an extreme because it seems very extreme
to the other part of you,
what you're used to. But what I find is that if you're willing to go to the extreme for a while, then you come into balance. You have both ends of it, and then you're able to move back and forth in a harmonious, balanced way and do whatever's appropriate. When it's appropriate to listen and receive, you will feel like doing that. When it's appropriate to express, you will feel like doing that. So it definitely always ends up in a kind of a harmony.
And what about for people who are in relationship or in families or in groups? Then it must get a lot trickier.
Yeah, that's always a big question. I mean, I can already hear people going, well, wait a minute, I have kids. I just can't afford to follow my intuition and do what I want to do. I have responsibilities. And what about how other people feel and all of that? As I said, this is definitely an art form. It's, it takes some time to learn how to do this. What I believe and have discovered to be true is that if you really are trusting your intuition and acting on it, there is a harmony. Your intuition will not tell you to do things that are truly wrong for other people or just out of harmony with the whole. In fact, if everybody in the world were listening to their intuition and acting on it, we would all be in absolute harmony.
Like the rest of nature seems
Exactly.
to be.
And the way we've gotten so out of harmony is because we don't listen and we don't trust. So in the process of learning to do this, it may look, you have to break a lot of your own rules. And sometimes it looks like you're doing things that might not be the right thing. And that's where you have to try to take a little risk and see what happens. I have found that if you'll do that, in the long run, everyone ends up benefiting. So even if you're a mother with a lot of children, you may not feel like immediately you can afford to do everything you want to do. But try just a little bit more often, as much as you possibly can. Take a little time for yourself. Follow a little impulse of something that's good for you. Put yourself before your children once in a while and see what happens. It turns out that children absolutely benefit from having a mother who's taking care of herself. You see, then the children get the benefit of all the good energy that's happening for them.
And that's probably true in any kind of a relationship.
Absolutely. I'm just using the children because it's the most extreme, Nobody benefits from having somebody sacrificing for them and resenting them as a result of it. So it's a matter of learning to truly care for yourself in such a way that you then can truly care for other people.
Shakti, let's end on that note.
Okay.
Thank you very much for being with me.
My pleasure.
And thank you very much for being with us.
We just released issue number 2 of the New Thinking Aloud Quarterly Magazine. You can download a free copy at the New Thinking Aloud Foundation website, newthinkingaloud.org. Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. I imagine that by now, many of you already realize that in conjunction with White Crow Books, we just launched the New Thinking Aloud Dialogues book imprint, and our first title is There Life After Death?
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Today is a very special video. Many of the viewers will know Leanne Whitney, who has been a guest on New Thinking Aloud many times. She is the author of the book Consciousness in Jung and Patanjali, and is an expert on yoga and psychology. However, before Leanne received her doctoral degree, before she wrote her book, she was a filmmaker. And in 2005, she came to Las Vegas, where I was then living, and conducted an in-depth interview with me, which has never been released before until now. And I'm going to turn it over to Leanne, who will introduce this video.
Thank you, Jeff. Nice to be with you and the New Thinking Aloud audience again. I want to set up the context for this because it's, oh my gosh, almost 2 decades old at this point. After I had my Pure Consciousness event, which we spoke about briefly in one of the episodes we did on New Thinking Aloud, and I had this. I was in a yoga room, and it was very instantaneous, but it was an awakening to the fact that consciousness is all there is, and really that knowledge is structured in it. And as a creative, as an artist, I wanted to make a film about the evolution of human consciousness. And again, this is the early aughts. And I remember when I reached out to you to potentially be in the film, you had said to me, boy, you are taking on a really big topic. And really, that ended up being the case. But I came to your home in Las Vegas, and we sat down and we talked for an hour or so. And pulling that footage out now, it really holds the test of time, because my original idea, again, almost 20 years ago, in this movie of the evolution of human consciousness, and again, I think you and I agree, it's really just the evolution of consciousness, and it's a realization for human beings. But I thought intuition inside is really a great way for people to learn about clearing the lens of perception and leaving behind that illusion of separation. And I think rewinding and now cutting together this piece, again, that message really stands out. And so I'm happy to be sharing it with your viewership and to be with you here again on New Thinking Aloud. Jeffrey.
Hello, Nadine.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I'm right in.
Thank you.
I'm doing well. Did you have a good trip?
Yes, it's great.
Mhm.
Thanks very
Good.
much. Yep.
Good. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
So your friend Peter had recommended that I come see you because Peter and I were talking about the evolution of mankind.
Mm-hmm.
And is mankind potentially at a place right now where we're almost at the fork in the road? Either we're going to make a choice to heal ourselves as a species or potentially annihilate ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an opinion on that, or do you believe that's where we are?
Well, it might be that Las Vegas is a city that sort of embodies that choice here. It represents, in a way, the most materialistic place on Earth. It's also the most popular destination on the planet. So I see it as something of a turning point. Yeah. Humanity is at a crisis. We have the power to destroy ourselves. Literally, for the first time in human history, we do have that power. And there are lots of signs already. I'm sure you and Peter talked about pollution being a big one, and nuclear weapons being another big one, and oppression, and so on. Yeah, so I do agree.
Right. And
But can I add one more
sure.
little
Oh,
thing?
of course.
I wouldn't say mankind.
Okay.
I would say humanity or something. Like you're leaving the other half out. Womankind.
I gotcha.
That's a problem right there.
Right. Sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, the human species
Yeah.
in general, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's a potential. And but also, do you feel like we're evolving as a species? Is that a potential as well?
It's almost as if we have deliberately brought ourselves to a point of crisis in order to force ourselves to evolve or go extinct. And if you look at the history of evolution, you can see that this has happened many times in the past. That a classic example, some of our very first biological ancestors were anaerobic bacteria. And they didn't breathe oxygen. In fact, oxygen was a poisonous waste gas that they produced. And it got to the point where our earliest ancestors were drowning in their own pollution, this terrible gas, oxygen, and they evolved to become oxygen breathers. And throughout the history of evolution on this planet, there have been these, it's called the theory of punctuated equilibrium. Crises keep coming up, and as a response, every time, if you look at evolution, life itself has evolved. Many species end up going extinct nonetheless.
Right. Fascinating. So, what is this exact point then that you see? So, like you mentioned, that point of oxygen usage or toxicity. So, what is it right now? Like, what is the toxic point?
Well, if you look at the problems facing this planet, they're almost all caused by people.
Mm-hmm.
We've had a tsunami recently. That's a terrible natural disaster, but the problems of the ecology are generally created by human beings. The problems of warfare are human problems. The problems of oppression and suppression of different political and racial and religious groups, those are human problems. The problem of the inequality of the sexes and discrimination of all sorts. These are human problems. And because we have this awesome nuclear power, this ability to literally, I don't think we would destroy the planet. I don't think we would destroy all life, but we have the power to just pretty much destroy the human species if it were unleashed.
Right. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is like let's distill the problem down to its nutshell. And what I hear you talking about is a lot of violence, first of all, violence towards each other, or violence towards the mother in general. So why the violence? I mean, because my whole thing is, at the end of the day, I really feel that all men, all women, all human beings in general want two things. One in particular, which is love.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we all want, is to love. And the other thing is peace.
Mm-hmm.
So, and again, that's my gut response to being a human and what we want.
Yeah.
But why the violence?
Well, nature maybe doesn't agree with you on this. It's sort of human to want those things, and I want them too. I think it's the most wonderful thing in the world to be a loving and peaceful person. But if you look at nature as a whole, it's violent. It's punctuated by all sorts of savagery, and you might say that all of nature feeds upon itself, ultimately.
Right.
So the system may not have been designed that way, and in a way, it's still all perfect.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
I'm perfectly happy to accept that this wouldn't exist at all. There'd be nothing here if it wasn't the finest, the true balance.
Okay. Well, what do you see as the potential choice for the human species not to annihilate itself, to stay, to not go extinct, but to flourish and to continue to evolve? What does that path look like? Like, what are our choices there?
Well, it seems to me that a lot of our problems are created because we live under certain illusions. You know, in yoga they call it Maya, the idea that they're illusions. In Buddhism they call it dukkha. It's kind of insanity that permeates everything. And one of the most fundamental illusions that we live under is the idea that there is a basic separation between me and everything that is not me. That, for example, I'm a person and you're a person and we are separate and distinct. Or that I'm separate from this chair or from these books. That there is such a thing as a me that exists at all, separate and distinct. And therefore I want to fight to preserve that sense that I have of me, so that I can live forever and accumulate as much as I might desire. Actually, I think that is an illusion. That me is simply a concept that I have in my mind. The truth of the matter is that I am a nexus in the quantum foam, and I'm intimately interconnected with all of creation. And so we have social groups. It sort of evolves now. I'm not only going to protect my own sense of identity, I'll protect my family, I'll protect my tribe, I'll protect my nation. And so now we have a so-called war on terrorism. And that means that in order to protect what we identify with as ourselves, doesn't matter if we go and kill other people because they're not us, they're the enemy. They're somehow separate, distinct, other. And this very concept of otherness, I think, is a problem. You could say it's about duality. As soon as you accept the idea of duality, you get into good and evil. Good and evil means usually, you can ask just about anybody, whether it's an Arab fundamentalist or the President of the United States, they'd say good and evil means I'm good and you're evil. So if I want to kill you, I'm fighting evil. That's a good one. And it's a fundamental error in my view. Because it's a denial of the wholeness, it's a denial of the oneness. And that's the realm of spirit.
Right. Okay. So basically, that there's annihilation, and the other four obviously is to continue to evolve. And you see that as the dissolution of separateness, the dissolution of ego or I identity, and the embracing of the wholeness of the unity of the oneness.
I do see it that way, but I don't think, Leanne, that it means that we want to sacrifice our egos on the altar of some kind of spirituality. There are lots of cults and groups where they say you have to let go of yourself and just be a spiritual person. You give up that ego. That's not the way to do it, because we were put on this planet for a reason. brought into physical manifestation for a reason. And in my view, that reason, it's not just to merge back to the oneness from which we came without doing anything first. It's to achieve a sense of mastery of this and of the physical world that surrounds us. Not necessarily mastery over other people, but mastery over ourselves and mastery over physical reality. It's through the path of mastery, I think, that we can achieve this understanding that I've described of unity, the fundamental unity of things.
Right. And I think what you're saying too is the uniqueness in the unity. Yes, we're all one, but we all have the capability of, I think Jung calls it individuation or whatever, but being that individual and being that unique expression of the one.
Exactly. You put it beautifully.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how do you think we connect to the spirit then? Because what I see, I guess, is maybe a disconnection. Maybe, again, that's what causes a lot of the anger and frustration and the separateness. That separate identity, because we're not infused with the spiritual identity. So how do we get there?
We are infused with it and we've lost touch.
Okay.
We look for answers externally, outside of ourselves. We find answers in our religions, in our sciences, in our institutions of commerce, in business, and they'll all be happy to create a culture that emphasizes duality and separateness, so that people are constrained to obey their leaders, and they're afraid of the other out there. But when we look within instead of without, that's where we'll find spirit. And that's why I'm involved in the Intuition Network. It's all about basically encouraging people to look within, to find answers within themselves rather than to trust authority of any kind.
What is intuition exactly? How do you define it?
Well, it's a Latin word originally, intuere, which means to look within. Intuition it usually is knowledge that comes to us from a place that's so deep that it's beneath consciousness. And sometimes you know something you shouldn't know without knowing how you know it. That's how profound intuition can be. And it manifests in many different ways, in science, in language, in art, in commerce. But ultimately, I think intuition is an expression of spirit, an inner spirit. And specifically, what I mean by spirit, it's an expression of our life purpose. I think each individual is born with a purpose. That's a concept that is almost totally alien to science. Science can deal with cause and effect, but not purpose so much. And yet, you're here with me right now because you're motivated by something inside of you, by purpose, a sense of direction, a sense of longing, of questing, and of moving towards something. And each person is that. And when people say to themselves, I want to get in touch with my purpose, I want to live a life that is based on purpose, then at the level of spirit, things begin to happen to support that intention.
Right, okay. Well, are there specific tools or ways that people can get in touch with their intuition? Because obviously you believe that everybody has it. Yeah. So let's just say, okay, let's go back to Jung for a second, because I'm an extroverted thinker. So, intuition maybe isn't necessarily my first function. You know what I'm saying? If you go to his typology.
Right.
So if you're not used to, if you're more of a thinker or a feeler, how do you know intuition?
We're using the word a little differently here.
Okay.
Carl Jung, the great Swiss psychiatrist, talked about 4 human mental functions: thinking, feeling, sensing, and intuiting. So it's one of 4, and I'm referring to something having to do with the level of spirit, which underlies all of those, but is particularly identified with what Jung called intuition.
Okay.
And I think You see, we all use it all the time. Anyway, we don't even know it. Everybody is an expert in intuition. That's the it's the funniest thing. And people don't know that they are typically. So if I were to be like traditional about it, I'd say, oh, you should meditate, you should practice yoga breathing. That'll help you get in touch with your intuition, learn to quiet your mind. But the truth is that let's think of a totally chaotic scene for a moment. A mother with a screaming baby, and she's trying to cook dinner, and the TV is blaring. That mother probably knows an extraordinary amount about intuition. She's in touch with every nuance of what the baby is thinking and feeling and needing. And if the baby gets a pin, pops out of the diaper and pokes into the baby, the mother will be there right away. And so mothers and their children just naturally experience intuition. Martial artists who are very active, not at all passive, experience intuition naturally through their discipline. So do athletes. People who pay attention to their dreams get in touch with their intuition. People in business, if you talk to almost anybody who founded a successful business, it was based on an intuition. And it can come to people in the most unexpected ways. Martin Luther, who founded the whole Christian Reformation, I understand the intuition came to him while he was sitting on the toilet. So there's no limitation to how intuition works. And everybody does it most of the time. And I'll give you an example, really graphic. You know what I'm saying. The words, the sounds that are coming out of my mouth make sense to you because intuitively you're grasping my meaning. And I know what noise to make next out of intuition. All language is intuitively based, actually. So we all have it all of the time. And yet, society denigrates it. Society will tell us that thinking is good, feeling is good, sensing is good, but intuition isn't supported by society. In fact, a young child growing up in a family, if they get too intuitive, will frighten their parents. The parents may discourage it. And if in school, it may be discouraged as well. So it's the one function that we tend to suppress. I think there's deep metaphysical reasons for that, actually. You could think of it this way, Leanne. What game do children all over the world play?
Okay,
Universally.
Can I throw out an answer?
Yeah.
Hide and seek?
Exactly.
Oh.
That is it. Every culture, children know how to play hide and seek. And to me, it's a metaphor for why we're here in the first place. We're all the children of, you could say the children of God, of course, but we're all evolved. Originally, our source is a spiritual source. We're descended from the one spirit. You could say, well, we came up from the slime, according to Darwinian evolution, and that's also true. But at the same time that we arose from the slime, we descended from the realm of spirit in our consciousness. And we've come here on a spiritual quest, ultimately. But part of that quest involves hiding from ourselves, and then rediscovering ourselves. And part of how we hide is through our society, through a social reality that gets created where we all kind of pretend to agree that it's not true, that we have this divine spark within each and every one of us.
So do you think the intuition then potentially, is maybe a large part of that answer? Because if our intuition is our connection to spirit, and what we're doing here is discovering that our source is spirit, intuition might be a large part of the answer, going back to that fork and potentially evolving and where we're going. And
yeah, that's why we're having this conversation, I suppose.
Yeah.
And the way to help get over the social pressure not to be in touch with your intuition is to find a few really good friends who you can be with in a regular way and support each other and encourage each other and honor and respect the intuitive part of each other instead of kind of giving it negative feedback that so many social institutions will do. Give it positive feedback instead and recognize that everyone is already an expert and then help bring that out.
Right.
Small groups of people.
Right. Well, start small, right? Starts with one, and then
Yeah.
you kind of move out into your little group, and then a community. And,
That's what the Intuition Network is, in a sense. It's a network of small groups of people who help encourage each other to just be in touch with that part of reality.
and so, does that look like a healing reality to you? Like
Absolutely.
healing for self, healing for community, healing for the mother. I mean, just healing all over the place.
All over the place. And again, it's a paradox because everything's already perfect.
Right.
What's there to heal?
Right.
But at the same time, my sense is that as people get in touch with their own inner spirit, well, what emerges, or what it's called in religious terms, the gifts of the spirit, or the siddhis, or the psychic gifts. And amongst those is the gift of healing. And as people become more and more conscious, they realize, and it's now been well documented in scientific research, that our intentions, our thoughts and our intentions make a difference. And if you have healing intention towards a particular person, towards plant and animal, towards the planet as a whole, towards God as a whole, those intentions manifest. And certainly in experiments involving people can be measured.
Yeah.
In double-blind tests.
Interesting, because I always have the question, because today there's so much talk about consciousness. But my understanding of the brain is there's a large portion of it actually held in the unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
And I know in my own life, my unconscious thoughts have precedence over my conscious. No matter how much I want to talk my way into one thing, if there's an unconscious behavioral pattern going on, it's going to show up.
Mm-hmm.
But if the underlying intention, like you said, is healing or something, let's just say altruistic, I don't know if that's the right word, then you will get there. You know what I'm saying? Like the unconscious aspects will come up into the consciousness and it will be healed and a wholeness will take place. Does that make sense?
Well, I think part of the process I referred to earlier of acquiring mastery involves making the unconscious conscious. It's one of the reasons we're here. And you see it all over these days, especially in the media, all these TV shows where people are now talking about subjects that were taboo only a few decades ago. It's a way of revealing at a socially collective level all of our inner drives and conflicts and urges and lusts and so on. So that comes out, and then we can process it, and we can, through feedback, we can look at ourselves, and as we move through the realms, like in particular our addictions, our desires, things we lust after, we get in touch with what I would call not just the unconscious, but the superconscious mind. The superconscious mind is your higher desires, your longing for union, your longing for a sense of oneness, for a spiritual connection. And ultimately, it seems to me that many of the things that we act out in life, particularly, let's say, drug addiction, or many things that people do in relationships, what they're really looking for is a spiritual connection. But because there's not a lot of support for that in our culture, that drive gets misplaced. And some people, they seek food, or they seek drugs, or they seek sex, when what they really want is to connect with their own spirit.
Right, so they externalize.
Yeah.
They externalize it instead of internalizing, again, intuition and bringing it in and inside and connecting that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So really then, do you think, in order to have the greatest amount of healing or mastery or spiritual connection, um, it's about peeling back those layers, cleaning those layers of the unconscious and bringing all that stuff forward and understanding yourself. I mean, that's what self-mastery is, really.
Mhm.
Know thyself, right?
Right. It's a process that takes place on many levels. You could say physical, disciplines like yoga, athletics, the martial arts. It's a psychological process that we've been talking about. It's also philosophical. It involves having an intellectual framework that can fit all of these things in. An intellectual framework where there's room for the very idea of spirit.
Right. Is there room for that right now? In our world,
Mhm.
how much room do we have for that?
Well, there are competing forces in our culture right now. There are the traditionalists who basically maintain, the conversation that you and I are now having is dangerous, new age sort of thing, and that it's not in accordance with scripture or not in accordance with theology. It's not good for people to be intuitive because they could be misled by their own base desires and confuse those for intuition. So they ought to pay attention to scripture and to what their churches are telling them instead, rather than to be intuitive. On the other hand, then you have the scientific modernists who would say, well, intuition is just an illusion. We've got to be rational. We've got to base our thinking on materialism. We have to understand that any sense of mystery is an illusion. That this world is all very cause and effect based. There's no sense of purpose. There's no sense of a spiritual quest at all. It's just, from this point of view, an effort to return back to the womb, to a kind of infantile state. So between those two forces, there needs to be a balance. There needs to be an openness to the spiritual side of religion, the authentic spirituality that permeates religion. At the same time, there needs to be an openness to the rigors of science and to the empirical data of science. But if you look at science as rigorously as you can, science is based on a philosophy called empiricism. Empiricism says that what is real is what we experience through our senses.
Right.
But I'm a student of William James, the great psychologist, who looked a little deeper, and he said, well, where do we get our sensory information from? We get it from consciousness. Even underlying our senses is consciousness, and if we can look directly into consciousness, which is what the tuition is, that's what he called radical empiricism. That's taking the empiricist philosophy all the way, and the information that comes directly from consciousness is even more direct than the information that appears through our senses. And it, therefore, deserves to be recognized and admitted into scientific discourse.
Right. So it's not just the five senses that we really know. It's moving beyond the five senses into the subtle senses that aren't necessarily honored today,
They're not honored, but now we have for over 100 years a big body of research in the fields of parapsychology and near-death experience and psychic healing and human potential. That dream research is another area that points to the validity of these areas.
Right. So do you think maybe intuitive healers or even psychics are maybe on the forefront of this evolution?
Yeah, I personally do, although I know what a difficult time it is. I have hundreds of dear friends who are psychics through the Intuition Network, and they live in a world where they don't get a lot of social support. So they're under extra stress, and it's not easy to be a psychic under those circumstances any more than it would be to be a member of any other persecuted minority. And so as a consequence, the world of intuition and psychics is a little bit like a ghetto. It has its own culture, it has its richness and its vibrancy, and also its pain. And if I can elaborate a little.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I have a lot of friends
Mhm.
who are psychics too.
Mhm.
You know. So go ahead. Yeah.
Well, pain is an important topic to deal with here. I saw your movie, The Fire Within, and I know what you were dealing with there was pain. People who were experiencing enormous inner pain, and yet also great vibrancy, joy of life. And I commend you for making that film because we live in a culture where we don't want to see other people's pain. And the reason is because it's painful. And so one of the things that we do is we become numb. It's easier to feel nothing at all sometimes than to have to take in the pain of the world. But as we open up to this idea of oneness, if I open up to the idea that I am you, you are me, then how can I not feel your pain? And I have to let it in. That's part of the art of becoming intuitive, is being willing to take in the pain of the world, at least a little bit more than we normally do. And one of the reasons why there's this subtle conspiracy to dampen our intuition is because then we don't have to experience so much pain. And how else can we oppress other people? How else can we engage in warfare? Or can we tolerate situations where millions of people starve to death in a world where there's plenty of food? Unless we dampen that sense of their pain.
Absolutely. And Peter and I touched upon this when we spoke as well. And you know, that's what really saddens me as a human being right now on this planet at this time. How can we be so desensitized? You know, and it comes down, I think, to willingness and courage to want to open the heart and want to sit and feel all of that, feel what it means to be human, which there's a lot of feelings involved in that.
Yeah.
You know, and it's wanting to express the emotional body, so to speak. I don't know if it's predominantly, you know, here in the West or if this is a global thing or whatever, but really allowing our emotional bodies to express themselves.
Well, people get overwhelmed by their emotions, and we don't get a lot of social support for doing it. And there's so much pain in the world, it's hard to take it in sometimes without getting overwhelmed. Just one little thing, starvation, is a huge thing. Millions of people die every year from starvation. Thousands every day from starvation, unnecessarily. It's a situation that can only exist because people have sort of pushed it out of their awareness. We don't really know. And it goes even deeper, I think. I don't want to go on a crusade about vegetarianism, but I'm a vegetarian, and I made that decision actually recently when it occurred to me that killing animals for food causes a lot of unnecessary pain. And I don't think everybody needs to make that decision, and I'm not going on about it, but I do know that in many spiritual traditions, there is a moment where time is taken to acknowledge, that sacrifice that an animal makes. So people at least are aware of what is involved in just putting food on the plates.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to spirit being infused in our lives in general. I mean, if you look at the Native Americans or, a lot of primitive cultures, they had a lot of that reverence, again, for the mother, for spirit. And we're seemingly, I know that I was cut off from that for a long time. I had to go seek it to find out what it was. And picking up Gary Zukav's Seed of the Soul is really what did it for me. It really opened my mind because I grew up a Catholic. that didn't speak to me at all.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't understand that whole fear-based, God outside themselves kind of idea.
Yeah.
But when I picked up the idea that we are spirit and we are one with it all, it really rang true to me. So I guess my question is, where did we go? Where in the evolutionary track did we go so far off? Because I think we had it before. Like maybe we're coming back to it.
Well, there are different theories about it. There's a beautiful story that's told in the Jewish mystical tradition about how that happened. The story is Moses goes up to the top of Mount Sinai to receive the Ten Commandments, the Torah. And he was given by God what they call the Torah of the Book of Life. And the Book of Life is this way of seeing the world of oneness, the unity with all of life and all of nature. And Moses is now coming down the mountain with the Torah, the Book of Life, to give to the people. And what does he see? He sees them worshiping the golden calf. And he gets incensed. He gets so angry at what they're doing after he brought them out of slavery in Egypt that he takes the tablets and he smashes them on the ground. And at this point, according to the oral tradition, the letters from the tablets flew back up to heaven. And then Moses went back up again, the second time, to the top of Mount Sinai. And this time, he said the people aren't ready for the Torah of the Book of Life. So he was given a different Torah, which is the Torah of the Book of Knowledge of Good and Evil, the Torah of duality, right and wrong, do thou shalt and thou shalt not. And that's the one that he brought down because the people weren't ready. So now the mystical traditions are the traditions involved in bringing back the Torah of the Book of Life instead of the Torah of the Book of Knowledge of Good and Evil.
Interesting, which brings me to another point, which I don't understand is, isn't one of those commandments, thou shalt not kill?
Yeah.
And there's no subclause there. Unless you're Americans in Iraq. I mean, there's no subclause. Thou shalt not kill.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not quite clear on the lack of understanding on that one.
Okay, let me try and give you some context for that one too. Because a very interesting theorist is Daniel Quinn, who was a novelist who's written many books on the evolution of humanity. Why did we get into the trouble that we're in now? And he believes that it all began actually about 20,000 years ago with agriculture. When we said, okay, I'm going to plow this field, I'm going to grow my crop in this field, and any animals that try and come and eat my crop are invading my territory, and I'm going to have to kill them. And so we began developing agricultural surpluses, and we also began destroying the natural ecology at that point, even long before recorded history. But it was at about the time of the agricultural and agrarian revolution that we also had the great religions evolve. And according to Daniel Quinn, basically the function that the great religions have served is to assuage our guilt. So basically, the religions have said to us, oh, you're doing a bad thing, you're killing somebody. A little slap on the wrist for you, you should feel guilty. But everything stays the same.
Right.
Anyway. So we feel, okay, I've slapped myself on the wrist, now I can go on and continue to do what I'm doing. But all the great world religions actually end up supporting the very behavior, ultimately, that they, in their deepest teachings, suggest is wrong.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. And again, it just comes back to one by one, humans making the decision, what is the ultimate goal of your life? Is it self-mastery? I mean, that's a beautiful goal for an existence, because in that choice that I want to master myself, knowledge of myself, you're going to clean up so much. You're going to clean the unconscious, and you're going to, again, really understand the depth of those teachings, which to me is so much about love and about unity.
Well, it's often easier said than done.
Yeah. That's the truth.
And there are many, many pitfalls on the metaphysical path, which is why it's good, even though it's about self-mastery, it's about going within. Is the Beatles said, it's good to have help from your friends at the same time. People who will kind of help correct you on your path from time to time, people who can give you some perspective and some guidance, and social institutions, hopefully, that support these things. Eventually, we need social institutions that understand the idea of a metaphysical or a spiritual quest.
Sure. And so let's talk about intuitive healers then. Like, how do you see that they can help us evolve? I don't know if you know, being involved in the Intuition Network or different people that you know, I've found, at least in my own life, a great benefit working with people like that, you know, who can see into me in a way, you know?
Well, we're facing a crisis in our culture in terms of the rising costs of healthcare. People talk about the balance of trade problem, and they talk about the unfunded Social Security liabilities that we have. The unfunded Medicare liabilities are enormous. They run into trillions and trillions, $60, $70 trillion, maybe $100 trillion. And so much of it is emergency medical care in the last 3 weeks of life. So there's something about our current medical model which is becoming untenable economically, and yet we say, you know, we believe in saving life. Forget about the quality of life. Forget about honoring life. It's like saving life from death at the last minute because we're afraid of death. Now, spiritual healers in general offer a different approach, and not just spiritual healers, but many forms of alternative healing are less expensive and less invasive, and they actually help a little bit. Let's just say a little bit. The problem with so many of these huge medical interventions now is what we call iatrogenic illness, which means that they cause problems. Iatrogenic illness accounts for a huge percentage of people who die because of things that are done to them in the name of medicine. In the United States, I think it's about 100,000 people a year today are dying because of mistakes that are made in hospitals or exposure to other diseases that occur in hospitals. So we really need to totally rethink this whole issue of the way we treat medicine in general. It's very important for us, and we'll go bankrupt as a nation, and not just as a nation, but as a species in our culture. So spiritual healing goes back to the most ancient and fundamental ideas of medicine. And doctors know about it too. It's sometimes called the bedside manner. It has to do with not seeing the other person as, let's say, a kidney, or I had a broken leg that came into my office. It means, dissecting, not seeing the whole being. It means recognizing the whole being, recognizing that there's a heart and there's a soul there, and ministering to the needs of the heart and the soul completely in a loving way. And we now have lots of good research from double-blind studies published in medical journals that show that healing intentionality makes a difference. And not just in simple things, like they've done studies back in the 1950s where they take a mouse and cut a little patch of skin, and then they'd have healers try and heal the skin of the mouse, and they'd show a difference. The mice subjected to the healing energy heal faster. They've done studies with ryegrass. Any high school student can take some grass, 2 trays of grass, equal amounts of water and sunlight, and send healing energy to one tray and not to the other tray. With fruit flies, they've done studies. But more than that, people with cancer patients, with breast cancer, with AIDS, with very serious conditions. One of the real classic stories was the Make-A-Wish Foundation, the children who are suffering from terminal illness. language. One child said, I wish that people would send me postcards from all over the world. It was advertised on TV, and this child received over 100,000 postcards from all over the world, people wishing him goodness and sending him healing thoughts. And his terminal illness, he suffered what was called a spontaneous remission. Can't explain it by medicine. It's a miracle, in effect, but it's an example of the power of healing intentions. And when we hold healing thoughts towards others, I believe those thoughts would reach out through the quantum foam and have an effect. If we all held healing thoughts on this planet, we would heal this planet. And as people become involved in a spiritual or intuitive path, one of the things I think that you realize is that you have the ability to exercise some conscious control over your stream of consciousness. If you have negative thoughts, you have the ability to notice those thoughts, to cancel them, and to replace them with positive thoughts. So in my case, for example, sometimes I don't sleep well at night. Maybe I have too much coffee, for example, or because sometimes I'm up because I'm worried, and so then I have to worry. But sometimes I'm awake at night, and I just can't get to sleep, and I think, oh, I have some time on my hands. Right now, I have nothing else to do. Why don't I sit and imagine that I'm sending healing energy? And that's how you do it. You imagine that you are doing it because it's thought itself. So I might visualize a kind of golden radiant light radiating out to particular people, my family members and my friends, and maybe to the city in which I live, and to the animals and even the insects and so on in the city, and then to the whole country, and then to the mountains and the oceans and overseas and the whole planet, and then even beyond the planet into space itself, into the whole universe, and then penetrating different dimensions of other universes, and just imagining that I'm sending out this healing energy everywhere, even to the divine. And I can say this, I have, of course, no scientific proof whatsoever that this has any effect, but my own intuition tells me it does, and I know I'm healing myself when I do that. I know it's a really good thing to do. It's a great way. If you find that you have nothing better to do, why not?
Right, exactly.
It's not going to hurt.
So what role does belief play in all this? Do you have to believe in the world of spirit, so to speak?
That is a real paradox, because belief is important, reverence is important. You could say sometimes belief gets you through situations when nothing else will. And on the other hand, nobody wants to get caught up in believing something that isn't true. The Buddha said, don't believe anything because I told you. Test it out for yourself. See if it works for you. Then you can form a belief. I think the whole world of religions and religious dogma contains many beliefs that are offensive from a scientific point of view. I don't think we want to have beliefs that stand in stark contrast to the facts. If anything, we should believe in ourselves.
As a species, or as one individual?
Yeah, I'd like to encourage people to believe less and less the doctrines that are being propounded externally, and more people believe in themselves, because you'll find there'll be situations in your life where your belief in yourself will really carry you through, when nothing else is there, because everybody else may be telling you can't do this, it's not going to work, it's not going to happen. But if you do believe in yourself, and that belief is based on a real knowing, on a sense of inner mastery, you will get through it.
Right. Well, so belief in spirit
just forget like religions or doctrines or any of those things, but just a belief that the natural world is enclosed in the supernatural world, so to speak, or is beating within the unity of the supernatural or the divine. Is that necessary?
No, I don't think that's necessary. I don't even think it's a good thing. I think that it's useful to treat those beliefs like a language. I'll give you an example. I don't believe in astrology, but I study astrology because it has a language. It has a way of dealing with the world of mythos, with the world of archetypes. It's a very important language, and you don't have to believe it to use it. You and I are speaking the English language right now. It's very powerful. It enables us to communicate, but we don't have to believe in it to use it. And spirituality is very much this way. It's good to understand the spiritual heritage of all of humanity. We now, the way I see it, we're all Christians, we're all Jews, we're all Buddhists, we're all Hindus, we're all Native American shamans. That's all our heritage, but not so that we believe in it, but so that we can appreciate it and understand it. A good friend of mine, Russell Todd, wrote a great book along with Jane Cantrip. The subtitle is How to Experience God Without Believing. And he said, he wrote this book for scientists, for atheist types. And he lives in Silicon Valley, where there are a lot of those people. And they want to experience God, but they don't want to have anything to do with religious beliefs. So he said, here's what you do. You meditate. You get in touch with a place within yourself that is loving. Let that feeling of love and joy and compassion and oneness fill you up so that it's tangible. See what that feeling does to you in your life. So that's God. You don't have to believe in it to experience it.
I see. Okay, which brings us back to the whole idea of love and being full of love and working from that place of just being full of love. Well, it sounds good to me, yeah. Regardless of where it's originated from, it's a really powerful source.
I think it is, and let me just say this because there are always pitfalls. And one of the things about love is we are mammals. So we're cuddly kinds of creatures. We're warm-blooded. We like to snuggle. Now, not all creatures are that way. And insects, for example. So we sometimes think of insects as being beneath us, being undeserving of our love because they're not as cuddly as a pet dog or a pet cat. So sometimes we confuse love in a spiritual or cosmic sense with some of the local habits that we've developed because we're part of the mammalian family. We don't even think of reptiles necessarily in the same way. And as a result, we get a little sentimental. And you see this in various spiritual organizations from time to time, where a universal love gets confused with a kind of sentimentality. And I think that's a trap as well. Because if we think that just as long as we fight to protect, all the cuddling creatures on this planet and ignore the others,
I hear what you're saying. Right,
we'll be a big danger.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And I think I just want to clarify the role of intuition. Do you see it? Do you see it as a bridge, or as the bridge between sort of man and spirit, or mind and soul? Is it the bridge that brings that information through?
Sure, it is. Yeah, it's the link between our conscious mind and something much, much deeper than our own consciousness. The initial impulse that created the whole universe, you might say. And intuition is how we're connected. It bubbles up from somewhere below consciousness.
Okay.
And it's almost as if we can't open up to it as much as it opens us up.
Okay.
Now, let me rephrase that a little bit, if I may.
Sure.
another way to think of it is that intuition isn't something that we can learn. It's that what we need to do is unlearn the ways that we block it.
And what are those ways?
We block our intuition by not believing that it's possible. We block our intuition by thinking, oh, if I go in that direction, I might go crazy. Or, oh, I better not go there because my parents will disapprove, or people won't like me. We have dozens of fears of getting involved. And some of those fears are quite legitimate. After all, human folly is everywhere. And many, many times you can see people who thought they were doing the right, intuitive thing, and they made horrible mistakes. George W. Bush and his war in Iraq. People say, oh, he's a very intuitive president. But sometimes it's the hardest thing in the world is to discriminate between an authentic intuition and what we imagine or what we feel. We can easily be deceived, and that's one of the reasons why it's important to have a culture that supports intuition, a well-grounded culture, friends that can help keep you honest, and a sense of a philosophical perspective in terms of leading a well-balanced life, taking care of your mind, your body, your emotions, your spirit. All of those things are necessary to be well integrated to achieve mastery. In other words, intuition alone isn't enough.
Right. And I'm just wondering too, then, it's this whole thing about fear versus love.
Mm-hmm.
To me, they're like polar opposites.
Yeah.
If you're making a fear-based decision, it's coming from one end. And if you're making a love-based decision,
Mm-hmm.
it's coming from the other end. So is it possible that we can listen to the intuition, observe whether there's fear or there's love intermingled with that, and try to read it from that perspective, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
I do.
Am I afraid? Like, am I in fear mode?
Yeah.
And then taking a step back to observe why we're afraid, as opposed to why aren't we in the love?
Mm-hmm. Well, Leanne, what I'm kind of hearing is a little bit of a dualistic thinking, like fear is bad, love is good. And actually, if you open yourself up to the wholeness of it, one might say, fear can be good at times, and love can be bad at times, or it's all part of reality. If we embrace it all, you might find that even fear has a message. Even fear is here for a reason at times. Not necessarily to control your life, but I like to think of maybe the positive power of negative thinking. Sometimes fear is a way of letting us know, oh, there's a pothole in the road ahead, and I can just avoid it. So I don't think all fear is bad. There are teachers of intuition who, for example, with young children, say, if you're in a situation where you feel afraid, maybe some adult is approaching you in a certain way, and you're afraid, it's good, listen to your fear.
Right.
And so fear can be as much of a source of intuition as love. Even though that fear sometimes puts us into dualistic thinking, and it's hard to be in fear and also appreciate the wholeness of everything, there are times, there are moments when fear is appropriate.
Right. No. Yeah. It's a tough one, but I completely understand what you're saying.
See, I don't think I can give you any simple formula and say, this is all you need to do is memorize this phrase, and you'll be saved. You'll achieve enlightenment.
Not that easy. No. That's probably why we're human.
And if there were such a formula, it would probably be what you're saying. It's about love. It's about oneness. It's about wholeness. But it's not about formulas.
Right. No, it's about taking the steps to get there. Well, any other steps that you would like to share, or that you find important, just as far as either getting in touch with your intuition or wanting to spread, some other message about intuition or anything else that you can think of? Okay. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
appreciate you taking the time to speak with
It's a
me
pleasure.
and share.
You're doing good work. It's very important.
Thank you. Important for me, which at the end of the day is what it's all about. Is I'm trying to work it all out. So
When you're representing your generation of people and the people who are coming up after you, and I hope you find a big audience for this.
thank you. And that's what I say. I said this to Gary the other day on the phone, and I'll say it to you as well. You guys have paved the way. Because without your books and all the work that you've done, I have nothing to feed off of. So it just goes that way. So I'm very grateful for all the research that you've done and all the work that you've done. And it's definitely really important to me.
Good. You're welcome.
Jeff, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for that yes that you gave to me all those years ago. And also just thank you for the amount of material that you've brought forth through your interviews, your books, all your research. Congratulations again on your award from the Bigelow Institute. And I look forward to continue to watch your work being brought out into the world.
Thank you so much, Leanne, for sharing your wonderful work with the new Thinking Aloud audience. And for those of you watching or listening, thank you for being with us. You are the reason that we are here. We've just released issue number 2 of the New Thinking Aloud Quarterly Magazine. You can download a free copy at the New Thinking Aloud Foundation website, newthinkingaloud.org. Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. I imagine that by now, many of you already realize that in conjunction with White Crow Books, we just launched the new Thinking Aloud Dialogues book imprint, and our first title is There Life After Death?
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Our topic today is near-death experience, and with me is Dr. Raymond Moody, a psychiatrist whose classic book, Life After Life, published in 1976, literally launched the whole movement into research on the phenomenon of near-death experience. Dr. Moody is a founding member of the International Association for Near-Death Studies. He's a professor of psychology at West Georgia College, and he's also the author of Reflections on Life After Life and the Life Beyond. Welcome, Ray.
Thank you very much for having me here, Jeff.
You know, when you first began investigating the phenomenon of people coming back from near-death experience after having been resuscitated from, say, cardiac arrest, there was almost no literature in the field at all. Nothing really for you to relate your research to. It's as if in the last 10 years things have changed drastically.
That's right. As I kept hearing from these patients who had almost died and had had really dramatic experiences that had profoundly altered their lives, And yet I couldn't find anything in the psychiatric literature, the psychiatric textbooks, the medical literature that could give me any clues to what was going on with these patients.
Why don't we, for the benefit of our viewers, just outline what a typical near-death experience would be like?
Well, a very typical pattern, something that the patients commonly tell us, is that at this time when their heart stops beating, they have cardiac arrest, they have no heartbeat, no detectable respiration. And very often their physicians will say something such as, "Oh my God, he's dead, we've lost him," or something to that effect. The patients will tell us that from their perspective, they feel more alive than ever. They say they float up out of their bodies and they watch the resuscitation going on from a point of view immediately below the ceiling of the operating room or the emergency room. And they say from this perspective, they can see exactly what's going on down below. They can understand the remarks and the thoughts of the personnel, the medical personnel who are around. They say after a time in this very unusual experience that they're having a great deal of difficulty understanding. In fact, how can I be up here watching me down there? It doesn't seem to make any sense to them. After a while, they realize that although they can see clearly and understand perfectly what's going on, no one seems to be able to see or to hear them. So they undergo an experience in which they realize that this is something to do with what we call death. And at this point, they experience what we might characterize as a turning inward of the sense of identity. One woman described this to me by saying, in this experience, at this point, you are not the wife of your husband, you are not the mother of your children, you are not the child of your parents, you are totally and completely you.
Truly yourself.
Truly yourself. And at this point, in this moment of isolation and realizing that this is what we call death, then very unusual transcendental experiences begin to unfold. And I call them transcendental partly because the patients say that these later steps of the near-death experience are absolutely ineffable. That means indescribable. And that try as they may, they can't find any words in the ordinary language that we are exposed to describe the amazing feelings and experiences they are going through at this point.
Beautiful beyond words.
Absolutely. And they say they become aware of what's described as a tunnel, a passageway, a portal, and they go into this tunnel. And when they come out into a very brilliant, warm, loving, and accepting light. And people at this point describe just amazing feelings of peace and comfort. In this light, they say that relatives or friends of theirs who seem already to have died, who have already died, and that seem to be there to meet them, to greet them, and to help them through this transition. Another thing they'll often tell us is that at this point they are met by some religious figure. Christians say Christ, Jews say God or an angel, and they say in this setting that this being in effect asks them a question. And they all say that words can't convey it, that communication in this position does not take place through words as you and I are now using, but rather in the form of an immediate awareness. And the way they summarize this question or try to put it into words is that they say that he asks in effect, what have you done with your life? How have you learned to love? And at this point they say they undergo a detailed review of everything they have ever done in their lives. This is displayed around them, they'll tell us, in the form of a full-color, three-dimensional panorama. And it involves every detail of their life, they say, from the point of their birth right up to the point of this close call with death.
And it might take only a matter of seconds in our time.
Absolutely, Jeffrey. And you know, the people who go through this say that time, as you and I are experiencing it now, that's measured by the clock, is not a factor in these experiences.
As if they're in a realm which is transcendent time as we know it.
Right. Many of them say eternity as the word they will grasp at to explain this. Interestingly enough, during this life review, the patients very often report that they review the events of their lives not from the perspective they have when they went through the event, but rather from a third-person perspective, and that their perspective is displaced out to the side or above, and they watch themselves go through these life actions from a third-person perspective, from which, incidentally, they can also empathetically relate to the people with whom they've interacted.
In other words, if some of their actions have caused pain in another person, they feel that.
Absolutely. They take the perspective of the person that they have been unkind to.
Mm-hmm.
And accordingly, if they see an action where they have been loving to someone, then they can feel the warmth and good feelings that has resulted in the life of this person.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that is fascinating is that all of the patients who go through this tell us that there is one thing that comes up to them as the most important feature in their life in these reviews. They say that it doesn't have anything to do with earthly success. No one asks them about their financial well-being or how much power they've had or any of these other things that our society suggests that we should be paying so much attention to. Every single person has told me that what they were faced with there was the question of how they had learned to love and whether they had put this love into practice in their lives.
What a powerful message for those of us who get caught up into thinking that our identity is so much contingent upon whether we get a raise or a promotion.
That, and certainly that's one of the prominent after effects of these experiences, that the people have exactly the kind of realization that you're talking about, that those are not the important things in life.
In fact, I recall at one point in your book you said as they review their lives, they realize that it's the little things that count, not the big things.
Yeah, and living in the moment, and not worrying obsessively about what's going to happen next week or the deadlines and so on. And after a time in this experience, obviously, all of the patients have to come back at one point or another. Some of them see little glimpses of things even beyond what I've described so far. Sometimes they report beautiful pastoral scenes, heavenly scenery, amazing places of amazing beauty. After a time in this, though, all of them have to come back. When they reach the point of coming back, we have various accounts. People differ a little bit in how they describe how they got back. Some of the people say that they suddenly found themselves back without knowing why. They said suddenly they were, at first knew they were out of their bodies watching this resuscitation. Then suddenly they just found themselves back in their bodies, perhaps after the paddles had been put on the chest during the resuscitation procedure. Others will tell us that someone there, either this religious being they were with God or Christ, or else alternatively a relative or friend of theirs who had died, who was there with them, tells them, you've got to go back. It's not your time yet. You have things left to do, and you can't come here yet. And so they go back. There is another group of people who say that they were given a choice, that someone there told them, well, you have a decision to make, that you can go back to the life you've been leading, or you can come on in this experience you're having now. It's very interesting that obviously all those that I've talked with who were given that choice have chosen to come back. And when they do, it's interesting to me that the reason they give for returning is universal, with one exception, which I'll relate. That the almost universal reason is that the person will say, from my own point of view, I would rather have studied. But I had children left to raise, so I decided, and I had to go back to take care of them. The one exception was a young woman who, at the time of her experience, she was in the last part of her career or her training as a nurse. And if I can use her exact words, she told me, all my life I had wanted to become a nurse and to help people. And so she chose to go back to resume her nursing training and career. I suppose there's not much doubt, or it should be fairly obvious, that when people do return from this experience, their lives have been totally transformed.
And the description that you just gave us is sort of an amalgamation of thousands of people who you've now interviewed.
Yes, absolutely. And it's not necessary that every person has every element of that experience. We find that it's some people who have a relatively brief cardiac arrest may report only one or two of these things, whereas people with more extensive cardiac arrest can report the full-blown picture.
But it seems to suggest that there's a world beyond, and which is a very pleasant world indeed.
Suggest, I'm glad you used that word, because it certainly doesn't give us scientific evidence in a rigorous sense or proof that we live after we die. But I don't mind saying that after talking with over 1,000 people who have had these experiences, and having experienced many times some of the really baffling and unusual features of these experiences, it has given me great confidence that there is a life after death. As a matter of fact, I must confess to you in all honesty, I have absolutely no doubt, on the basis of what my patients have told me, that they did get a glimpse of the beyond.
Well, and they themselves come back with an enormous conviction that they know what death is like.
Oh yes, certainly. And it gives them a great sense of peace. Never again do they fear death. Not that any of them would want to die in a painful or unpleasant way, or that they would actively seek this out. As a matter of fact, they all say that life is a great blessing and a wonderful opportunity to learn, and that they don't want to die anytime soon. But what they mean is that when death comes in its natural course of events, they're not going to be afraid. They don't fear it in the least anymore, as being a cessation of consciousness.
Now, I did have a chance to pick up another book by a medical doctor with a strong and apparently fundamentalist Christian leaning, and he had read your works, and he was very puzzled why were all these experiences so positive when the biblical teachings had a little more fire and brimstone. And he pointed out that some of his own patients had experienced hellish kinds of experiences.
Yes, I have heard anecdotally of a few cases of people who have had hellish experiences. But I don't know how to explain that particular finding that you're mentioning, because certainly I have many other colleagues who have investigated among us many thousands of these reports, and we're all in agreement that the hellish reports are a distinct rarity. I wouldn't have any idea how to explain that. It's conceivable that people who have hellish experiences would be less likely to talk about them, for instance, or something of that nature, but I really don't know.
Well, it's ironic that you have now personally investigated over 1,000. There's a whole international society that's accumulating data on more and more. It seems that, as I recall, a Gallup poll has indicated there may be as many as 8 million Americans who have had this experience, and yet only a little over a decade ago, it was simply not discussed. It was literally unknown in our culture, kind of a buried phenomenon.
Absolutely. And I suspect what's happened is that the enormous strides in resuscitation technology over the past couple of decades is a factor here. Just in the past 20 years, we have developed devices that can bring people back from a state that 100 years ago would have been called death. And cardiopulmonary resuscitation is widely taught, even to to young people and so on. So we are seeing, due to the advances in medicine, a much greater number of people who are brought back from the verge of death. In fact, if we look back into history, we find these experiences going way, way back in history. Some reports literally thousands of years old. And then more recently, in medieval times, there was a great interest in this phenomenon. One of the popes of the medieval church became very fascinated with near-death experiences and actually wrote a book about them. And so this goes way back, but what I think is happening is that because there's so many more now, we just reached a point where something had to be said. We had to understand how to help or how to talk with these 8 million adults in this country who had had this experience. And I should add also that that figure of 8 million, Dr. Gallup's poll was, it obviously dealt with adults. His sample was limited to adults who were polled. What we know now from some most fascinating work by a pediatrician and some other physicians and researchers is that children have these experiences identically to those of adults. Dr. Melvin Morse, the University of Washington School of Medicine, who's now a pediatrician in private practice in Seattle, has published 3 articles in the American Journal of the Diseases of Children on his studies of over 50 children who have had near-death experiences. Again, exactly what we hear from adults.
Well, I would imagine that, again, part of it was creating a context for it. And prior to the publication of Life After Life, your book, there are people who are having these experiences had very little to relate to in the literature, and I would imagine also that they were afraid to discuss it with their doctors or even their relatives.
Yes, it's interesting how many of my patients over the years, before there was any widespread publicity or public knowledge of this, would relate to me that they had tried very hard to tell their physician or a minister or a friend or a relative, but that no one paid any attention to them, trying to dismiss this. And that was very distressing to the patients, I'm sure, because this was such an overwhelming, very meaningful and touching personal experience. And the patients had no one to listen to.
Now, I think 8 million people, and the experience is being discussed commonly in many books and research. It would seem as if a whole new context for spirituality is being created, because I gather that these experiences are relatively similar regardless of a person's religious denomination.
As far as I know, yes. I haven't done a lot of research with, in other cultures outside the Judeo-Christian tradition. So I have to rely on reports that I read in the literature and so on. I have talked with people from over large areas of the world, certainly, Western Europe, South America, even the Orient, but most of these people were people who had been raised in Judeo-Christian traditions. But certainly from reports I've heard from other people looking into this, that we get identical accounts from other cultures as well. An anthropologist, even working back in the late 20s or early 30s, David Hallowell, wrote a most fascinating paper on his research among the Saulteaux Indians in Canada. And he found that the Saulteaux were very intrigued with near-death tales. And they had accumulated a large number of them in their oral tradition. And again, we hear the same kinds of reports that we hear from contemporary Americans.
Well, you describe the people who have had this experience as being truly transformed in a very deep, deep way. And one of the phrases that you use, which I think was quite touched me a lot, was that they become more spiritual, not more religious necessarily. You say being religious means following the teachings of your church, whereas being spiritual means following the promptings of your soul. That people open up in this way.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's a very good way you have the way you've described it, they come back saying that it's not denominational religion that counts. I once talked with a very wonderful man who told me that he had his near-death experience during the last year of his seminary training. And he said that up to that point in his life, and he characterizes himself as a very narrow person, up to that point, he said he was absolutely convinced that only the members of his very specific denomination were going to be in heaven, and that everybody else was going to hell. And he said he was firmly committed to this. And he said during his near-death experience, he went up through this tunnel after seeing his body going into a brilliant light and being there in the presence of the being who he identified as Christ. And his interesting remark was that he found this Christ to be a much more affable fellow than he had imagined. And the words he used, he said, I was very surprised to learn that God wasn't interested in my theology. And so generally, I think the patients who return from this will say that it's not denominational religion that counts. It's the commitment to the basic spiritual truths that are embodied in religion. The love of oneself and of others, and the attempt to expand oneself and to be harmonious with God and one's fellow human beings.
You reported on another case in which a near-death experience had occurred to a fundamentalist preacher whose sermons had, prior to his experience, frequently dealt with the fire and brimstone kind of theology.
Oh yes, this fellow said actually when he went through the review of his life, it was pointed out to him in a very gentle and loving way that was not the way to be with people, to try to frighten them.
And he changed.
He changed, sir.
And this kind of dramatic life change is common.
Oh yes, yes. We see this again and again. No more fear of death, renewed commitment to loving others, a certain feeling that it's the present that's important, living in the present and not worrying about the future and this sort of thing. And I'd say a great sense of contentment and so on. Another interesting thing is that very often they describe a renewed interest in learning. I've had quite a few patients, even patients of advanced age, who had near-death experiences, who said that one of their first impulses when they recovered was to go back to school. Some of them even entering college for the first time and so on. Because they say in this life review, they saw it was sort of pointed out to them, or when they saw events unfolding in which they had been learning something, developing themselves in that way, that was a plus for them, and that was satisfying and expanding.
At one point, you indicate that some of them had said that the only things they could take with them into the other realm would be their ability to love and the knowledge that they had acquired.
Right.
And is this like any kind of like technical knowledge, or is it a specific knowledge of the soul or something of that sort?
It seems more the latter. I suppose more what we would characterize as wisdom, and when you're really trying to learn and to understand.
In other words, when it comes right down to it, love and wisdom are the things that are permanent somehow, that everything else will fall away.
Yes.
Well, as people experience this, do you feel that it's affecting our culture as a whole? Now that we've so many people talking about it in this way?
No doubt about it. It's been on movies. It's portrayed now in movies. There have been a number of really excellent films, I think. Resurrection being one of the really good ones.
Mm-hmm.
It's even been on soap operas. I think I see in my own field of medicine that every year now there are a number of articles in the medical journals about near-death experiences. Not from the point of view of using these things to prove or to whatever, establish that there's a life after death, but rather in the sense that it has a genuine relevance to clinical medicine. There's a study which indicates very strongly that between, say, 45 to 60% of the people who undergo a cardiac arrest from which they are resuscitated will have an experience of that nature. And so then, from the point of view of a physician, whatever one might believe about the origin and the nature and the cause of it, it's certainly important for us to be able to reassure these patients that, look, you're not alone. We don't fully understand what happened to you, but we know that it was a very important thing, and we want to help you to try to integrate it into your life.
So right under our noses, virtually, people are having these profound experiences, and whether they're biochemical in origin or spiritual in origin, now, really for the first time in Western culture, largely thanks to your work, Dr. Moody, we can recognize it.
Well, it seems so. Although I must say, I don't want to take credit for this, and that's very nice of you.
Well, I'm going to have to stop you here too because we're out of time. So I appreciate your humility and the genuineness with which you're approaching this most profound.
But you know, there are, what I meant is that there are so many other physicians who have made these same findings. So.
Well, Raymond Moody, thank you so much for being with me.
Thank you.
And thank you for being with us.
We've just released issue number 2 of the New Thinking Aloud quarterly magazine. You can download a free copy at the New Thinking Aloud Foundation website, newthinkingaloud.org. Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. I imagine that by now many of you already realize that in conjunction with White Crow Books, we've just launched the New Thinking Aloud Dialogues book imprint, and our first title is There Life After Death?
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Today we're going to explore the hypothesis that the ancient gods of all cultures are not just mythological characters or figures, but actually lived, highly evolved beings who visited the Earth from another planet. With me in the studio is Neil Freer, writer, researcher, philosopher, and author of Breaking the God Spell. Welcome, Neil.
Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure to be here with you. You look at many different lines of evidence that suggest that we ought to take the ancient myths of most cultures when they write about their gods literally, in the sense that these beings walked on this planet in physical bodies. Some of the evidence that you draw on comes from the field of archaeology. There are objects, you call them ooparts. Can you tell me what ooparts means and give some examples?
Sure. Ooparts is a term that simply means ostensibly high-tech tools, toys, objects, devices that are ostensibly out of time, out of historical sequence. And because they are, we have to ask ourselves who could have used them or invented them or created them back there at that particular time period.
What would be an example?
A very good example is the best one that comes to mind is that is a carved or hand-carved wooden model of some object that the archaeologists normally, when they don't know what it really is for, they always call it a ritual or cult object. But they discovered it in the 30s in a temple, in a pyramid, an Egyptian pyramid tomb. And they put it in a box in the museum. And then by the time the 1950s came around, somebody who had that stuck in the back of their head said, uh-oh. And they went back there into the back room and they pulled it out of the box and looked at it and they called in some aeronautical engineers And they said, yeah, that looks pretty good to us, and they flew it across the room. The reason why they discovered that they discovered it in the 50s was that it was at that point only that we had come up with swept-wing aircraft. And that's what it was. It was a hand-carved model of swept-wing aircraft. Now, on the large scale, you can take the Temple of Baalbek, a very, very ancient site that was ancient even in the times of the Romans.
In Lebanon.
In Lebanon. The Greeks and the Romans made it a point to, when they conquered those territories or went there, to actually put effort and wealth into rebuilding this place because they knew that it was a very important ancient site. One of the amazing things is that when you see a picture with a man standing at the base of it, he looks like a fly compared to the size of the blocks that form, many of the huge blocks that form the base of it, some of which have been measured at weighing 1,100 tons. There is no technology whatsoever in the world that we have that would even come close to being able to handle such a thing, much less cut it with precision and move it.
Even today.
Even today. When they made the Aswan Dam, created the Aswan Dam project, and they had to move huge stone sculptures out of the way, they called in experts from all over the world, and they cut the things up in pieces, relatively small pieces, and moved them over.
But the stone blocks at Baalbek are much larger.
Totally solid. They're enormous. I mean, consider 2,000 pounds times 1,100 tons.
So there are, I understand, hundreds, perhaps thousands of objects like that. The origins are still unfathomable to us in terms of our technology and science.
Right. And then to bring it down to a more prosaic level, we have, it points up how we began the study of archaeology, because the Judeo-Christian tradition had mitigated against us having a science of archaeology until about 150 years ago, when a precocious German, who was not an archaeologist or even a scientist, but who was a person who had read many of the ancient legends, it was myth and legend, about the ancient cities. And he said, this cannot be. I have maps from the ancient times. So he took one of those maps and he went down to the Middle East and he went to the city, or to the location where the city of Troy was supposed to be, and he dug deep enough and he found Troy. And of course, by then he had newspapers at that point, and his beautiful life was pictured in the newspapers, standing there with all the beautiful gold jewelry around it.
So this would be an example of a situation in which we once thought Troy was simply a myth, that it wasn't a real city, and subsequently we know otherwise.
Precisely. And that has followed through. We have discovered site after site after site in the Middle East, and they fall out in the exact locations, and they are even more breathtaking in their splendor in many cases than as described even in the ancient text.
But it's a big step to say that, yes, this city existed, and to say that the mythological gods were actually highly evolved beings,
right,
physical bodies that walked the earth and talked and taught us technologies.
Certainly. Yes, because it is true that even though they were said to have vimanas, airplanes in the ancient text, and they were described, and they were said to fly through space in craft that belched fire, rockets, quite obviously. Even some depicted on the ancient stone monuments, actual photo of the carvings of bullet-like objects with flames coming out of it. It is circumstantial evidence. We have to say that, it's probably not evidence. As any evidence in archaeology certainly is. But when we look at the wealth of material of food parts, those things that are totally out of place in time, that men were obviously not capable of, never said they were capable of, and we look at the other factors that are vectors, if you will, that are coming to bear on this subject, I think that we have a circumstantial case that is so strong that if it were circumstantial evidence presented in a court of law, it would certainly lead to a conviction.
You are very much influenced by the writings of Zechariah Sitchin.
That's correct.
Who was a historian, a translator of ancient Sumerian texts. Sitchin takes these texts literally, doesn't he?
It does. He's one of 200 Sumerian scholars in the world that can pick up a clay tablet and read it like you and I can do in newspaper. I have a great deal of respect for the integrity and scope of his work. And basically what Sitchin is doing is agreeing with all of the other archaeological positions. He says, yes, it is true that the ancient Sumerian civilization was a sudden civilization. There were no predecessors. They did have all of the institutions that we have now, including limited forms of democratic government, medicine, trilingual dictionaries, schools, universities, and so on. It is very difficult, it's almost a new part. How do you explain a sudden civilization in that sense with no predecessor? But over and above that, he also would go one step farther. Instead of saying, as we traditionally would have in the academic world, that the gods were mythological, because of the things they could do, fly through space, fly through the atmosphere, create human beings, use weapons like starboard lasers and so on. He says we have to look at the technology we have today and see that we can do all these things. Those reasons are great for us. So we must take at least another look. And when we look at the texts that have developed over the last 150 years from the archaeological digs, it is quite clear to him, and I have tried 7 or 8 years to break his case, so to speak, that he is saying very accurately what the truth is. And that is that those gods came from off planet, outer space, from another planet in our solar system, the 10th one, which we, the evidence for which we can examine. We're here for taking huge amounts of gold out of the planet, not for wealthy jewelry, but to do some kind of special molecular seeding of the atmosphere of their planet, perhaps as a heat shield or whatever, because it went so far out past our sun, that they created human beings 300,000 years ago when they had a rebellion in the gold mines. We even have, if the ancient records are correct, we even have the conversations that took place when their lower echelons laid down their tools, created a rebellion and a work strike in the gold mines in South Africa, and forced their geneticists to create a creature to take their place. This is, I would put the other caveat down. It is the most unthinkable thought in Western culture, but I believe it is really true. And we have the keys to restoring our true history to ourselves.
Now, these stories are written in clay tablets that have been found in the ruins in the area that's now Iraq, primarily the ancient kingdoms of Sumeria and Babylonia and Akkadian and Chaldea and so on. The clay tablets were probably created 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, and you're claiming that the events described in these clay tablets date back hundreds of thousands of years.
That's correct. And the reason I'm saying that is that it is also recorded in those tablets that the reason we have this information in the first place is that it was taught to us. That the gods first created us as a genetically engineered species by fusing, genetically splicing their genes with the only indigenous hominid around on the planet at that point, at the end point of our natural evolution at this point, planet, Homo erectus. Having done so and created a new bicameral species, if you will, with 2 major genetic codes, we were mutants and couldn't procreate. They eventually gave us the ability to procreate. We became precocious. Perhaps they, being, it appears from the ancient records, at a level of technology and a level of technology that we have only reached now, that they perhaps didn't even know the full consequences of what that genetic engineering event would transpire, how it would transpire. And so we became precocious and intelligent more than probably they really wanted. They wanted a strong creature with enough intelligence to do their gold mining, but not to give them any problems, not to give them any trouble. But it turned out differently, and we became eventually partners with them. And in the process of being taught literally crash courses in civilization and given technology, we see that we were taught this stuff and we were eventually taught to write it down. And since it was the most important event, since it bore on our actual genesis as a species, it has been recorded in all those societies, and it's basically a transcultural phenomenon.
In other words, if you were to look at the most ancient legends of Egypt, of Sumeria, of India, of South America, you would find certain parallels.
That's very true. It is Joseph Campbell, one of the most respected of our comparative mythologists in the Master of God series. He spent 12 years in intense research on that, and he answered a question that he posed to himself at the very beginning of that work in a very startling way. He said, is all of this mythology, which seems so completely the same over the face of the planet, even the genealogies of the gods, who married whom, who was whose cousin, even though the languages were different because the languages spoke, used different names for them, they were the same whether it was in the Vedic traditions in India or in the Norse tradition in Norway. And he said, so the question must be posed, is it the common reaction of the human neurological system to, in a naive fashion, to the processes of nature, like thunder and lightning and so on? And he said, when I look at the history and I look at my material, it can't be that way. It was not that way. He said, something happened in Samaria. I don't know exactly what it was, and he postulated, as with all establishment scholars up to this point, that the gods were not blood again. But he said it is quite obvious that something happened in Samaria and it spread all over the world.
Well, most scholars today, of course, assume that the stories of the flood and the creation, the Garden of Eden, many of the stories of the Old Testament are actually summaries of much more extensive legends that have been written in the earlier Sumerian records.
That's true. Up until about 150 years ago, the general mindset of Western culture in the Judeo-Christian tradition was that the ancient Old Testament was given as revelatory material, that it was given to the prophets and the scribes and so on, pretty much as just there, and write it down. But all of the scholars, including Sitchin, at this point in time, recognize that over the last 150 years, again, the archaeological material has made it quite clear that the Old Testament, as we know it in the Bible, is a very recent, relatively recent event, and it is a synopsis, a very brief synopsis of what has been recovered on those documents from even as far back as the Sumerians. What was history of the Sumerians is written down in synopsis.
And of course, if you read the book of Genesis in the original Hebrew, you'll find some interesting things, like the word Elohim is constantly used by the Jewish people to refer to God, and yet anyone who knows Hebrew will tell you this is a plural word.
It is interesting that in the previous Semitic languages and in the Hebrew, what people don't pay too much attention to is the fact that El is the singular, Elohim is the plural. But there are some other etymological trails of evidence that are very significant and fascinating. For instance, in the Sumerian, the word Anunnaki means those who came down, meaning from the heavens. It was a major term that was applied to the ancient gods, whom the ancient civilization said they could speak to, get information from, get blueprints from to build them new temples, where they could converse with them and serve them food and so on. That word is etymologically traceable up through, Anunnaki is etymologically traceable up through the other Semitic languages until it gets to the Old Hebrew, where it becomes Anakim. And then eventually it is related to the word Nephilim, which is used in the 6th chapter of Genesis, which has been a horror of translators because it speaks of plural gods.
Isn't that the reference to the giants lived on the world in the earth in those days, and they mated with the daughters of men, something to that effect? Yes.
But it is also true that even though in a last-ditch effort, so to speak, to somehow or other modify that text, the word Nephilim was translated junk. It does not in the Old Hebrew mean anything of the sort. It means, again, those who came down from the heavens, meaning from the heavens. It was, and so that text becomes extremely significant because it says, and please don't hold me to exactly each word, but it says before the flood and after the flood, the Nephilim were on the earth. And the sons of those gods became enamored of daughters of men, took on themselves wives as many as they wanted, and eventually they bore children to them. This turns out to be when we go back and look at the ancient texts that are in volumes that describe this event, which in the 6th chapter is in through sentences. What really happened was that after we had been genetically engineered 300,000 years ago as slave animals, they discovered that we were mutants, as in real mutants. Any genetically engineered manipulated being usually is sterile. They eventually, because they wanted more and more of us, gave us the ability to procreate. Then it became difficult for them because, again, they may not have been able to judge, but we spread all over the place, And that's where it's fascinating. The story of Genesis and takes over in the Garden of Eden story, because it is a cryptic metaphor for the fact that the surplus then was pushed into the outback, out of the Nephilim centers, and started probably the huge migrations that eventually ended up in southern America.
In other words, if we look at the story of the Garden of Eden, and from your perspective, you're sort of saying, well, these gods created human beings to work for them in the garden, precisely. And then they were given the ability to procreate and ended up being sort of exiled from the garden.
Right. And first we were created for the gold mines in South Africa. And it's very fascinating. Another interesting correlation here and reinforcement in modern science is the fact that when you read the journals of the gold mining industry in South Africa right now, they refer to the fact that very seldom do they go looking geologically in typical geological fashion for gold mines. They simply go looking for the traces of the ancient ones. There are 65,000 year old gold mines in South Africa that they have rediscovered precisely in the location where the laboratories and the gold mines were that we were invented for. Some of them they tentatively have dated 100,000 years ago. So it's again another OOPAR. We didn't know that, anyone who had the technology to do that.
In other words, what you're telling me is that the clay tablets from the Middle East, the area that is now Iraq, describes gold mining operations in South Africa?
That's precisely correct. Because they were here for gold, and having the work strike invented us to take their place. Eventually, they also, and it's a detailed account, that they vied for us so much that some of them went down there and actually took some of the slave animals to the Middle East to do their menial tasks, and that's how we ended up in Eden, which is the part of the Middle East that the Old Testament is referring to,
sort of crescent region.
Precisely.
Now, I gather then that the different, we might call them tribal gods in various cultures, Yahweh, Ishtar, and so on, you are suggesting these are actual personalities.
That's precisely correct. We should distinguish between later inventions or political creations of opportunistic shamans, or the product of naive minds who were so far separated in space, perhaps in the islands in the Pacific and so on, who did react to natural phenomena. But we're talking here about the main traditions that are found of our creation, of the flood. The American Indian cultures contain 42 variations on the flood story. The Orinoco Indians knew the flood story. So it is that type of hardcore tradition.
Well, tell me more about the flood story. I think you suggested earlier that the Nephilim, actually, these gods had decided that they were going to destroy the genetic experiment they had created.
The last straw came when their younger males became enamored of the daughters of men. We became a stable species, and the females particularly became attracted to the Nephilim males. And this was totally objectionable to the Nephilim ruling class and the rulers here on the planet. And they decided we have the records, if they're true, that say that they voted in council to let the entire experiment be flooded out and wiped out the humans because it was getting totally out of hand. And the event that they were going to let, when they were going to let this happen, was when their planet came in through the asteroid belt the next time around. So, as a digression here, perhaps we should develop that concept of their planet for a bit.
Yes.
They said, they taught us that they had come from the last planet in our solar system, which is a Neptune-sized planet that circles the sun once every 3,600 years, comes into the asteroid belt, goes way out in a huge, elongated, extended cometary orbit, way out past Pluto, and it's tipped up to the plane of the ecliptic, the flat plane of the other planets, by about 30 some odd degrees and so on.
Well, you can find that kind of precision in the ancient records.
Precisely. And also, we have a cylinder seal where we have a depiction of our sun with all of the planets that we know today, even though Tombaugh discovered Pluto ostensibly in 1930, as late as that. We have a picture of our sun on one of the cylinder seals, as far as experimental devices, that show all the planets in our solar system including our moon and so on, including that 10th planet in the proper location.
Well, how do astronomers today view this notion?
It's very fascinating. I've talked to and discussed this with modern astronomers. Now, a lot of people don't realize that astronomers from Gabriel and NASA and the Naval Observatory have been looking for Planet X. It's called that in the popular press for a long time. They thought they had it when Pluto was discovered, and they found, no, that isn't the one. They see a definite gravitational pull on the path, on the orbital path of two of the major outer planets, Uranus and Neptune. And as a result, they can extrapolate, and they have already claimed that this Neptune-sized planet, some of them say that it's they are so sure that it's there that all we have to do is name it. And it may have been picked up by the IRIS, the infrared imaging satellite in 1963-64. But they say that it must take at least 800 to 1,000 years once around our sun. It is tipped up to the plane of ecliptic by 30 some odd degrees, and so on. So we're getting the astronomers, even though they emphatically deny that it could ever correspond to the Sumerian documents and the Sumerian traditions and history, because they will not disagree with the archaeologists. I mean, there's a very close dance going on between the archaeologists and astronomers at that point, reinforcing each other. They simply won't admit that that's the planet, but they keep coming closer and closer to an exact description of that planet. So,
and so to get back to the flood story, now you're suggesting that if we were to take these Sumerian legends literally, at a certain time in our very ancient history, when that planet was approaching the Earth, something took place that resulted in a flood.
They knew at that time, apparently, quite clearly, what we knew, only we had learned. I think I read the article originally, probably about 20 years ago in Scientific American. And that was that a scientist had postulated at that point that the entire Antarctic ice shelf can build a slush layer on itself, and by the configuration of the geology of Antarctica, that huge mass could slide off and create instantaneous havoc in the weather systems and obviously quite huge flooding. And apparently knowing that, they said, when our planet comes in the next time, we will go off in the spaceships and we'll let the entire experiment be flooded out. One of them was forced to vote in council affirmatively, but he did not like this idea at all. He was in sympathy with the humans. He did not want it to happen. So he did a very rationalized, chintzy, if I may use the term, act. He went to one of his favorite humans and he said, stand on the other side of this reed screen. I'm not going to be talking to you, but I'm going to be talking to the reed screen. It turns out this is the way that we see it described in the Old Testament, and the name for that human was Noah. In the Sumerian, it was Nehushtan. Nehushtan, the records are identical. In fact, in much greater detail in the Sumerians. And so what happened was he gave him directions on how to build a relatively very sophisticated semi-submersible. It was not a box that floated on the surface, but something that would take the cross and turn. And he said a very interesting thing. He said, when you see fire and thunder in Shamash, get in, batten down the hatches because it can come down. It turns out that Shamash was one of their spaceports. So what he was saying to him is, when you see us light the candle and go up in the rocket ships, and you see that fire and thunder, get in and go for it. That was very close to a total annihilation of the human species.
Well, Neil, these are extremely provocative ideas and quite an interesting hypothesis. We have about a minute left, and I think it's very important to leave our viewers with some sense of what you think, if this hypothesis is correct, the implications are for us alive today now.
I think it is quite clear that we now have at hand the ability to step out of the adolescence phase. We can reevaluate the three parts of religion. Institutionalized religion in this context, if it is correct, is the sublimation in a very classical Jungian sense of the old master-slave relationship. We can see that transcendental experience is the participation at the leading edge of our peculiar special case of evolution. We are being pushed by the advanced Nephilim component through a rapid metamorphosis of constant, of exploration. See the robot flying into the circuitry, if you will, for a poor metaphor, to determine the answers to the beginning questions in the philosophy. Who are we and where do we come from? and to expand our awareness. The occult, which is another thing.
No time for the occult, Neil.
Okay.
Well, we're really out of time now.
Okay.
Neil, for your thanks so much. You're really giving us a new vision of humanity, a little below the angels and a little above the beasts, as they say. Thanks so much for being with me. Thank you. And thank you for being with us. We just released issue number 2 of the New Thinking Aloud Quarterly Magazine. You can download a free copy at the New Thinking Aloud Foundation website, newthinkingaloud.org.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishla.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishla. Our topic today is imagery and the alphabet. With me is Dr. Leonard Schlein, who is the head of laparoscopic surgery at the California Pacific Medical Center in San Francisco, and also an associate professor of surgery at the University of California, San Francisco Medical Center. Dr. Schlein is also the author of 2 books, Art and Physics and The Alphabet versus the Goddess. Welcome, Leonard. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you. Your exploration into the role of the alphabet in human culture began at a time when you were touring the Near East.
That is correct. I was part of an archaeological tour that began first in Greece. And we had the good fortune to have as a guide an extremely knowledgeable University of Athens professor. Everywhere we went, she told us that the temple that we were standing before, say dedicated to Apollo or Zeus, had originally been consecrated to a goddess. And for unknown reasons, at a later date, it was reconsecrated to a god. And then we went to Moses and visited the great Minoan civilization. It was so striking that it was so obvious from the murals and from what we could see that women's status was very high in this culture, and the goddesses were an important part. And the trip ended at Ephesus, which she explained was the largest shrine to a woman in the Western world prior to it being closed to Christians in 391. And while we were digesting these facts, she pointed out the hillside. She said, legend has it that Mary, the mother of Jesus, came here and died and was buried. She was buried on that hillside. And on this long bus ride back to the airport, I was thinking to myself, it's clear that there's overwhelming evidence that there was a time in the historic past when virtually all cultures worshipped the earth goddess of some sort. And then there was a time when they didn't. And I was pondering the question of why did it happen that for 5,000 years, emerging civilizations all seemed to worship the goddess. And then for the next 5,000 years, they started worshiping gods. And in the last 3,000 years, the goddess disappeared. I mean, what event in culture could have been so immense, so pervasive, as to change the sense of God? And I concluded that after looking at all the current theories, probably the most popular one is that the horse was domesticated in 4500 BC And then these cavalry came riding out of the steppes of Russia and conquered all the goddess-loving people, substituted the real sky gods for the goddess. But I thought that didn't sound right, because throughout history, whenever there's been an invasion and a conquest by the less sophisticated people and the sophisticated people, the values inevitably flow in the other direction.
Such as the Romans
Yeah, the
conquering
Romans
Greece.
conquered the Greeks. The Mongols sacked Islam, Baghdad, in 1348, and Baghdad is still Islamic, and now Islam is the religion of Outer Mongolia. So it didn't seem to me that something that happened so long ago could account for this changeover that's gone on for took about 1,000 years to complete. And it occurred to me that the thing that happened about the same time that this was occurring is that people were learning how to read and write. And we know that in the child, that if you teach the child certain kinds of information, then certain neuronal pathways are reinforced, and other pathways will wither if they don't understand certain other kinds of information. So, what would be the effect on culture of learning a linear, sequential, reductionist, and abstract mode of perception, which is what writing is? Now, the first forms of writing were cuneiform and hieroglyphics, which were so complicated that probably not more than 2% of the population learned how to read and write. But then, in between these two countries of Egypt and Mesopotamia, some group figured out an extremely easy way to communicate with writing called the alphabet. The alphabets are so easy to learn that 4-year-olds can learn it. Forrest Gump can learn it. And suddenly you have this communication tool that holds out the promise of universal literacy. And I maintain that changed culture. Mm-hmm. And it isn't the content of the books that I'm concentrating on. I maintain that the process of becoming literate is world changing. I mean, a literate person has a totally different worldview than a non-literate person.
Well, the sense of this for me is that when one does look into the archaeology and the prehistory of Europe and the Middle East, it's well known and agreed by scholars that these were all goddess cultures. But when I grew up and studied history in school, it was never taught. And I guess the reason is that the goddess cultures are by and large considered prehistorical, which in a sense proves your point, because history itself is said to begin with writing.
Exactly. But when you communicate, let me back up for a moment. The basis for this idea has to do with the fact that we humans have a very strange wiring in our brain. And that is that all vertebrates, from fish forward, have a bilobe brain. And each hemisphere of this bilobe brain pretty much does what the other hemisphere does, except it's a mirror image, except in humans. Humans have something called hemispheric lateralization, where although the two lobes of the brain look very similar, they're actually functionally different.
Specialized.
Yeah, very specialized. So 90% of language centers reside in the left hemisphere of right-handed people. And to prevent getting bogged down in qualifiers here, I'm just going to talk about right-handed people who have predominantly left brain. And it's almost as if all of the temporal functions, all of the functions that precede time, such as language, causality, determinism, logic, reason, all those things are very linear. And all the spatial functions, not all of them, but many of the spatial functions reside in the right hemisphere. So that recognizing faces, seeing patterns, seeing the holistic gestalt, seeing the parts of the whole and the relationship to them is primarily a right hemisphere function. So it's as if the right hemisphere processes information that is holistic, synthetic, concrete, and simultaneous. And the left hemisphere processes information that's linear, sequential, reductionist, and abstract. Now, if I were to show you my watch and say, look at my watch, you would see it instantly, simultaneously. There's no verbalization necessary to see my watch. But I could go in the other room and write a 2-page description of my watch, give it to you to read, and if I was a good writer, you would reconstruct what my watch looked like. But now you did this in a totally new way. Now I maintain that every man and woman has a feminine side and a masculine side to their personality, to their psyche, to their mind. And I believe that the masculine side of both men and women is primarily the left hemisphere. And the feminine side of both men and women is primarily the right hemisphere. So what is the effect on culture of introducing into culture a very powerful communication tool that reinforces only one side? When I speak to you, as I'm doing right now, I need both sides of my lips, both vocal cords, both sides of my tongue. In fact, if I've been to the dentist and I've heard Novocaine, I can't talk very well. So I need the cooperation of both hemispheres.
It's due, I presume, the people who are watching us right now.
And when you're listening to me, your left hemisphere is following what I'm saying in a very linear fashion. But your right hemisphere is checking me out. I mean, you're watching me, you're looking at me, you're seeing whether I seem sincere, how am I dressed, do I have alcohol on my breath. There's a whole bunch of nonverbal clues that go into the decision of what I'm saying that are almost as important as what I'm saying. When you write with only one hand. Up until the invention of the typewriter, the dominant hand held the stylus, the pen, the chisel, and the left hand was essentially a functional in writing. I mean, if you lost your left vocal cord, you'd have a hard time speaking. But if you lost your left arm, it wouldn't interfere with your ability to write. So this is a very profound change. I mean, Alfred North Whitehead said that the processes that advance civilization all but wreck the societies in which they occur. So what is the effect on culture of introducing a new form of communication? We're witnessing today a complete discombobulation of our culture due to new media that have been introduced, television, and radio in the early part of the century, and now the internet and all kinds of communication technologies. But this book sort of follows what Marshall McLuhan said, that the medium is the message, that a technology of information transfer embeds itself in our psyche, and it steadily exerts an influence on the way we think. And I think that the alphabet changed the way people envision the reality. So I maintain that if you study the alphabet cultures, you find that the alphabet cultures banned images, got rid of the goddess, said that there's only one God. And I know that some people would take issue with me and say, well, the Bible doesn't say that God is master. But the two nouns that are used to describe God are Yahweh and Adonai, and Elohim, which are all masculine. And then all the adjectives, nouns like Lord, ruler, master, king are masculine. So,
and certainly in English, when people refer to the God of Israel, they use the masculine pronoun.
So the first book written in alphabet is actually the Old Testament. There's nothing older that has maintained any influence on subsequent society. And in the Old Testament, the most important part of the Ten Commandments. The first commandment states that there is no goddess. I mean, the first commandment states, I am the Lord thy God, there is no other. So all other previous belief systems, up to that point, have always had a goddess and a god. Now, if I were to lay the Ten Commandments out on the table here and ask you to put them in the sequence of their importance, I'd venture to say that you would put as number 6, which is don't kill, to be number 2. But don't kill isn't number 2. What's number 2 is make no images. And it isn't just graven images. The prescription is against anything that flies in the air, creepeth on the ground, or is under the sea. In other words, no art. So here was the first culture who adopted an alphabetic book. And for the first time in the recorded history, we had people who worshiped words instead of images. And they banned images. and they banned the goddess.
Now, the rise of patriarchy, though, occurred earlier than this. As I understand, the culture was already rather patriarchal before the Bible was written.
Well, it's very interesting. The Egyptians had a form of written communication based on images, hieroglyphs. And the Mesopotamians had a form of communication that was written on very abstract linear rows. Now, the Mesopotamians were far more patriarchal than the Egyptians. Women had a very high standing in the culture. But then when we see that when Christianity began in the Roman Empire, and the Roman Empire was a polyglot of people, were experiencing an incredibly rapid rise in alphabet literacy rates due to tutors from Greece and papyrus from Egypt. And during this period of time, a new religion began. And in the beginning, it was based on the oral sayings of an exceedingly wise prophet named Jesus, who wrote nothing down. Now, given his period, given his culture, given the time that he lived, it seems extraordinary that he would not write anything down that he had to say. He told his disciples to memorize what he had to say. And in the early years of Christianity, women played a very important role until it got written down in the book. And then when it was canonized, when the women were told to move to the back of the church, be behind the grill, they lost the ability to be part of the choir, and they lost a lot of political rights that they had in the Roman Empire. And then the most astonishing thing happens when Rome falls, because throughout secular Europe, the Dark Ages descend, and it's during the Dark Ages that people lose the ability to read and write, except for the church. So we don't know very much about this period, but when the lights come on again in the 10th century, lo and behold, we find that troubadours are singing the praises of women. The age of chivalry is in full swing. Courtly love is all the rage. And surprisingly, Mary now plays a very prominent role in the Catholic Church. You know, the first 4 centuries of Christianity, neither the gospel writers or Paul had much to say about them. And yet, in the 10th century, these magnificent cathedrals are being planned all over Europe, dedicated to Notre Dame. I mean, the 4 most magnificent cathedrals in France, Amiens, Chartres, Rennes, and Paris, are all dedicated to Mary.
So by these analogies, what you seem to be suggesting is that the shift between the worship of a masculine god versus the worship of a goddess is something that we engender from within ourselves by stimulating the left hemisphere more in the case of worshiping the masculine god through the use of the alphabet. And when that drops away, we drift more towards a feminine-oriented culture and the worship of the goddess.
That is true. And then, and the most remarkable thing happened in the Renaissance was the invention of the printing press. Gutenberg's marvel just caused alphabet literacy rates to just skyrocket. I mean, Sir Thomas More estimated that in his lifetime, maybe 30% of Englishmen were literate. And when de Tocqueville came to the United States, America in the 19th century, he marveled that he couldn't find a North American who was illiterate. So you had this incredible phenomenon occur in European culture. And what happened immediately after the printing press was the Protestant Reformation. And the Protestants said, now that we can read this book by ourselves, we're going to reform the religion. And the first target of their attack was to get rid of Mary and to destroy all the images. And by the way, the first thing that the church did in 313, when Constantine made it the state religion, was to destroy all the images. So I mean, there's this strange iconoclasm that seems to go along with people who are newly literate. And what happened after the Protestant Reformation is a very strange episode that's never really been adequately explained, besides these incredibly ferocious, savage religious persecutions and heretic burnings, the witch hunts. Now, there's never been a culture in the world that decided to destroy its wise women. It never happened before. I mean, if you were to go to a Polynesian or an Eskimo or a Hopi Indian and say, would you believe that there's a culture in the world that's murdering its wise women? They would look at you with disbelief. Because nobody would do that. And yet, for 200 years, throughout only the literate countries of Europe, the ones that were giving us Shakespeare, Galileo, Bach, Newton, doing these magnificent explorations and scientific discoveries, those were the countries where the men had a psychosis so extreme that they felt it was necessary to murder women in large numbers. So you're saying that the way we stimulate our brain through the use of written language and alphabet, stimulating one half of the brain excessively, causes this violence. I want to make it very clear that, I am who I am because of alphabet literacy. You're a writer, yes, and it's an irony not lost on me that I had to write a book before I can get on a TV show. But I want to make it clear that alphabet literacy is an incredibly beneficial, salutary benefit for humankind. I'm not at all advocating that people not read and write. Let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater. But at the same time, Sophocles once warned, nothing vast enters the life of mortals without a curse. And I think you'll all agree with that. You won the lottery, you know that there's something that would happen that wouldn't be wonderful. Well, certainly the invention of writing was vast. So what was the curse? And I maintain that there's been a pernicious side effect of the sudden acquisition of literacy, and that is that women lose their status politically and economically, the goddess disappears, and images are executed. Now, the good news is that in the 19th century, we discovered photography, invented photography, and discovered electromagnetism. And those two discoveries have been weaving back and forth. They first produced photographs, then film, then television, now computer graphics. We live in a world that is now saturated with images. I mean, just listen to the carpool chit chat or the water cooler schmoozing, the lingo of, people are talking about sporting events, or movies they've seen, or advertising they've seen. And we now have a culture that the written word is balanced by an inundation of images. And I believe that it's no coincidence that the first feminist movement was the suffragette movement, which occurred right after the invention of photography. And the major feminist movement of this century occurred in the first television generation. And, if you put EEG leads on somebody's brain, and you give them a book to read, any book, doesn't matter what the content is, they will generate beta waves, which you generate when you're concentrating on a task. We know that if you're reading a book in a noisy room, you have to get up and turn off the radio or leave and go to a quieter place, because you have to concentrate to read. But when you put those same EEG leads on the same person watching a television program, and it doesn't matter what the content of the program, they generate alpha and theta waves, which is what you generate when you meditate. And who among us would deny that watching television is an almost hypnotic process? It's almost trance-like. So I don't know. Maybe our culture was stuck too long in the beta mode. Maybe we needed a little more alpha and theta, because surely there hasn't been a culture in the world as concerned about child care, welfare, health care, the environment as this one. And I maintain that Western culture has been primarily about books written by dead white males in imageless tones. And these books, whether it was Augustine, or Paul, or Hegel, or Marx, or Freud, these books influenced how and the shape of Western culture. In the last half of this century, and for most of this century, there have been no books that could even begin to compare to the impact of the image, of of the atomic bomb, the image of the Earth being back from space in '68. I mean, those images did more to change the consciousness of people on this planet than any book was to do. I mean, we got into Somalia because of an image, and we got out of Somalia because of an image. I don't have to tell you what the images are, because they're so familiar to everyone. Vietnam was all about images. So it's interesting that the newly literate people of this century, like the Taliban, are drastically curtailing women's rights, and they're banning television. And the Algerians are gunning down TV announcers and women who wear Western clothing. In Iran, if you get found with a TV dish, you get arrested. So we see this strange, it's almost like what Shakespeare said, the time is out of joint. Here we are living in this century where we have people who are living in the 13th century and people who are living in the 20th century, and we have different cultures at different stages of development.
Leonard Schlang, I'm going to have to interrupt you. We're running out of time. This has been a fascinating discourse into the scope of human history and the pervasive influence of something we all take for granted, the alphabet. I'm glad that you called it to my attention. Thank you for being with me.
Thank you.
And thank you for being with us, and please check the program listings for part 2 of our 2-part program on imagery and the alphabet. I imagine that by now, many of you already realize that in conjunction with White Crow Books, we've just launched the new Thinking Aloud Dialogues book imprint, and our first title is There Life After Death? We've just released issue number 2 of the New Thinking Aloud Quarterly Magazine. You can download a free copy at the New Thinking Aloud Foundation website, newthinkingaloud.org.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishla.
Hello and welcome. Our topic today is the dark side of excellence. My guest is John O'Neill, who is the president of the California School for Professional Psychology. John sits on the board of directors of a number of corporations and foundations, lectures widely in the business community, and is the former vice president of Mills College. Welcome, John.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
A pleasure to have you here. You talk a lot to business executives on this theme, the dark side of excellence, and it's kind of ironic in a time when we hear so much about success, quality, and excellence, and yet you find that when you talk about the dark side, you get a very strong response from them.
Well, it's interesting. Sometimes the response may be more than one would expect, and certainly recently it was when I spoke to a group of rather successful executives. In fact, these are people who are at the top of their profession. And I spoke about this subject of the dark side, only to find, much to my surprise, that I looked out into this audience. I saw people in tears. And that made me believe that there was something going on that they were experiencing. It wasn't just the stories. In fact, I hadn't even gotten to the saddest part of my presentation. But they identify with this. the basic point that you're making is that we have to look at our lives, at our world, in business and in our personal lives realistically, and that somehow it's become a little bit like a football game with cheerleaders urging us on to only think about the positive side and to work harder and harder and harder for success without recognizing that there's really a larger picture.
Exactly. That larger picture is what each one of us have to take care of in our lives. And this drive for success, this winning, this business about excellence or peak performance, all these things are fashionable ideas. And there's nothing wrong with any one of those words. They're all good, old-fashioned words. The problem is that when a life becomes too devoted to short-term success, to numbers, to winning as if somehow that in itself was the end, then you're going to run into deep and painful problems in your life. Because a life is made up of more than that kind of success.
It seems in a way that when one makes success a value, an end in and of itself, like Vince Lombardi's famous quote, right? Winning isn't everything, it's the only thing, right? That one loses touch with a larger sense of value. Why are we here in the first place? It may not be just to be successful in our businesses.
Yes, indeed, because if you don't have a broader sense of yourself, and also if you don't have a sense of being successful that includes care for relationships, care for the community, and really, in a sense, the aesthetic care, the ethical care, the spiritual care, all of those values, if they get too far out of focus, if they get too trashed or pushed aside as you race for the next promotion or the next product that's going to win you a prize, you're going to find yourself at some point along the line in quite a bit of pain, quite a bit of suffering. Now, there's nothing wrong with pain and suffering per se. Obviously, we grow from some of that pain. So it's hard to put a quantifier on it. You should only work so much, or you should only work so long, or you should only drive yourself obsessively for so many years of your life.
I guess the question is, how do we integrate the pain and suffering? What do we do with it? And so much of the cheerleading that seems to go on in business, it almost implies that the only pain and suffering is what you get after a good workout or something.
Yes, it's interesting. We have a rather mechanical view of the psyche. We talk about getting one's psyche cleansed or somehow released or freed up, as if we were talking about a massage. The psyche is so subtle and so difficult to treat in that way. Let me give you an example. Phone rings. There's a man on the other end. He says to me, we've got problems here. This is a company, a very substantial company. What's the problem? Well, it turns out that the CEO of the company is locked in his office and he won't come out. He's been in there for 4 days. They are going absolutely crazy trying to communicate with him, find out what's wrong. All he says is, I need some time. I need some time. What happened? How did he get there? How do we get him out? Fascinating, extraordinary. This man is a very successful man. He's running a huge company. What happened? He found one day that the price of stock started to drop, and it dropped more than he had anticipated. And he couldn't understand what he had done that was wrong. And at that point, he had had such a life of everything going up that literally for him, that was the symbol of a spiral that might not stop, that he could see himself going all the way back down that fast. Those were the words that he finally used when he came out of the office.
In other words, his own personal identity had gotten tied up with the price of his stuff.
Exactly. And believe me, that man was well equipped in every regard. He had all this money, he had all this power, he had resources he could call on, and yet the very thing he needed wasn't there. What wasn't there? We could ask that question. What isn't there when you put so much of your life into one thing?
It sounds as if, from what you're saying, that people who are successful, who see their businesses grow and the stock prices rise, when they identify with that success, when they become very elated by that success, at that point they're already losing some perspective.
Often it's the case when you go back over these lives and you look at them later. People who haven't learned how to stop themselves, who haven't learned how to put the brakes on, take a retreat, as it were, are the ones who are the real candidates for serious trouble.
And job burnout is a very big problem.
Oh boy. We dare not take that too lightly, because as you know, as a practicing psychologist, a great number of people, by the time they're in their mid-30s, are already experiencing burnout or symptoms of depression that are so serious. The other word is cool off. They suddenly don't care. And I think we're seeing more of that. Let me go back to another story I think you'd enjoy. When I was looking around for literature on this subject, you look at all the usual places, and I was absolutely delighted to find a small book written by Winston Churchill on painting. And what was this book about? It was describing this hobby that Churchill had found that allowed him to go away from the pressure, away from the scene of the great power, and to retreat and then come back refreshed. And he describes in this book the actual difference between using the left hemisphere, which he used when he did his normal work, as it were, and the right hemisphere, which was being exercised in this painting, and how refreshing and how important that was. So we've got a lot to learn from people like Churchill, great leaders, about what it's like to back off, to stop.
It is if we really need to integrate or make a normal part of our business life this sense of retreat or renewal.
Exactly.
Rather than always push.
Exactly. My great mentor and friend, John Gardner, has written brilliantly on this subject that we need to pay more attention. Renewal for self and renewal for organizations. It's a very important process. Hard to do, hard to get people to pay attention to when they're on that winning curve, as it were, but terribly important.
I realize that you're not necessarily a spiritually oriented individual professionally, yet what you're saying does sound to me to be a bit spiritual, like Muhammad going up to the mountain to discover God. It changed his whole life, or the sense that we need to be a little bit detached from our successes and from our failures so that we get some perspective.
I think it's true that all great leaders, spiritual leaders, I found another example in a book called The Art of Japanese Management that describes a great Japanese industrialist and his retreats. All of these great leaders have learned the value of retreating in order to come back stronger. There's also literature about how civilizations must do that. Toynbee talks about that. In fact, if you go back and look at what he says, it's really rather interesting considering where we are today. What he says is that civilizations reach a place where the old myths start to weaken. And at that point, it's very, very important for a small group to come up, a creative group, he calls them, to come up with new mythologies, new ways of seeing things, new ways of doing things. In the period where the collapse of the old myth is occurring, you have tremendous stress, tremendous anxiety. But out of that is born the new basis for the civilization.
In my way of thinking, that's an apt description of the 20th century. We've had wars, we've had revolutions, we've had every form of social alienation more than any other century in history. We obviously need to, as a culture, come to this point of renewal, and surely it must affect the world of business.
Absolutely. Let's take, for example, what I call the prolonging of old myths. We are still treating our country to the mythology of the great expanding frontier. Now think about that as a mental way of being in the world, of being a frontiersman mentally. Everything's possible. You can plow up the ground and there's lots of it. You can tear down you can play with the environment because it's sort of, in some sense, so vast that you can't imagine really hurting it. And now what's happening is that myth is clearly starting to not hold. So what do? Instead of giving up on it and stepping back and saying, what should we put in its place? You push it further. And what our president has done is to extend those old cowboy myths by insisting that we go around strutting our power and doing these things to make us feel better.
Reaching into outer space.
Or having a little war down in the Caribbean. So we'll all feel better. We're getting stronger somehow out of that kind of behavior. It's a Ramboization of the human psyche. We really need that sense of power. But if it's not going to be healthy, then we better watch out, because that stretching of that kind of mythology at a personal level is devastating. I dare say it's devastating for society if it goes on too long.
And I suppose if you look at this in politics as well, one can see now the beginnings of the faults beginning to show in an administration which believes in those myths itself too much.
I think that's what we're watching in this latest round of hearings. We're going to see a tale of arrogance, a tale of not paying attention to some of the fundamentals, but winning in Nicaragua because we know what's best. We, this little self-appointed group. Well, every time that happens, it doesn't matter which side of the political spectrum you're on, when that happens, it is extending some mythology you created beyond what you can handle.
Similarly, you made a statement once, a very provocative one, that they should take all the best-selling management books off the shelf because they were also perpetrating certain myths about success and successful entrepreneurs.
I'm a great admirer of what Tom Peters is trying to do, and have told him that, and like his passion to find something that will help America wake up and change its ways.
For the benefit of our viewers, and we might mention that Peters is the author of In Search of Excellence and A Passion for Excellence.
And really the sort of the winner, the big success, the excellent guy in that business book race that was going on for a while. Actually, that's cooled down quite a bit. But my sense is, you bet, we need all the excellence we can get. But what Tom is finding is that it isn't where he thought it was. And you've got to be very careful how you define it, because if you define it too short term, you're going to get into all kinds of problems. Or if you define it as simply, we're the biggest, somehow, therefore, we're excellent. We're bigger than everybody else. And we see in General Motors that being bigger is really a heck of a problem, because nobody really knows how to run something that complex. And now we see the waste and the tragedy of it. So what America has got to do, and what we as Americans who are trying to be leaders have to do, is to understand how to gracefully redefine those rules, how to make excellence a more broad and humane concept. Otherwise, we're in trouble.
I suppose another problem with excellence is that if you do succeed, that you may be tempted to try and repeat the same formula again and again as conditions change.
I think that's a marvelous, marvelous point because, again, what we know about human learning is that it comes in two ways. One, it comes as a result of finding a particular path that we can handle and staying on that path, but not staying on it so long it no longer challenges us. So a learning curve is valuable up until the time that you forget that the past success won't take you to the next one. And so you've got to get off that curve and get on a new one. Prolonged success and not paying attention is dangerous.
What does that mean when you're on the learning curve and you need to get on a new one?
Okay, let's take the case that's made in this book, Reckoning by Halberstam, which is essentially the book of the shootout between Japan and America, but now it's the automobile business. Mm-hmm. What is the point of this book? The point of the book is that America had the biggest, the strongest, the most successful automobile companies in the world. We invented the modern factory. We lived very well as long as there was cheap fuel. The American companies learned how to make great big cars that were comfortable and you could go, you could put your whole family in and go all over the place where we had all these great roads, and we didn't pay a bit of attention to fuel consumption. And along came the OPEC problems, and along came some other problems, and the next thing you know, fuel is really a serious matter. Now what happens? The Japanese come in and just simply wipe the floor with these big companies that were so strong. Why didn't they learn? They didn't learn because they had been on a learning curve that was successful. Mm-hmm. In short, if any of us, I'm not just picking on them, all of us have done this. If we stay on our own learning curve that feels comfortable because we're so good at it too long, we'll have a terrible crash because we won't notice that circumstances have changed and we need to be on a new learning.
I suppose in psychological terms, you might say, as long as we're still getting intermittent reinforcement for our old habits, we'll stay with them.
Exactly. And the last thing we're going to want to do, any of us, is look too much at the dark side of our own existence. We'll do almost anything rather than take a good hard look at that because it's painful. And yet it shouldn't be, because if we looked at it gradually and gently and paid attention to that side of ourselves, it could be very useful, very supportive.
Well, John, you're the president of one of the major graduate schools in psychology, professional psychology in the United States. How do you get people to take that painful step and look at a painful and rewarding step to look at themselves, to face the dark side?
I guess the thing that appeals to me most is to allow people to start to see the benefits of looking at the psyche, looking at their own psyche as part of the good life, rather than seeing psychology as something you do when you get in trouble. Mm-hmm. So that my sense is that more and more of our graduates are going into jobs where they're helping people realize what the power is of the psyche if well cared for, if well tended. And how to, the trick, it seems to me, is to become more excited about our own potential in a healthy way. And that, to me, whether it is in an organization or whether that's in individual life, that to me is where the passion for excellence really should be.
And this is the notion of what a retreat might really be for, is to take that time to nurture our minds and to examine things that maybe in the activities, the so-called rat race of daily life, we don't get an opportunity to do.
It's interesting, as a lot of psychologists have had to learn to deal with the whole area of stress. Mm-hmm. And there's been so much popular stuff written on stress, I dare say. I don't want to spend much time tonight talking about it. On the other hand, what we've got to do is to see stress as a real tool, as something we would, like our muscles, that we would be able to play with and have fun with, and to have stress as part of our lives, to know how to back away from it, how to lose it, and how to keep it when we need it. And boy, that is a hard thing to do. And there are a lot of people struggling to do it, and not very well.
And I suppose it's really this failure to adjust to stress, to learn how to manage stress, that leads to burnout.
Yes, indeed. And more serious things, much more serious things. For one thing, I suspect that we don't even know yet all the pathways between stress and addiction. And it's a huge, huge problem for this society. I mean, we are so addicted as a society. And to think of it in relationship to not only the daily stress that each of us have, but then adding on top of that these mega stressors, these big ones, like an arms race, like toxicity of all kinds in our lives, and organizational stress is very real. So we're a society that turns to various things to handle that stress. Alcohol, drugs, you name it. Weird movies.
And these stresses with the habitual responses that we have to them, I suppose ultimately stifles our own creativity in really addressing the issues that confront us.
I have a good friend who's an extremely successful entrepreneur, businessman, wonderful family man. And this weekend, we were together, and he said to me, he said, I can do all kinds of things, but I can't stop. I'm not good at stopping. I don't know how to meditate. I try, and he said, I just can't come off of this thing that I get racing in my life enough to slow down. The occasion for our discussion was the death of a very close friend, and a man who had essentially beaten the doctors for many years by changing his life, by learning how to moderate and, if you will, be tender to himself. And we were thinking and reflecting on that life and what we have learned from him and how important it is.
Interesting. How do you, when you have people, the so-called type A personalities who go and can never stop, what is to be done?
Well, none of us know exactly what is to be done. The people who are working at the problem every day are getting better at it. They're getting more and more evidence of what to do. Behavior modification, after all, is a real and widely science, and people are using that. My sense is that we're really still looking for a combination of things. My guess is that we still don't know how many variables we've got here.
It's as if really the new frontier that we need to explore isn't outer space, it's inner space. It's our own mind-body system, so that we can learn to function not necessarily optimally in the you-rah-rah sense, but optimally in a more holistic sense.
Yes, now, that's absolutely right. And yet, having also thrown a few rocks at the excellence people, I must spend a moment or two talking about the holistic set. I have problems with some of this because it too takes on a kind of guru-like quality when it comes out of some people. Yes, indeed, let's look at diet, let's look at meditation, let's look at everything we can get our hands on that might be useful to us to make our lives stronger and better. But I don't think it's possible to tell you how difficult and complex it is to do that. And I think the worst thing that we can do is to fall into some notion that there's a simple answer to it. If you just rub this crystal up and down your your eyebrows, you'll be healthy and happy forever.
Well, I'm sure we could do many, many more programs on the dark side of the new age.
Yeah, exactly, that's right.
And the dark side of a lot of so-called holistic thinking. And John O'Neill, I hope to have you back in the future to talk about these things further. It's been a pleasure having you with me now. We're pretty much out of time. The whole notion, though, of excellence and its dark side and the need for renewal, I think, is a very important issue. And I thank you very much for being with me and discussing it.
Thank you, Jeff. It's just fun. I like it.
And thank you very much for being with us. Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. I imagine that by now many of you already realize that in conjunction with White Crow Books, we just launched the new Thinking Aloud Dialogues book imprint, and our first title is There Life After Death? We've just released issue number 2 of the New Thinking Aloud Quarterly Magazine. You can download a free copy at the New Thinking Aloud Foundation website, newthinkingaloud.org.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Our topic today is time and transformation. With me is Peter Russell, a visionary writer, a filmmaker, a management consultant. Peter is the author of numerous books, including The Creative Manager, The Global Brain, and The White Hole in Time. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
You've given a lot of thought to the issue of human transformation, particularly through time. And I think one of the real paradoxes of time is that while we divide it into present, past, and future, we seem to always be in the present. It's inescapable. It sometimes makes me wonder if the past and the future aren't in some sense an illusion.
I wouldn't say an illusion. I mean, it's fascinating, but in some senses there is only the now. That's all we ever know. The past is but a memory, and all that a memory is something which we draw upon and recreate now. If I think of the past, I'm thinking of it now, in the present moment. If I think of the future, I'm thinking of the future now, in the present moment. There is only now, in that sense. And yet, if you look at it from the physical side, now doesn't exist. There is all the past, there is all the future, and then there's that point between them.
It's an infinitesimally small point.
So you always have a paradox there. From the physics point of view, now doesn't exist. Hardly exists, and yet from our own experience, there is only now.
And yet Einstein proposed that we view time as a dimension, a space-like dimension, so that if we could just stand back from it, we might see all of time just as we could look out over space.
Yes, well, that's the physical point of view, except that it's very interesting, because if you look at time from the point of view of light, if you follow Einstein's theory through, that when something travels at the speed of light, time slows right down, and at the speed of light, time stops, which means from light's point of view, there is only now.
There is no time. Well, there we come back to the illusion of the past and the future.
But what is fascinating, from the point of view of light, there is only the now. And from the point of view of human experience, from the light of consciousness, there is only the now. And so there's some very interesting parallel between the way the universe is seen from light's point of view and the way it's seen from consciousness.
I mean, I realize we're really plunging into things rapidly here, but let me just push it a little further with you. The Hindu concept of Maya
Yes.
suggests that, the reality that we cling to, that we build our lives on every day. We wake up in the morning, we go to work, we progress from birth to death, in effect. The Hindus would say this is all an illusion, really.
Well, you can see Maya, I think, in many different levels. There's the Maya, we often translate it as illusion. There's the illusion, I think this is a solid object. When I look at it under a microscope or electron microscope, I realize it is 99.99% empty space with a few subatomic particles floating around. That's one interesting way it's an illusion. There's a second way this is an illusion, but I think this is outside. It's actually a construct of my mind. When I look at my hand, light is coming from my hand to my eye, is becoming electromagnetic chemical impulse in the brain, and out of all that brain activity, I generate in my mind, in my consciousness, I generate the experience of a hand out here. And yet everything I experience, everything you are experiencing, everything we are experiencing at any moment, we are creating in our mind.
You're sometimes called in our sensorium.
Yes, so we are continually creating our experience of the world. And that's another sense, I think a deeper sense in which the world is Maya and illusion. We think we are in touch with the world. What we have is this incredible generation power of the human brain to create reality.
Our ability to know whether our images of the world actually correspond to what the world is really like, assuming it exists at all, which I'm willing to assume
I think
is limited.
I think it's clear something exists out there. There is an external reality. I think we can never fully know that reality. I think that's something that the philosopher Immanuel Kant might say. You never fully know that reality. I mean, our senses are just a tiny, tiny window. We have a tiny spectrum in the electromagnetic spectrum that we see, which is visible light. And we have some senses, we have touch and smell, but our smell is nothing compared to a dog's smell. A dolphin has sonar senses, which we don't have, and a snake has heat senses. We are just seeing a tiny partial view of reality. So reality must be much, much richer than we ever experience it. And what we do experience is just this creation in our own mind.
We get caught up in our reality in a very limited sense. As I say, go to work in the morning. What are my goals for the day? It's to provide shelter and clothing and to help raise the kids and put them into college and hopefully we'll vote for the right political candidates. We live in kind of a narrow band.
Yes, and even that's something we're completely creating, and we may not create it right. We may see a person, like we may see somebody on the street who seems to be homeless, and we may form some judgment about that person. And then when you start talking to them and you realize who that person is and how they came to be here, you may create a completely different perception of that person. I think all the time we are creating our reality of who other people are, the people we work with, or people we see on television. We think, well, that's not a very nice person, or that person is a wonderful person. We are continually judging and creating our perception of other people. I think that's something we have to be careful about. It's so easy to misjudge other people.
And often our judgments, I suppose, are conditioned by very commonplace things like what social class we may belong to.
Yes. Does this person remind you of someone else you know? Or even what happened to you, in your own early experience in childhood or something that may remind you of an aunt or something who you didn't like, and so you immediately start not liking this person.
One of the things I find very striking in your work is that you try to understand the now moment in terms of the whole history of the universe as we know it. Many people take a large view. Goethe said you won't understand yourself if you don't understand all of human history, but you go much farther than Goethe.
Yes, I like to go right back to the beginning of the universe to see where we stand, because I think the times we are living through right now is probably the most significant time ever to have lived, not just as a human being, but I think on this planet. I think evolution has brought us to this point where we have a species which has a certain degree of intelligence, I think it's a bit more intelligence, which is capable of creating so much. I mean, we today can do almost anything we think of. We have the technology to do it. If we don't have the technology, we know how to invent it. And yet, at the same time, we could destroy ourselves. We could destroy a lot of life on this planet. And I don't think ever before, as far as we know, has a species arisen on this planet that has that power of creation and that power of destruction simultaneously. And what happens in the next 5, 10, 15 years, out of billions of years of evolution, these years that we alive now are living through are going to be absolutely critical for the future of evolution on this planet.
It seems like an odd coincidence. It's as if, you're born right there with front row seats at the 50-yard line for the Super Bowl or something.
Somebody had to be born in this time. We happen to be the people who are born in this absolutely critical time in the whole evolution of the planet, not just human history, but the whole evolution of the planet. That evolution has been working, I think, towards this point of an intelligent, creative species to see what it can do.
The very thoughts that we think in these years may affect the destiny of the entire planet.
Yes.
That's very profound. That says that the now moment is pregnant with possibilities. This is not a trivial time.
It's not at all. And a lot of what I try to do in my writing and thoughts and films is to get people to step back and see the significance of these times. Because I think so often we are engrossed in what we're doing, our work and paying the bills, whatever it is, watching television. We forget where we stand in history. And that's not to put a huge onerous responsibility on us, but just to appreciate almost the magic of the time we are in.
But to be fair about it, Peter, I think throughout history, people have often thought that about themselves, that they were living in the momentous times.
And they were right. They were the most momentous times up to then. I'm sure if you were living 500 years ago, the beginning of the Renaissance, have you said, you would have said that was a critical time, and it was. It was one of the most exciting times so far. Or further back, the beginning of the whole Greek culture, that was the most significant time so far. But
those were crucial times.
They were, but today is far more crucial.
16th century Iceland might not have been so important.
Right, but what was happening then wasn't global.
Yes.
And there wasn't so much hanging in the balance as there is today. That's why I think today is, let's put it this way, it's the most significant time so far. Maybe in 10 years' time have more significant time.
Well, as you look at the whole process of evolution, beyond biological evolution, but the universe itself unfolding according to the scientific story we know, it seems to you in your writing that the universe is moving toward a kind of self-aware consciousness.
Yes. You can see the evolution as the evolution of matter, which is the way it's normally seen, which is how atoms evolved and got more complex and they collect together called molecules. And as the molecules grew, you had viruses and you had simple life forms, you had simple cells get together and more complex cells. And that whole growth up into beings such as ourselves, which is the normal way we look at the physical side. But you can also look at evolution as the evolution of consciousness. Now, I believe all creatures are conscious. Even a simple amoeba is conscious. I don't think you can draw a line anywhere. Because by conscious, I mean a sentient being.
There is some awareness.
There is some awareness.
Perhaps not self-awareness, and certainly not language.
Exactly. A dog is aware. I think anybody who's had a dog as a pet or a cat or a horse, they're clearly an aware creature. They cannot speak, may not be aware of so many things, that's what they're aware. Maybe a fish is aware, but not aware of so much. What's happened, if you look at the evolution up from simple cells, is that a bacterium is probably just aware of very vague sets of heat and light, maybe, or vibration. As organisms evolved, the senses became more complex. Eyes evolved, which could detect better spectrum of light and feel the details. And hearing evolved, that the vibrations weren't just a set of vibration of the body, you could pinpoint where the vibration was coming from. So the senses have been continually evolving. And with that, we evolved brains, or life evolved brains, to process all that information that was coming in through the senses, and then to store it and remember it and use it for later use. What happened with human beings is, in terms of our consciousness of the world around, I would say we're no different from dogs or horses. In fact, dogs are probably better than us. Their smell is better, and possibly their sight in some areas is better. But I think what is special about human beings is we develop language. And with language, we can begin to share our learnings with each other. The dog learns basically from its own experience of life. We learn from our own experience, but we also learn from everybody else's experience who's gone before us. We learn from our parents. We learn at school the knowledge that has been built up in our society. So we are a collective learning system. We are building up this huge body of knowledge. So our awareness of the world is much, much greater than any animal's awareness because we have this ability to share through language our learning. So we're building up this collective body of knowledge. And it started with language whenever that emerged, 50,000 years ago, I'm not quite sure, something like that. And then we developed writing, which meant we could begin to record our ideas and take them to other people. And then the printing press, reproduce ideas much faster than we've gone through telephones and things like that. And now we have computers and satellites beginning to link us together into one single informational unit.
It's as if what we're doing with the electronic communications linking the planet now is creating an extension of our own nervous systems.
Yes, very much. In fact, it's almost like we are the nervous system of the planet. There's an interesting idea which has been around for about 20 years, which was put forward by James Lovelock, an English chemist, who put forward the idea that the whole planet could be seen as a living organism.
The Gaia hypothesis.
The Gaia hypothesis. Yes, Gaia is the Greek goddess of the earth, Mother Earth goddess. He called it the Gaia hypothesis, suggesting the whole planet is like one single living system. In which case, we would say, what is our role? You could say the rainforests play a role, and maybe certain bacteria play a role. Everything has its role to play in this huge organism. What is humanity's role to play? And to me, there are two possible answers to that question. Maybe they're both true. One is we seem to be like a nervous system, because we process information far better than any other creature on this planet, mainly because we have language. So we are the information processing, which makes us like the nerve cells of this huge humanity organism, which is why I sometimes call humanity the global brain.
Yes.
The other possibility is we are a cancerous growth, because the planet has survived perfectly well without humanity for billions of years, 4.5 billion years, and now, just in the last 1 million years, which is 1/4,000th of the planet's history, humanity arises, and then in just a tiny fraction of a second, the Earth's history goes crazy. We are destroying the planet like a cancer destroys a body. It's interesting to look at a photograph of a cancer in a body, to look at a photograph of the way a city grows out of its environment. They're very parallel.
Well, I suppose in some existential sense, we have a choice as to whether we're going to function as a cancer or as a nervous system.
I think that is the very, very real choice before us at this time. And it's a question of asking ourselves, what is it we really want? What is it that's really important in our own lives? That we begin to think about how we act. Because if we continue acting in this careless, and it is literally a careless way, we do not care about others, we do not care about the environment. If we continue being careless, and that is really what malignancy is, we will destroy our environment. And if we destroy our environment, we will not be able to survive.
Peter, let's step back once again and recapitulate this a bit from the long view of time, from the beginnings of the origin of the universe itself. You've written quite a bit about the anthropic principle and how it seems as if the whole universe was designed to support biological systems such as ourselves.
Yes, it's fascinating. It's just come out the last 15 years or so that cosmologists and physicists started looking at the various fundamental constants. They call them the fundamental constants. These are things like the strength of the gravitational force, the mass of the electron, the charge on the electron, these sorts of things.
The givens.
The givens. And these are just numbers which we now know maybe to 8 or 10 decimal places.
They seem arbitrary in some sense, but they're unchanging as far as our scientific measurements indicate.
Well, what's fascinating is if you start changing these numbers by a tiny bit, the universe doesn't work anymore.
The way we know it.
Right. For example, if you make the gravitational force about 1% stronger, then in the early days of the universe, or the early weeks to be exact, as the universe expanded, the gravitational force would have pulled it back together again, and the universe would only have existed for 4 weeks. If the gravitational force had been 1% weaker, then the universe would have expanded so fast, it would never have slowed down enough for stars to form. So the fact we have a universe that lasted, A, for more than 4 weeks, but also was one which stars could form, depended upon the gravitational force being exactly the way it is. And there are now something like 40 coincidences like this,
all of which had to be just exactly perfect
Yes.
in order for us to be here where we are now.
Well, first of all, you have to have a whole series of them to be perfect for the universe to exist, not just a gravity, a whole series of them. Then you have another whole series which had to be perfect in order that atoms could evolve, that stars could evolve, that life could come into existence. And then you have another whole series that was important, that human beings come into existence. And what this principle says is that any universe that exists has to be one which is capable of producing creatures able to observe the universe. And so it seems that the universe has a function which is the observation of itself, to evolve creatures like us. And we just happen to be, at this time on this planet, a creature able to observe and understand the universe. And I'm sure all over the universe there are other creatures, maybe in the past or in the future, or even at the same time, who are at this stage of beginning to understand the universe in which they live. So it's almost like the creation was created in order that the creation may understand and observe itself.
Now, I know that scientists interpret these unusual coincidences in very different ways.
Yes. Some people, and what I'm talking about here is what's often called the strong anthropic principle. There's another interpretation which is the weak anthropic principle, which says there's nothing significant about this at all. If we can observe the universe, the only universe that we can observe is the one in which is absolutely perfect. If it wasn't perfect, we wouldn't be there.
Right.
And it's just a 1 in a zillion chance that this is the universe that exists. I find that more difficult to take than the idea that there's some underlying purpose here in creation. To me, that makes more sense than feeling this is just a 1 in a zillion coincidence that the universe happens to support.
Well, either way you look at it, it means that there's an incredible momentousness about the now moment, because if we lose this chance to put this planet into good working order, so to speak, who knows when the universe will ever be able to create another opportunity.
On this planet, maybe. Remember, we are only one of a quadrillion possible inhabitable planets.
I think you suggest that you might view this planet as a tiny little rosebud.
Yes, it's a huge rose garden. There's other roses blossoming, but we have the responsibility for this particular little rosebud that's blossoming now.
Yes.
And I think if we come back to this idea of the universe discovering itself, I feel halfway through that process as human beings. We have now got to the stage where we can look down into the depths of an atom, we can understand quantum physics, we are decoding the genetic code, understanding how life operates, we are looking out to the edges of the universe, understanding how the universe came into being. In terms of physical reality, we are almost reaching the limits. Probably 5 or 10 years we'll have a unified field theory, the mathematics of creation. The area we've hardly touched upon is ourselves. The human mind is still as mysterious as it was 2,000 years ago. And I think that is the next great frontier, inner space, understanding ourselves. And I think that's the reason we are at the moment messing things up, because we've got so focused on the external world, we don't fully understand ourselves.
In fact, it's quite ironic when you think that here we are, the pinnacle of evolution on this planet, this marvelous, fantastically complex, aware being, and we're kind of polluting the place.
Yeah.
To say nothing about the wars, the starvation, the homelessness, the ways in which we treat each other. It seems quite ironic that such fantastic organisms such as ourselves would be behaving this way.
No other creature does. I think this is the question we have to ask, is why is it of the millions and millions of species on this planet, one of them, which calls itself the most intelligent species, behaves in such an insane way? Because it is insane to realize, as we now do, that we are destroying our own habitat, and then to continue destroying it is mad. It's insane. And I think we have to look inside ourselves and say, what is it in our thinking, in our attitudes, in our values that leads us to behave in this insane way? And until we do that, until we can begin to understand ourselves, I don't think we're going to get out of this problem.
Well, it's not as if the human species hasn't had teachers in the area of self-understanding, going back to ancient times. There have been guides and great books written. The accumulated wisdom of humanity in this area is quite significant, and yet it doesn't seem to have stemmed the tide of things.
It's interesting this. I think there have been many, many teachers, and I think they're all underneath saying the same thing. The great teachers, the Christ, the Buddhas, the Muhammads, and the saints, and even the local greenbacks who can be enlightened. There's an underlying wisdom, but we keep on forgetting it. I think what happens is a teacher comes out with this wisdom and teaches it to people. It's just basically the wisdom of how to act as a mature, selfless, caring, compassionate human being and not get so hung up on things and materiality. And what happens is the teaching gets passed down after the teacher's gone from one person to another, and inevitably it begins to get distorted. Something gets left out, a little bit gets added in, something is misunderstood. And after centuries of this, and it gets absorbed by different cultures, then it's translated from one language to another, it ends up as nothing like it was originally meant, and often ends up completely upside down. The process I sometimes jokingly call truth decay. Over time, the truth decays. And so I don't think we can go and look back to what other great teachers have said, because whatever we look back to is a distortion of what they were saying. I think the challenge we are facing today is to rediscover that wisdom for ourselves. And I think this is what is happening on the planet now, particularly in the Western culture. We are just beginning to say, it isn't just about materiality. It isn't about how many yachts you have, or how many VCRs you have in your house, or how big your bank account is. We're beginning to recognize that that doesn't work. That it doesn't lead us to be more peaceful and more happy in ourselves.
Well, you've written about how throughout human history, each century seems to produce more and more inventions, technological innovations. Perhaps we're at a point now where what we need to produce are more and more enlightened people.
Yes, I definitely think so. More and more. In the word enlightened is loaded, I think more and more wise people, more and more caring, selfless people. People who are not driven by the fears inside themselves, most of the fears that we don't need.
Fears.
That we have so many fears that what will someone think of me, and oh dear, if I don't have enough money, I'm not going to be secure, I'm going to die or something. These things, this is what corrupts us, I think. And this is why we need to look inside ourselves and begin to become masters of our own mind.
The fear seems to be the heart of what one might think of as the cancer.
I think it
We
is.
do destructive things, I suppose, because we're afraid if we don't get our own, we're not going to survive.
I think fear is great in certain situations. If you're about to be run over by a bus, you need fear to get you out of the way, or if someone's going to attack you.
It has survival value.
Exactly. If there's a physical threat.
In a short-term sense, and there's an immediate danger.
But in our society, those threats are very, very seldom. Maybe once, twice a year, something like that. You need that survival response. And yet we live in fear. We fear each other. We fear what people are going to think of us. We fear what are they going to think if I wear this. We fear, as our security. Am I in control of the world? We fear being out of control. These sorts of things. This is, I think, the root of the cancer. And nearly every one of those fears, when you examine it, bring it into the light, is empty. It's an illusion.
So we're at a point in history where maybe through just a shift in attitude, we can begin to get a handle on some of the fundamental reasons why we've been messing things up.
Yeah.
Peter Russell, we're out of time right now. This has been a very exciting, stimulating half hour. Thanks so much for being with me.
My pleasure. I enjoyed it too. Great.
And for those of you who have enjoyed this half hour with Peter Russell, check your program guide for part 2 of this 2-part series on time and transformation, where we'll be looking at the potential within humanity for positive spiritual change at a greatly accelerated pace. Thank you for being with us. Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. I imagine that by now many of you already realize that in conjunction with White Crow Books, we've just launched the new Thinking Aloud Dialogues book imprint, and our first title Is There Life After Death?
We just released issue number 2 of the New Thinking Aloud Quarterly Magazine. You can download a free copy at the New Thinking Aloud Foundation website, newthinkingaloud.org.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Our topic today is conscious evolution, and with me is Barbara Marks Hubbard, the president of the Foundation for Conscious Evolution. Barbara is the author of numerous books, including The Revelation, Our Crisis is Birth, The Hunger of Eve, and Conscious Evolution. Welcome, Barbara.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
It's a pleasure to be with you again.
Thank you.
When we think of a subject like conscious evolution, I guess we have to think in terms of consciousness and in terms of evolution. Let's start with evolution if we can. In your work, you sort of break the history of the universe down into particular phases, and I think it would be useful if we could review those.
Yes, well, I take that vast sweep of evolution starting from the void, the silence, the no thing, and the mystery of the emergence out of that, of potentially everything that is. So that starts right there at that shift point, that quantum shift from the void into
that cosmologists call the Big Bang.
Into the Big Bang. And then we go up until life forms. So that's about up until about 3.5 billion years ago. That is physical evolution. And from 3.5 billion years ago with life to human life is the next phase of evolution. And with human life, we've begun to enter the neurological phase of evolution, where the mind and language began to create a mind sphere.
The neurological phase.
The nous, from the Greek word mind. And we are entering into the phase where the creations of our mind are creating an entire new superorganism. That superorganism starts with thoughts, with our religions, our sciences, our laws, our constitutions, our technologies, our TV cameras, our rockets, our phones, our faxes. We are born now into a field of power that never existed before. So conscious evolution. See, there's been an evolution of consciousness since the first cell. That's a multi-billion-year evolution of consciousness. But only recently have we been conscious of the processes that are creating us. And only very recently have we understood the atom, the gene, the brain. And what's happening is now human consciousness is entering the process of evolution, and we can affect it consciously.
Most people still, I think, often think of human consciousness as somehow apart from evolution, apart from nature, like when we talk about man-made and natural, as if they're two different orders.
Yes, well, for me, I believe with Willis Harman that consciousness is primary.
Willis Harman, incidentally, is the former president of the Institute of Noetic Sciences.
That's right, and that consciousness is causal, and that conscious intent infuses the whole universe.
So that when you talk about the nothingness before the Big Bang, one might think of that as pure consciousness.
Pure consciousness. Deepak Chopra calls it the field of all possibilities. It's out of that everything arises. So the evolution of consciousness from me comes from the field. However, it takes a degree of complexity for any entity to be conscious of consciousness.
Yes.
And so we go from the cell to the animal to the human to the great avatars, to Buddha, to Jesus. And now it seems to me more and more into a consciousness of consciousness. And even more so, I'm calling it the emergence of a universal species. I wouldn't be surprised if Homo sapiens, the species that we all are, was basically has a self-centered consciousness. And it's a great advance over an animal consciousness. But what we might call cosmic consciousness, or universal, or Christ consciousness, or Buddha mind, which has been templated by great avatars, I sense it's cropping up in millions of us, without benefit of clergy. It's not a religion, it's the evolution of religion. It's the evolution of the species to become aware of the consciousness that is, and to be conscious of how to guide it through intent.
One might even say it's sort of a natural state to be enlightened if we remove all of the normal obstacles that are part of our conditioning.
This is true, and I got my faith from Teilhard de Chardin,
the great Jesuit theologian.
Right, in his book, The Phenomenon of Man. And what Teilhard said was that he saw God in evolution, and he thought as a spiral, and every time there was more complexity, there was more consciousness and more freedom, from molecule to cell, from single cell to animal, from animal to human. Now, we're born on a planet that's obviously getting more complex. It's all integrating and interacting at a very fast rate. If it is true that out of complexity there comes a jump in consciousness and freedom, I think we as members of this living planetary body are being connected on multiple levels, electronically, internally, environmentally, such that more and more of us are experiencing ourselves as part of the whole.
Well, that's an interesting phrase, experiencing ourselves as part of the whole. It seems that one of the big dichotomies culturally, or polarizations culturally, are between people who are kind of see themselves as set apart from the whole and are very concerned with themselves and their ego and their own group, and screw the whole,
Yes.
as opposed to people who are seeing things holistically.
Yes, and it's so interesting because when you feel yourself to be part of a whole, you get your own growth potential, your own self-actualization through participating in the whole, rather than separating from the whole. And I actually feel this is the evolution of the species right there. If you feel that yourself requires you to be separate and see the other as not self, that's one thing. But if yourself requires you to interact more deeply in the whole, through expressing that uniqueness that you are, then you grow. And I think we're seeing the difference between people who are growing very, very rapidly in consciousness, compassion, and creativity. And on the other hand, people who are alienated, who are self-centered, who are violent, who are breaking down. They're both happening simultaneously.
Well, this issue of the unique separate self versus the self that's connected to the whole is a deep issue. I think one of the things that you point out is that given all of the technology, the powerful technology that we now have, that if people wield that technology from the perspective of the separate self, well, that spells the destruction of the human race.
See, I think we've hit the end point of Homo sapiens in a self-centered consciousness with this degree of power. It's a non-viable state. So the best thought that I could have is we're transitional into something that's emergent out of many of us, from all traditions and all cultures, which is the person who experiences naturally the empathy. Naturally. You don't have to be told not to kill something, because it's you.
Well, Adam Smith, I believe it was, the 17th century philosopher who wrote about capitalism, had a concept called the invisible hand, by which he meant that if people act in a selfish way, interested only in their own personal economic benefit, that somehow the invisible hand works so that that benefits the whole. And I think what you're saying is that Adam Smith's invisible hand only works up to a point, and we reach that point.
We've reached the point of the beneficence of self-centered consciousness.
Yeah.
Now, the kind of consciousness I'm speaking of is not selfless, it's self-fulfilling. And I learned this from Abraham Maslow.
The great pioneer of humanistic psychology.
Exactly. In his book, Toward a Psychology of Being, what he pointed out that between selfish and selfless is self-actualizing. Now, if I am self-actualizing by doing my most creative work, which is what a self-actualizing person is, am I selfish or selfless? Right now. What would you say?
Well, I would say you're being selfish from the perspective of the higher self.
That's right, because myself is enjoying this a lot, Jeffrey. And it's actualizing itself by giving itself. And so the dichotomy between selfish and selfless is overcome through self-actualization, and then the next stage, of course, is self-transcendence.
And I guess there was a time when the idea of self-actualization is that it's reserved for the great avatars, the great geniuses of our society, and you seem to be suggesting, and there's good evidence, I think, in terms of the acceptance of humanistic psychology throughout our whole culture now, that self-actualization is something that is being experienced more and more by masses of people.
I think it's a natural growth. I believe in Maslow's hierarchy of human needs, from basic deficiency needs that you feel as a lack, to the growth needs that you feel as an attraction. And the basic of the growth need, self-actualizing person, is self-rewarding work that you find intrinsically valuable. In other words, to be fulfilled as a person, you need to find that calling, that soul's code, as James Hillman might say, that you feel called to give. And when you're giving it, you feel rewarded by the giving. Not even by anybody thinking you're wonderful or you earned a lot of money. So I have a theory that the human species is shifting from two great drives, which is self-preservation and self-reproduction, to self-evolution and self-actualization.
And my sense in your work, Barbara, and I think this is a brilliant theoretical step, if I may say so, is that you've taken it one step further beyond Maslow and the whole human potential movement by suggesting that once we are self-actualizing, we need to do more than human potential in terms of personal growth and look at social potential.
Exactly, and this follows Maslow's theme that if you don't have vocation or work that you find rewarding that's helpful to others, you don't self-actualize. You get stuck and you get into addictions and violence and so forth. My book, Conscious Evolution, the subtitle is Awakening the Power of Our Social Potential. And the idea is that out of humanistic and transpersonal and spiritual psychologies, there's an army of angels out there. They've been working on themselves for 30 to 40 years. And coming out because people want to express their creativity is they're looking at new educational forms, new healthcare, new ways of alternative healings, new kinds of local currencies. And there's a whole bevy of people moving from the inside out. It's a different social movement than, let's say, revolutionary type movements. The cultural creatives, which Paul Ray has identified, are people whose values have shifted. And if my values have shifted personally, and I look out at the world and watch that evening news, I have to do something. And by doing it, I grow and I create something new. Now, if you think about it, Jeffrey, we have hit a limit to growth of population on this planet. One more doubling, we're over 10 billion. That means the great drive for procreation and reproduction is shifting. And I call it from procreation to co-creation.
Yes.
That the nurturing, loving, sexual drive, which has really populated the whole earth, if this is true, this is the biggest energy there is. If the sexual drive is being lifted by evolution itself into a creative drive, into the desire for self-expression rather than self-reproduction, and you have 1, 2, or no children, and you're living longer and longer lives, like me, I'm almost 69. I should be dead. But I still feel like I'm at the beginning. So, I mean, this means that the creative drive in the human species being liberated in women en masse. Because we're having fewer children and we're living longer lives. And if you know this, what I call vocational arousal, women are excited at a level that is the next stage of sexual excitement.
I think this is a term that you call suprasex.
I do. It's my favorite term. And there's from procreation to co-creation. Now, what co-creation is the awakening of your particular genius. And when you become vocationally aroused and you want to give that expression of your unique creativity, an energy rises in you, which I call suprasexual co-creation. Because the sexual drive motivates you to join so that your genes fuse and you get a new baby. A suprasexual drive activates your genius, and you want to join genius. You want to join with each other so that together you create something more. And when you join your genius with others, it's exciting, it's arousing, it feels good, and you want to do more of it.
And then, if I understand you were correctly, Barbara, what you're suggesting is that we're entering into a phase where we study the process of evolution. We now can look back 15 to 30 billion years to the whole history of the universe. We can observe the processes of cosmological formation and biological formation. And consciously, we begin to co-create with the universe itself.
This is right. And I want to quote my friend Eric Chasen, because I mentioned him in my book.
Yes.
He says that technologically competent human life is the second great event in the history of the universe. The first was when matter was able to take charge of radiative energy. Because you see, if you had just the supernovas and the hydrogen and the helium, you had no matter at all.
Sort of just plasma.
Yes. And when that was organized up that whole atomic table,
Table of elements.
it's absolutely remarkable work that formed the metals and minerals that are now in our body and bones. He says the next great event is not just human life. It is when technologically competent human life is able to understand matter, the atom, the gene, and so forth, and enter into the process of evolution consciously. And he says we're shifting from matter dominance to life dominance. Now, most people think technology is anti-life or unhuman.
Yes.
But what he's saying is when we can understand our own genetic code and our own atomic structures, that life, meaning human intention, is entering into the density of the material world with human intent. Now, if our human intent is self-centered, out of atomic energy we build the bombs. Out of genetic engineering we patent products that may be destroying the earth. However, if we can learn ethical evolution or conscious evolution, we're given the powers of God. Now, my spiritual impulse is that we're designed in the image of the Creator, and we are meant to be co-creators with God. God, in quotes, for me, God is the whole divine intelligence of the universe. We are designed, as Buffy said, to know the design. Our minds are designed to know the design. So conscious evolution is the penetration of human intent into matter on all levels. And if our generation can learn this quickly, which means we've got to be a higher consciousness to learn it. We can't be forced, we can't be coerced. And this is a great cosmic drama. We don't know if we can fast enough. But if we can, in the next 30 to 50 years, learn how to guide the power with love, basically, then we face a future of cosmic consciousness, species immortality, galactic civilizations, universal communications. And my metaphor is it's a crisis of birth. We're being born from the self-centered early phase of humans to a universal phase, and we're the generation of the birth.
And the message, it strikes me, it requires a belief in ourselves.
It does, Jeffrey. And the new part of my work, I've realized I have had for so long a macro story, a big story, which is the 15 billion years and the planetary birth and the future. But what about the person? See, people would hear me and they'd say, oh, this is wonderful, but then what? What could they do? It's too big. So I am recently saying, what is the developmental path of the person who gets awakened to this?
You call the universal human.
Yes, yes. And so the developmental path of the universal human, this is very interesting because I don't believe we've seen the full model yet. It's not a Jesus or a Buddha. It's not a genius. It is a new norm. And that I'm a member of this emergent universal. I'm a very young universal human. I'm so young because it's so new. So your chronological age doesn't matter. But what it basically is someone who feels connected to the whole. Someone who's motivated from within to express uniqueness. Someone who is attracted to connect to it all. This is a type of human. And the reason we haven't seen our full potential is that culture right now doesn't call us for it.
But you had pointed out earlier when you referred to the work of Paul Ray, the sociologist, that in the United States there seem to be about 40 million people he refers to as cultural creatives who are very much in alignment with this vision.
There is, and I think we have a next step after Maslow and transpersonal psychology. We might call it evolutionary psychology, and that is to chart the path of ourselves as emergent co-creators of a new world. Because it's not just the human development, it's the human creating a society, which then feeds back into further actualizing the human.
Well, when we think of human society, I mean, history as we know it goes back only 5,000 years, which is a tiny, tiny fraction of the cosmic time, the geological time on this planet, and yet so much has happened in the 5,000 years, and it shapes each one of us. We're all products of that history in very deep ways.
It's true, and I've been thinking a lot about civilization recently, and reading the Adam and Eve story over and over again. And it seems, reading Rian Eisler, Chalice and the Blade, and other such works, that prehistory was more balanced between the male and the female. It was less.
We've had a patriarchal culture for some 5,000 years.
The sky gods came in about 5,000 years ago and killed most of the more passive, cultures and tribal cultures. What was the reason for that from an evolutionary point of view, I asked. And here's what I think. They came in and gave us the power, really for the maturation of the masculine mind, which created democracy, created science, created most of technology. The masculine mind to understand nature enough so we could either co-create or co-destroy. Now, I think that 5,000 years of civilization is coming to an end, and what's rising up in here as a first aspect of it is a new archetype, the feminine co-creator.
Yes.
The feminine co-creator has to be able to guide the power in partnership with the male co-creator, but that's not the male procreator or the male predator or the male warrior. So the evolution of the woman to use that power with love, combined with the men who wish to do that together, is the salvation of civilization. If I could be a bit grandiose.
You may, and if I can toot my own horn a little bit, I might mention that a few weeks ago I had the privilege of interviewing Leonard Schlein, who has a new book out called The Alphabet versus the Goddess, in which he deals very much with this very issue and relates the rise of patriarchy to the development of alphabets that of course, cultivated the left side of the brain more than the right side. And he points out now that with television and the internet and the developments of the last 100 years, we're getting back more to visual thinking. And that's one of the reasons
holistic
that he attributes the rise of the feminine, the rise of the goddess.
The rise of the goddess, and I'm suggesting there's a new goddess, and I'm calling her the goddess of the noosphere.
The noosphere.
She hasn't really emerged yet in our culture, but I'm going to call for her. The goddess of the noosphere is one who loves the rockets, nuclear energy, power, internet technology, and can guide it with love.
All that masculine stuff.
She loves the men too, but she's not the goddess of Gaia. You see, Gaia is a biosphere
Yes.
goddess. But if we return to that, we leave all this power unattended to the separated masculine mind,
Well, the
which will
goddess,
destroy everything.
the goddess of the noosphere sounds something like the Greek Athena.
She's a reincarnated Greek Athena. And then the co-creative woman is not a goddess, she's really a whole being. She's not trying to become etherealized, she's absolutely incarnated.
Well, Barbara Marx Hubbard, here you are, the incarnation of that realized woman. It's been a pleasure sharing this half
Thanks,
hour
Jeffrey.
with you. It's been rich and rewarding indeed.
Thank you.
And thank you for being with us. And please check your program guide for part 2 of our 2-part series with Barbara Marx Hubbard on conscious evolution. Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. I imagine that by now, many of you already realize that in conjunction with White Crow Books, we've just launched the new Thinking Aloud Dialogues book imprint, and our first title is There Life After Death?
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Our topic today is miracles of mind. Specifically, we will be looking at remote viewing. With me is Russell Targ, one of the individuals who pioneered scientific research into the field of remote viewing. He's the author of numerous books on the subject, including Mind Reach, Mind at Large, The Mind Race, and most recently, Miracles of Mind. Russell is also a laser scientist and has worked for a dozen years at Lockheed Corporation, developing laser-based remote sensing systems for aviation. In addition, he was a co-founder of the remote viewing research program at SRI International. Welcome, Russell.
Well, Jeffrey, I'm happy to be here with you.
It's a pleasure to be with you again, Russell. For people who are confused about remote viewing, I suppose it doesn't help to tell them that you've developed both laser-based remote sensing systems and parapsychological remote viewing research.
Well, it's all remote sensing. On the airplanes, we use a laser to look out in front and avoid wind shear and carrier turbulence. With psychic abilities, we sit in the laboratory and teach people how to get in touch with the part of themselves that's psychic so they can directly experience and describe what's going on at distant places. Remote viewing is a person's visual ability to describe and hear and tell us about what's happening in faraway places.
But when you say visual, what we're really talking about is something parapsychological. It's not the eyes, but the ability of the mind to create mental images.
That's exactly right. The people are describing things that are blocked from any known sensory modality. That is, they can be across the country or in the far Soviet Union, and people learn to experience what's going on at those distant places. But it's beyond vision. It's beyond remote viewing. It's remote sensing would be a more accurate description.
Or J.B. Ryan called it extrasensory perception and clairvoyance.
That's right. Remote viewing makes use of many of the extrasensory abilities. A person will describe in a clairvoyant sense what's happening at a distant place, what a person is experiencing
who is hiding at that distant place. But in addition, as an interviewer, I can ask the person I'm with, the psychic of the day, I would ask you, tell me what it looks like, where I will take you at a later time. And that is the opportunity for you to look into your own future and tell me what you are experiencing now with regard to where we'll take you later. And that precognitive opportunity frequently sharpens up a person's description of what's happening.
Now, I know there's some people in our viewing audience who assume that if you're talking about parapsychology research, something must be wrong. This stuff is impossible. In fact, you yourself refer to it as a miracle, and yet you're operating under conditions that are so well controlled scientifically that you can rule out most of the kinds of explanations that skeptics typically use.
We have ruled out the skeptical objections that we are careless with regard to sensory isolation or the targets were not chosen randomly. But principally, the way we deal with the skeptics is we show them the operational things that we did for the CIA during the Cold War, where we were able to describe and draw things going on in the Soviet Union that no one in the Western world knew about at all, things that were only verified by satellite photography years later.
Mm-hmm.
Congressman Charles Rose said, if this was a trick, then we have an opportunity to develop it. Either this couldn't have been a trick, it couldn't have been deceived, or we have a great defect in the American security system.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think when I hear about your work, Russell, that one of the great answers that you've had to the skeptics, and there were government monitors, skeptical people monitoring your work for well over a decade, year after year, you'd ask them to try it themselves.
Now, principally, when we would have people come to our laboratory from the government to see something psychic, our strategy was to have them do the psychic thing themselves rather than give them a demonstration of psychic functioning. We would like to have them experience their own data so that they would have their own data to deal with rather than our story about what some unknown psychic had done for them. And they would then go back to Washington and be our best advocates because they could describe their own experience. And we did this right up to the level of the Undersecretary of Defense.
So what you're saying is that this remote viewing ability, although most people probably assume that they cannot do it, is actually much more widely spread in the population than people appreciate. I guess it just doesn't occur to most people to try it.
It is widely spread in the population. And the principal thing that I have to tell you today, after 20 years of work at Stanford Research Institute, is that psychic abilities are real, they're available, and they're free. You do not have to pay thousands of dollars to get in touch with your psychic abilities. Even though remote viewing is very hot on the internet, there are many opportunities to pay people a lot of money to learn how to do remote viewing. The secret is that there's no secret. After 20 years of work at SRI doing this activity for the CIA, and we spent more than $20 million, what we discovered is that the ancient Hindus, Patanjali, 500 years before Christ, had it right. Patanjali wrote a handbook describing how to get in touch with your psychic abilities on the path to transcendence.
The Yoga Sutras.
The Yoga Sutras. Of course, Patanjali said, you're not going to be interested in the fact that you can look into the future or look into the distance. That's just a stumbling block on the road to transcendence. But he felt that the aspirant should know that you will run into these paranormal abilities so that you shouldn't get attached to them.
Mm-hmm. And you yourself have been a remote viewer as a research subject in addition to being the scientific observer.
Yes, the good news is that we found that even a scientist can develop his psychic abilities. One of the experiments that we did involved describing what was happening in South America during an extended trip by one of our researchers. And in the course of that, our very successful psychic, Pat Price, who we'll talk about later, didn't show up. And I was called upon to do the experiment myself.
Well, let's come back to that, but why don't we show our viewers some of the illustrations
I'd be happy to do that.
that we have so that people can get more of a graphic sense of what we're referring to when we talk about remote viewing.
In the remote viewing experiments, which we now widely publish, starting in the Proceedings of the Electrical Engineering Society. So I'm not just talking about the best ever things that happened one day in the laboratory. Rather, I'm describing experiments that were part of formal series that were published in the most prestigious journals of the world, Nature, the Proceedings of the IEEE, and the Proceedings of the American Academy of Sciences. So this was a serious scientific enterprise, even though what we're talking about is psychic abilities. In one of these instances, I was working with a volunteer subject named Patrick Price, who was a retired police commissioner from the city of Burbank. He had heard about our ESP experiments and told us that Price had been doing this for years to catch criminals. So in the course of one of our experiments with him, I sat in an electrically shielded room at SRI, Stanford Research Institute, and our job working together is to describe where our colleague Hal Putoff and another lab director were hiding at a randomly chosen place in Palo Alto, which is the protocol we used. I had no idea where they had gone in principle, and of course I didn't know where they had gone that day. So I sat with Price. He closed his eyes and polished his glasses and said, what I see is that there's a rectangular pool filled with water about 75 by 90. It was actually 75 by 100. And he said, I see a circular body of water 100 feet in diameter, and it's really 110. So we thought that was very astute, precise psychic functioning. He described these things to within 10% of their true value as viewed from miles away.
And we're looking at an illustration now that shows a schematic of that location right next to the drawing that Pat Price made of it during the remote viewing session. And it was a pretty good approximation.
Yes. And he went on to say, this place looks to me, from my experience, like a water purification plant. And I see these two water tanks that he drew at the upper part of his illustration. And we said, well, it's a good description of the place in general. And just from his analytic noise and memory, he created these water tanks, which of course are not there. 15 years later, the city of Palo Alto published a handbook celebrating their centenary, and they showed a picture of this swimming pool complex as it was in the 1930s. And in the 1930s, it was a water purification plant, just as Price had said. And the tallest structure in the city of Palo Alto were the two water tanks at Rinconada Park, just where Price had drawn them. So it looks very much as though we asked him to describe where are the people hiding. He described what it looks like today, and then looked down the timeline 50 years to describe the most prominent element that was there at the earlier time.
So he was looking into the past, and the feedback didn't even come to you until after his death.
That's right. No one knew about the water tanks until after Price's death. So it makes it appear quite convincing that he made contact with the place at an earlier time. The experiment that I was talking about earlier was a long-distance series where Price was describing where Hal Putoff was hiding during a lengthy trip through South America. And in the course of this experiment, each day Price would describe some thing that you might expect to see there, a market or a volcano or a church or a harbor. And then one day Price didn't come. And I was sitting in my little shielded room. I had already put the preamble on the tape. This is an experiment with Russell Targ and Pat Price. And then I had to do it myself in the spirit that the show must go on.
This was your first remote viewing.
This was my first remote viewing. And I said that what I see looks like an airport with ocean at the end of the runway and sand at the right and a building at the left.
And we're looking at now at the drawing you made.
Yes. And what I drew is the ocean at the end of the runway and a building at the left and the sand at the right. And then Hal came back from his trip to what turned out to be San Andreas, Costa Rica. He had stopped at an island airport and came back with a photograph that greatly resembled what I had drawn at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So
there we see it now, the runway next to the beach.
So I had no practice. This was my first ever attempt at remote viewing. And what we believe is rather than being frightened, it's the necessity level, the desire for success that often makes psychic abilities come to the fore.
Well, this is an example, I think, of where you seem to have a natural ability. It's probably widely distributed, but we don't get much encouragement in our culture to actually do remote viewing. Probably many people could do what you did.
I'm sure they could, because year after year, we would have government scientists and skeptical contract monitors come to the laboratory, and we would show them how to get in touch with a part of themselves that would be psychic. And they then go back to Washington with a photograph of the location and their drawing. And we had funny experiences where we had the head of the agency come out and said, my guy was with you for 3 weeks in California, and now he thinks he's psychic. And we then showed the head of the agency how to do it.
Well, that's food for thought.
So the secret is that there is no secret. It is not hard to do. And we eventually visited the director of the CIA, John McMahon, and told him about our work. And he knew of us from Hal Puthoff and I were both laser scientists. So we had some credibility that at least we once knew how to do something real. So we got a hearing with the head of the intelligence directorate. And he said, what you're doing appears to be quite interesting, but you're wasting your time looking at churches and swimming pools in Palo Alto. I have a place that really needs a description. A week later, he sent a scientist to our laboratory with geographical coordinates in latitude and longitude and said, what do you see at this place? And he said that to Pat Price. And as I sat with Price described a substantial research and development laboratory and said to me, I see a giant crane. And since I, of course, never know anything about what's going on, in my best psychoanalytical manner, all I can ever say is, tell me more. And he made a drawing that we show at the lower right-hand side of his picture, which is a drawing of a large gantry crane, which is what Price saw in his mind's eye. And he made quite a good architectural drawing of that crane. On the lower left, we show a blow-up photograph from the satellite photography that the CIA did know about at the site from their own satellite photography. And then at the top of the illustration, we show the whole satellite picture of this R&D laboratory in
of the entire complex, which has now been declassified.
Yes, I should relieve your concern. I'm not showing secret drawings here on television. My accomplishment 2 years ago was to get this document declassified from the CIA under freedom of information. So because I had been involved in preparing these documents, the CIA did release them to me in 1996 so that I could make use of them publicly in our book. But what the CIA said is, that's very good, you're looking at the right place, but of course we knew all that. Could you tell us what's going on inside the building that Price is psychically lying on? And Price said they're building a giant 60-foot sphere out of gores, or slices, like slices of an orange, and they're trying to weld those together to make a 60-foot sphere. And 3 years later, unfortunately after Price's death, the Russians rolled this big sphere out of their concrete building. It was again seen by satellite photography for the very first time. And we were able to confirm that Price was looking at something that no one in the Western world had ever seen or knew anything about. And it was that Congressman Rose was talking about.
That's very interesting, Russell. It's interesting as well that typically in parapsychology experiments, they're not very reproducible. It's been one of the problems parapsychologists have had. achieving scientific significance, but the remote viewing work seems to be something of an exception to
The
that.
remote viewing is very reproducible. The problem that J.B. Ryan had as the father of parapsychological research is he was having people guess cards, circle, square, stars, cross, wavy lines, week after week, month after month, and the people would do very well at the outset, but then decline. And in fact, as you know, of course, the decline effect became the most reliable factor in all of parapsychology. So it's as though Ryan had found a way of extinguishing ESP in the laboratory by boring people into a decline.
In his search for scientific acceptability, he found just about one of the most boring possible tasks you could imagine, people repeating over and over again for hundreds and hundreds of trials.
That's right. Our effort was to use what's called free response ability, like our caveman ancestors developed in the cave to save them from the tiger that was going to pounce on them. We had people describe naturalistic outdoor scenes that were also of great interest and varied from day to day. One of the viewers that we worked with was a Army officer named Joe McMonagle. He had no previous experience with remote viewing, and he came to our laboratory in the mid-70s and worked with me and with Hal Putoff and Edwin May at SRI for more than a decade, and he did not decline, and in fact his psychic ability became more and more robust and more accurate. Far from decline, he became one of the most prolific and successful psychics in America today.
He's incidentally the author of a book called Mind Trek that describes his abilities, and we have some of the remote viewings that he reproduced here.
I'd be happy to show you two of those that were carried out by Joe McMonagle and Ed May in the latter days of the SRI program. Once again, the CIA came to the laboratory and said, "We're thinking of renewing the contract. Show me a miracle du jour. We haven't seen anything from you directly. We'd like to see if you can track one of our guys as he just heads out from here. Tell me what you see at the end of an hour, and then tell me what you see at the end of 2 hours. Here's the man who will travel. You've never seen him before. Shake hands, and off he goes." The first place the man went to turned out to be an American weapons laboratory, Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. And what
You're looking at Joe's drawing.
Yes, Joe's drawing is so sharp that it looks like a architectural drawing of the place. What Joe said is, "I see the man at a 7-story T-shaped building covered with glass as part of a big research complex." And in fact, the man had gone to the administration building at Lawrence Livermore Laboratory, about 100 miles from Stanford Research Institute, and he was in fact at a 7-story T-shaped building covered with glass, remarkably like what Joe had just drawn. And it's a drawing, obviously, of great precision, sort of thing that would be hard to do even if you were sitting there. The CIA contract monitor then headed off to another site, and Joe's task, without any feedback, was to describe what's the next place that the man went to. And Joe made a drawing saying that I see some rolling hills, just to show that these people don't always see buildings, because I see some rolling hills, and there are poles there. These poles are somehow electrified. They're part of a grid. There's some rotation at the top of the poles. And of course, these poles were part of a windmill farm, the Altamont Windmill Farm, another 50 miles east of Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. And Joe again was able to not only draw with great accuracy what was going on there, but provide his senses that this was an electrical place, part of an electrical grid. Again, so it's remote sensing because there's no electricity to be seen, of course. But he was able to sense not only the view of the place, but its purpose as well.
Now, I think even a skeptic might admit that these are pretty good hits, but I understand there were some 20,000 trials of this sort in the military intelligence remote viewing program. How often were the hits as accurate as these?
In my experience doing formal remote viewing trials, we would expect 60%, 60, in fact, we would expect 4 out of 6 hits to be matched first place. So it's like a 66% hit rate for almost anybody coming into our laboratory and taking part in formal series. We became so confident that we would schedule 6 trials, and we felt that was enough to generate statistical significance. We had experiments where people would describe objects in little boxes, or objects in film cans, or microdots like spies would use to hide information, and all of those were statistically significant, published findings, part of double-blind studies, and we, year after year, expected 2/3 of those to be matched correctly. But from the CIA's point of view, success might be how often do you get a Joe McMoneagle photographically accurate picture, and that's about 1/4 of the time.
Well, that's pretty astonishing. And we just have a couple of minutes left, Russell, but I think we ought to say something briefly for our viewers about the question of non-local mind, or some scientific appreciation for how this can occur. And of course, in part 2 of our 2-part series, we'll explore that in greater depth.
Well, to talk about non-local mind, you go again back to Patanjali, 500 years before the time of Jesus, where Patanjali and the Buddhists closed their eyes and sat on a rock and said, my experience is separation is an illusion. We can experience the future. We can experience the distance. And today, the idea of non-locality, the fact that our experience and our consciousness and even physical particles like protons and photons have a extension beyond the place that they're located. David Bohm has talked about quantum interconnectedness, and experiments have now
I'm going to have to interrupt you, Russell. We're getting involved. But I would encourage our viewers to check for part 2 of this 2-part series, and we'll follow you into the realm of non-local mind and quantum physics. Russell Targ, thanks so much for being with me. And thank you for being with us.
Respect. Hey, you're stalking sweeter than honey. But guess what? So is my money.
Good night is for fooling around. Let's have some fun.
This is right where.
Whistleblowers. Your crime spree, stickier than honey. But guess what? So is our money. You know I got it. It's for a little respect. I ain't gonna do you wrong because I'm a Jew. I ain't gonna do you wrong only because I don't want to. Just a little bit. I know, it's quite the segue, isn't it? Russell Targ to Aretha. Whoa. Oh, guess what? So is our money. you're gonna learn what it means to me. RESPECT. I'll take care of TCT. Talk it to me. Hey, you know I am lion. And I am lion. Hey, and I'm going to dedicate this one I've dedicated before to those of you going to prison. I've been dedicating this one to those going to prison since the summer. Chain, chain, chain. The chain of fools. Yep. That one hits hard, doesn't it? Yes. Those who don't have gold stars and the right to fruit snatch know it hits hard. That's a shine. Worried man. Worried man in women, guys. It's worried men and women. Plural for both. So for those of you who didn't blow the whistle and who've been having so much fun, this one goes out to you just like it did in August before you kidnapped my kids. That's the sound of a know-it-all Jew reaching hard to you. Hey, chain of Nazis. The chain of fools. See your worried man. Chain of love. Oh, how they bad. My father gives. I know you were the man. It's a long, heavy chain, ain't it? I know. I've read The Christmas Carol. I ain't nothing but your fool. You treated me, oh, you treated me cruel. Everything has got a weak link. I might be weak time, but I'm here to stand. Chain, chain, chain. Chain, chain, chain. It's heavy, ain't it? Chain, chain, chain. The chain of fools. You told me to leave you alone. My mother said, come on home. My doctor said, take it easy. Oh, but your loving is much too strong. I'm headed to your chain, chain, chain. Hey, not singing this to the gold stars and people who are fruit snacks today. Chain, chain, chain. Singing it to everyone that's going to be detained and then spend the rest of their life in prison. That's it. Chain, chain, chain. The chain of fools. Chain, chain, chain. Chain, chain, chain.
candy. I can't watch, but I can't not watch. Ooh.
Hey, next time you come to my door, I think I'm gonna make some alligator wine. Remember, it's been a crime just to be outside of my door, as all of you idiots have known for over a year. Even if you don't know. Yeah. You're so fucked if you didn't blow the whistle. And according to the FBI, some of you have accepted that you're going to prison.
Take the blood out of an alligator. Take the left eyeball out of a fist. Take the skin off of a frog. And mix it all up in a dish. Grab a bowl with green swamp funky water. Then count from 1 to 9. Spit over your left shoulder.
Spit over your left shoulder.
And you got
alligator wine.
Alligator wine. You're porcupine.
I'm gonna make you mine.
It'll make your head fall, baby. It'll make your toes free. It'll turn your blood into steam. Gonna make your coffin sneeze. Because
oh, what's that? Oh, Andy and Kelly would like me not to play music.
scream, woo! Woo! You're gonna roll like a mountain lion. When you get finished drinking, good
old alligator wine.
Alligator wine!
Alligator wine, guys, it's a code name for a black tea.
It's gonna make you, I say it's gonna make you mine. Immediately after stroke of midnight, by the swamp down in the woods, I'm gonna make you love me, baby, like you never thought you could. You're gonna drink my magic potion, and your blood-shot eyes will shine. You'll be a slide forever to my alligator wine. Alligator wine. You're funny, man. Oh, gonna make you. I said, gonna make you mine. Little alligator. Oh, alligator. Round alligator. Square alligator. Fat alligator. Cross-eyed alligator. Funky alligator. Crocodiles too. Hippopotamus kneecaps. Giraffe nose. Baboon lips.
Hey, let's stick with Screamin' Jay Hawkins, guys. This song is called Ignorant and Shit, and that's how it's pronounced, Ignorant. Ignorant and Shit by Screamin' Jay Hawkins. Dedicated to everyone who chose to go to prison.
Come here. Sit down at the table. I want to talk to you. I want to see if I cannot develop some kind of understanding. It is with great enthusiasm that I reenact at this time the capability that becomes my indignation. And if the column out backbone is too high for your understanding, then you take it out and systematically do with gymnastics. I gotta get down to the nitty gritty, and I mean I'm talking about those nipples you had, you call it titty. You are ignorant, and you've been out here on the street talking that ignorant ass shit.
Ignorant ass shit.
Now
Now here I am about to try to straighten you out and get this mess together so nobody think we're a bunch of fools down here throwing a fit.
Amen.
And the first thing I want to lay on you is don't sit on that porch eating watermelon.
What? That's right. Don't sit on my porch eating watermelon. Also, just for the record, youngins, this is another must-have album for you. You need all of Screamin' Jay, all of his albums, but you really need black music for white people. Yeah.
It's bad enough every time somebody passed the street, you're blowing seeds clear across to the other side of the sidewalk. You must think your jaws are some kind of machine gun. If you gotta eat the seeds, bring them on down, baby. Eat the rhyme and eat the whole damn thing. I mean, as ignorant as you are, and as uneducated as you are, when you talk that ignorant shit, ain't nobody gonna pay the mind because they think you crazy anyhow. And don't lay no more mess on me about your mother. That's the only woman I know that wears a corset, a girdle, and a chastity belt at the same time. At her age, she should have a muzzle on her mouth. Yet she is a nice woman. She can cook good food. But you gotta wake up, baby. Now listen. Look at this picture. We took this last week when we stopped by the zoo. And a gorilla fell in love with you. You thought he looked like Earl Flynn. Then you got mad because he couldn't get it in. While you uneducated, tall, empire-building state baboon talking that uneducated, ignorant shit, I can't have no much more of that. And last night almost took the cake because the police damn near put me in jail. All they want to do is smell my breath to see if I've been taking drugs or drinking alcohol. But you over there talking that ignorant and shit, which caused him to take me out, put my hands up in the air and search me, read me my rights. I damn near was in jail and you couldn't come up with the bail. You gotta shut up with your ignorant self, talking that ignorant and shit with your uneducated mouth. Now you get together, do it right. And you can't go barbecuing every Sunday using the neighborhood's pets. You don't fry the feathers.
Oh, raggedy people.
You skin the damn dog. You skin the cat. You skin the pigeons and you skin the rats. Ain't nobody gonna eat no ribs coming out of something that look worse than they do. You understand what I said? I want you to take a shower. Take a bath. Take a spoon and scrape that funk from under your armpits. Stand up, spread your toes, and get yourself a fingernail file and pick the scales out between your toes with all that busted. The only time in my life I ever seen enough funk that smell like black mustard. Custard. Uneducated, ignorant shit. That's what it's all about. You see your teeth? They're green. You got fungus, baby, growing in your gums. You gotta go to a dentist to get a haircut. I don't want everybody to know our business. You gotta get together. And that dog down the street, you think it's something funny when you coming back home from the store and that dog is still wrapped around your ankle, humping and pumping like he got himself a good piece. Your leg ain't meant to be part of some damn dog's sexual appetite. I'm getting sick of that mess. You're uneducated talking that ignorant shit. I love you, baby, but I just can't take it. You're uneducated, and you be talking that ignorant shit, and I be acting like I'm a blow a fit. We got to get apart because it's breaking my heart. You be talking that ignorant and shit. Goodbye.
song on the same album. No, it's not his best album. It's just the funniest for the title.
Turning
Why?
your great
Because
idea
it's both
into a
racist
business
as well as
starts with the
accurate.
perfect domain name.
All right, now you know about different religions.
Mm-hmm.
You know about Hare Krishna.
Mm-hmm.
You know about the Moonies, Reverend Moon from Korea.
Mm-hmm.
You know about the Baptists.
No,
You know
really.
about the Holy Roly, the hillbilly mountain type of religion.
No.
The shouting and the typing.
No.
Do you know about African voodoo ritual dances?
Not really.
But you have seen it in motion
No.
pictures.
No.
Then the concept is metaphysics, occult science, something to deal with the scary part of life.
Uh-huh.
And that's exactly what the better word that you know, obaki.
That's ghost.
Does it matter? Ghost or what? It's something that's unnatural for people in this world to deal with. There are people in this world have places here they call haunted houses. Some people are afraid of ghosts. Some people will not walk through the graveyard. Well, stick. The room was warm. You danced by the candlelight. It's burning. Hearts are turning. I know it was alright. She danced my heart. She danced my soul. Loved me 3 times that night. She danced from the passion of a voodoo priestess. I know she was alright. From pound, the ancient town. Eyes wet with sweat. I lose myself. I knew myself. It wasn't over yet. She danced my heart. She danced my soul. Loved me 4 times that night. She danced with the passion of a voodoo priestess. I know she was alright. Bald elephant is smothered and smoking. Buzzing elbows and chitlins a la king. Steam hot alligator foots with dumplings. There's something wrong with you.
There's something wrong with you.
Yeah. Something missing someplace somewhere. There's something wrong with you. Bellevue, that's it. I mean, sometimes you just ain't all there. Now. Take a look at yourself. Woo! I'm telling you, I ain't lying, girl. You look like something else. I don't know what is wrong, but if you keep looking like that, I'll be gone. There's something wrong with you. I mean, you just ain't like you was. Yeah, let's face it. There's something I gotta do. I mean to find out the cause. You slow up and down that you would love me so. You said pumpkins would look like pickles before you let me go. Well, I'm just tired of it all. You can stop your show. Don't you know you can be replaced, you know? Monkey toes and string beans. Roast bamboo salad smothered with bubble gum. Baked barbecue gorilla ribs. A dish of cow fingers and mosquito pie. There's something wrong with you.
was Beetlejuice. Don't say that name, Mom. Ghosts aren't real.
Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. What just happened? A live one broke into the afterlife?
Screw that one, it's so random.
Shut your mouth when you speak. Don't put your funky things on me. You even got your eyeballs closed. I don't know.
Guys, pro tip. You don't want to insult someone who's coughing all around you. You can totally just start singing this song. Shut your mouth when you sneeze.
What comes out your nose? Shut your mouth when you brush your teeth. I smell your gums, you rotten meat. Your face looks like you just been beat. I'll never sit next to you when you eat. Hey, you're adorable. Gee, I believe you stand a chance. Hey, when the truth is really awful, gee, you look like a blown up mutant ant. Hey, you got some huge baboon lips. Plus the surgery helps King Kong hip. Did you hear what I said? A baboon knows that a monkey head. Down in the valley on the foggy hill rock stood a crazy little demon blowing his top. Fire in his eyes and smoke from his head. You gotta be real cool to hear the words he said. He did He had steam in his soul for the one he loved, so he had death on his mind, cause the demon let him go. Going around through the world till he understand his pain. Somebody heaven give the demon home again. Get up. He made the sky turn green, he made the grass turn red. He even put pretty hair on grandma's bald head. He made the moon back up, he even pushed back time. Took the fruity out of fruity, had the devil drinking wine. He did that guy was mad. This demon felt good cause she finally got across to the crazy little demon that a woman still a boss. Down in the valley on the foggy hill rock, you can still hear the demon blowing his top. You get up. He pushed back night, bought in afternoon. He even made leap year jump over the moon. He took the 4th of July and he put it in May. He took this morning for a night yesterday. He did
What's going on here? It's not personal. It's business. It's what I do best.
Get out!
You wanna be?
Wanna dance? He called her a monkey wannabe.
This is good. Step on it. Back it up. Back it up. Drive much? I think the drive.
You didn't say anything about me killing anybody.
Do it. Julia. Afraid we should have. Just do it.
And get the fuck out of here for me. Hello? Help! Hello? You didn't answer me.
I'm sorry.
The best you can do. Well, guess what? Your best is not good enough. I don't know what they taught you in kindergarten, but your best does not cut it here, okay? You seduced me, you knocked me up. My grandma sent some freak comes to my house, and he tried to kill. I mean, who was that trying to kill me?
Gabriel. Valerie, please. You don't understand.
I understand fine. You are psychotic.
You don't know how important you are. Secret. It was revealed to us there would be a child. A child born of my kind of voice. A child that would unite my brothers again and bring an end to this war. A child.
Certifiable. You're certifiable. You're probably one of those guys who like goes around door to door certifiable, and you and your brothers probably all wear white, and you probably have a website somewhere, and you probably bake brownies on the weekends and you sell them to raise money for your cause.
Don't be afraid. With my UC, symptoms like bowel urgency have always weighed on me. Can I do this? What will they think? Should I stay back? I wanted to move onward, so I asked my doctor about OMBO. Less UC symptoms means less holding me back.
People taking OMBO achieved rapid symptom relief, lasting remission, and improved bowel urgency. Don't use if allergic to OMBO. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Stop and get medical help right away if you have an allergic reaction. OMBO may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, symptoms of an infection, or if you had a vaccine or plan to. Before treatment, your doctor will screen for tuberculosis. OMBO may cause liver problems. Ask your doctor to learn more. Less disruptive symptoms, less holding you back.
Sir, did you notice any unusual activity in the neighborhood tonight? I got a wrecked car in the alley. So you didn't see anything, hear anything, is that right?
The fact is, officer, I wasn't paying much attention. See, I was with my woman.
7 Charlie 63, come in. Dorfman, come in.
Yeah, this is Dorfman.
53, report your Gonzalez resident.
May I ask, you fellas use that to what? Talk to each other?
Yeah, hi, it's a radio, yeah.
Okay. Quiz. Can that work? I can use that. Huh? Are we having a communication problem? Take it easy. Come here. Sorry. Come here. Don't be scared. Sit.
I want to feed it to you. Please. Can't you just let me die?
Let's understand each other. I sang the first hymn. The stars were born. Not that long ago, they announced to a young woman, Mary, who it was. She was expecting. On the other hand, I've turned rivers into blood, kings, cities to salt. So, I don't think that I have to explain myself to you. You have the child, you'd raise it. Maybe on his first morning of school, you
put him on a bus and he wouldn't come back. And maybe as a teen, he dived into a pond and he wouldn't come up.
And I was just supposed to accept that.
That's how you live here, isn't it?
Doesn't give you the right to use me.
It wasn't my decision.
But it was your choice.
I never had a choice, Valerie. Listen, I have to get you to Michael.
Michael?
He can protect you. He's got it somewhere with the others. I don't know where, but we have to try to find him.
There's a book that a priest gave me. It had prophecies about your war. It might help you.
Where is it?
It's in my car. At my house. Can I ask you something?
Yes.
What are my chances? Be honest.
I don't know. Stay here. He won't kill you in a church.
Well, that's what I think. Not this thing. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Dispatches 1 out of 19 responding to the call at Trinity Church. Roger that, 1 out of 19. This is Carter. Yes, Rosales. Peter Rosales.
Sir, please go to the other side of the.
It's okay.
Want to help me out here? Hey, go back and tell us.
Yes, man.
Be careful. I know you're here, Val. I smell you. See you. Yeah. Why hide? Do me a favor. Let Daniel tell you. It's your rug rat.
1 out of 9 units, 20 and 30 responding. 5 out of 9. 5 Lincoln 22 reporting for Vermont Sentinel code 9.
Been through this before. My kind, your kind. It's not a good mix. Power of an angel. Free will, human. The mothers love it first, till the birth. I've seen women rip themselves open trying to get these things out because they knew
They were carrying bad kids found. Nobody liked them. You know who? Big flood. So, since you're here, say you're sorry.
No way.
Izzy.
You can be straight with us. Just tell us.
I think this maybe would have been better if instead of using angels, they used saints. Like Saint Francis of Assisi, that's really the safety path.
What the? Who's this? Sanctions. That's the Morris newspaper.
Cow. You don't even know where they are.
Yeah, but I know where they're going.
Where?
The Casario. Eden.
I'll go get another car.
Just take my hand.
This is it. This is Eden.
What man has made of it?
It's your tradition too, isn't it?
The Penguins, Earth Angel. Shout out to the Penguins, a subgroup of the whistleblowers.
You were undercover for years.
The first one's
People
out
come
of the
back
water.
damaged from that.
Especially
How
the
much longer
Emperor
is the unit
Penguins.
planning on watching?
This one goes to them. Ah!
Earth angel, earth angel, will you be mine, my darling dear? Love you all the time. I'm just a fool in love with you. Earth angel, the one I adore. Love you forever and evermore. I'm just a fool in love with you.
I fell for you.
I fell for you.
And I knew.
And I knew the vision of your loveliness.
I hope. And I pray.
And I pray that someday I'll be the vision of your happiness. Oh, earth angel, please be mine, my darling dear. Love you all the time. I'm just a fool in love with you. I fell for you, and I knew the vision of your loveliness. I hope and pray
that
someday that I'll be the vision of your happiness. Oh, earth angel, please be mine, my darling dear.
Love you whenever that time. I'm just a Jew. A Jew who sometimes likes you.
With you.
So good. Nobody ever talks about the Penguins anymore either.
Lighting candles for the dead.
Michael?
And all of the Johns watching the live stream heaved a huge sigh of relief. Glad they didn't have to hear Johnny Angel.
Tom.
Well, long time no see. Did you get the big cat for me? Don't eat that. Trust me. I've lived far too many in this war.
Is that one for me?
Could be for all of us.
Daniel said you could protect me.
If that were the case, this war would have been over a long time ago.
Are you telling me that I've come all this way for nothing?
If that's what you want to believe, then yes.
I can't believe that.
Then wonders of the place. I have to say, I hardly recognize it. Talk to me. Why fight? I'm not here to hurt you. The family. You know what I want.
What you want has made you a walking tragedy, brother. Even Lucifer wouldn't have you. Surprising, since the two of you have so much in common.
What have I done? You speak to me that way. How do you compare me to it?
Everything I've done has been for us. I don't want this.
I don't want this.
I want it back the way it was when he loved us best.
Then submit.
Why?
Obey, Gabriel, or you'll be called to a stricter punishment than any of us have ever known.
I don't think so. It seems to me
The numbers here speak differently.
One way or the other, this war ends tonight. You think you can take it, Gabriel? Then come. But your brother stay behind. No one will lift a hand against you. I promise.
Michael, please, you can't let him have her.
Whether she lives or dies is her choice, not ours.
I'm not going to let it die like this.
Even if it means disobeying me.
Yes.
this way.
Daniel, Michael let him in.
This way. Go ahead.
What about you?
It's all come down to you. Just go.
The honeymooner.
Price of freedom. You know what to do.
Come on. It's not that you slept. That monkey skin swim against me. It's that you like me.
What are you in love?
What do you know about love, Gabriel? It's wrong to go against your family. You chose them. I want it back the way it was. You want them. I'd rather be one of them. It's too bad.
Oh,
It's about time.
Nice move.
I'll say hello to Julian for you.
You have no idea what you're in for.
Ah, we don't have to do
Mom, it's time to go.
If you wanted me to die, he would have let you kill me a long time ago.
This is not about you. It's about what you got there. Power of an angel, free will of a human being. All I want is what's mine, heaven. Have you been? It's paradise. One thing, let you go easy. Say it.
You know he's not with you. Say it.
When was the last time that you and he spoke?
Not lately.
It's not that he doesn't talk to you, you know. It's just that you don't listen.
How do you know?
Because you're gonna die. Just joking.
I
There's like
can
a third
hear
and
him.
fourth of these or something.
What's he said?
Hey, everybody. You have no idea what you're in for.
Just joking. You've heard a lot of the charges. But for real, Pluto TV showed that there was a whole bunch of these prophecies. So if he dies, then the third one's gonna suck.
So you'll become what you love the most.
Goodbye, Gabriel.
So what happens now?
I can't see the future better.
You're gonna take my job when it comes up. He was the only one who was worth anything. He was the only one. His child deserves better than me. I'm keeping him. I'm raising him. And maybe one day he'll get on a school bus and he won't come home. And maybe one day he'll dive into a lake and he won't come up. I'll take my chances. It's not yours to decide, Nick.
Mom, what's vacation?
Well, you have 1 month and you have the whole summer off.
Can we start now?
No, you can't start now. Oh, I never like leaving her. You'll be fine. You just gotta have faith. Just let me get you. There you go.
Quiet.
I'm fine. You stay warm now.
Thanks a lot.
Take care.
Why are you always so nice to that guy?
I think he's sweet. He says he used to be an angel.
Phone's gonna ring. It's gonna be enough. Everything's gonna be made right. Phone's gonna ring.
Oh yeah, Prophecy 3, guys. Keep in mind, I haven't ever seen these. I did watch the first Prophecy. I had no idea it was multiple. Now I know. Thanks, Pluto TV. Christopher Walken.
In the beginning, there was only the Word. And with the Word, he spoke into being the realm of heaven and its angels. And he spoke into being the sun, the moon, and the stars. And then the earth, its oceans and its beasts. And finally, he spoke into being his masterpiece, us. And we were his children, to love, keep, and protect. Placed above all others, we were his most cherished creation, most beloved on earth and in heaven. This was the word as it was spoken to the prophets, and then it was handed down to us. The word of God, our Father in heaven, and 1,000 generations found shelter in that word.
Dude, I just want to say, I have never been so excited to watch the third of something other than Men in Black. Which, of course, went totally awfully wrong as soon as the OG stopped being in it. But Men in Black 1, 2, and 3 is good shit. I am so excited to watch this, and for one reason and one reason only. Christopher Walken in the end of the other one was a fallen angel that got the privilege of remembering that he was a fallen angel and was left a transient sitting drinking hot coffee right by the very same school bus of the half angel baby. Anyway, spoiler alert, if you've never seen Prophecy 3 The Ascent, it's just starting. Also, spoiler alert, those of you that are going to prison for the rest of your life, a reality check or 4 are headed your way over the course of the next 7 weeks.
So here we are. The Word become flesh and blood. Our flesh. But I got news. The Lord, he didn't keep his word. No, he backed out on it. He abandoned his kids a long time ago. And he ain't paying child support. Am I right, Maggie?
You got that right, preacher boy.
Brothers and sisters, our Father is a deadbeat dad. That's right. We can all forget about the divine plan because there is no divine plan. It's a mind universe out there for us. Our lives are nothing but a chain of unrelated accidents. Get used to it.
Get used to it.
Bad things happen to good people for no reason. Get used to it. Good things, they happen to bad people for no reason. Get used to it. Say it again. I can't hear you. Do you want salvation?
We want salvation.
Do you want it now? God is dead. God is not dead. He just doesn't give a damn.
Please help me, please. Oh, God.
Praise the Lord. It's done. No. I did what you told me. Blasphemy.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Oh. Come push me out of the way before. So, I can find you again. I can. Yes. No. Don't go. I don't leave you alone. Please. Please.
So Sunday's almost over, and just like Friday, nothing substantial has happened thus far. And I don't know what this is about, but the FBI intends on surprising people who are going to prison tomorrow on Monday. I don't know if that means they're going to use me by the series of instructions I have for tomorrow, or if they're going to use somebody in a robe. I don't know. Yeah. The FBI has intentions to make you surprised by me tomorrow, Monday.
Joseph. No, 282's mom wants his corny.
You give her the gift of sight wrap?
Yep. Says they were harvested without her consent. She wants the kid to go to the next world intact.
Take heed, you senseless ones. Does he who formed the eye not see?
Psalm 94.
Deal with it, Carl. All right. Let's see what we have here.
The eyeball story.
Yeah.
Gift from heaven.
Blood poisoning. Okay, Rasputin, what army did you piss off?
Godzilla.
All right, let's do a liver temp. Come on
So
up.
I'm gonna preemptively give this movie 5 stars. Why? Because I am biased.
Yeah.
Just for walking.
Hey, liver's that away, Magellan.
And that's the only reason. Just for walking.
COD approximately 8 o'clock p.m. All right. See what else we got on our John Doe here. Daniel Rosales. Daniel. Let me spell it. Father unknown, mother Valerie Rosales, deceased. Valerie Rosales. Oh, gee. Starting again. It all comes back, over and over. Again and again. Never stops, never ends. What do you mean? Look. Look at that burn pattern. Look. It's like, go on.
It's like she got hit with napalm and never moved.
Hey, all right. These are from the scene.
Okay.
How you get hit with a blast like that? Don't you curl up into a tighter ball, expose less skin?
You asking me?
I asked myself 1,000 times.
I don't know.
Look at the body position.
I'm looking.
Closer. Closer.
It's like she was shielding something.
Yes. Yeah. That something was her child. She was protecting her child. It gave me a life. It still wasn't enough.
So you personally knew the
We go back. I know him from before the Big Bang.
Big Bang. What exactly was the Big Bang?
Amen.
Beginning.
I would name Donatello. You're cool.
Good night, Joseph. Yeah. Good night.
What would have made this movie series so much better, though, is really if they would have used the saints. They could have done so much with that. Like, Gabriel is not the angel of death, but Saint Francis of Assisi is the saint of death.
All right, look, I'm going to let you go. I may have to call you back a little bit later on down the line. There's a material witness. Gabriel, is there no last name? It was like the artist formerly known as Yanni or something.
This thing.
Oh, it was Yanni. Shows you how far I touch I am. Is this address current, Gabriel?
I can tell you in 2 words. Unfortunately.
Is that what a hyphen? And date of birth? No date of birth, you like it.
I asked the woman at the Department of Motor Vehicles that same question. She told me not to bother her on a coffee break.
DMV. All right, why don't you tell me? How old are you?
How old do I look? Be cruel. You know what? The fact is, I'm old enough to know better than Sparky.
What'd you call me?
That's what they called you when you were a kid, right? You did good.
Same dude. Anybody who's finding the icebreaker brand, I'm making fun of them.
Go get in there. Supposed to be 8 bar. No, not before that.
Where's your morgue?
That's off limits to the public, sir.
Maisie Jones, FBI.
Nothing's off limits there.
There'll be 2 floors down, tunnel access to the sub-basement. I'm gonna have to ask you to identify the body, ma'am. So I'm gonna have to ask you to wait just a little bit longer here. There'll be somebody who wants to help you.
I always knew we'd see each other, but I never thought you'd look so different. You become the thing we fear. I let myself go, obviously, or I wouldn't be here. I need the heart. You more than anyone know what he is. He's their last hope. I don't know what side you're on. Well, that should be infinitely clear to you now. Come back to us. We can retake what's rightfully ours. We can make it like it was before the monkeys. Remember? Or was this place completely befouled your senses?
I like it here. I even learned to drive.
You know what your one flaw is, Keeper? You only see what you want to see. Have you ever looked around? Our Creator poured all His grace into this world, but do you see it? Do you see it anywhere?
Not yet.
Destroying heaven is not what I was up to. So hell. Not even Lucifer. It's that arrogant. What? Out of my way. Monkey.
Thank you for that candy.
Jesus. Where is he?
No. You don't just stand there straight-faced and tell me he walked right out of here. You don't do that. Sorry? How am I supposed to take that, huh?
Probably the same way I have for a very long time.
I just lost the only thing I cared about in this whole fucked up universe. You haven't seen badly, sir. Not yet.
What's it like to wake up as dead meat buzzard circling.
Do I know you?
I know you. From before you were born. Both times.
Zophiel, spy of God, bridge between rebel and loyal factions within heaven. His true allegiance is unclear from religious text. Kingdom for a straight answer. Period. The hell is period?
He died in my arms.
TOD was 8 p.m. That was taken 6 hours later.
Look, I still don't believe what you're trying to tell me.
I was afraid of that. All right, let's go.
Where?
There are things that ghosts and civil servants just shouldn't know. No. You drive.
That should be the CIA's He said there are things that ghosts and civil servants shouldn't know. Just shouldn't know.
Embryos and idiots. I hate this place.
In the final hour shall come one born with the heart of an angel and the soul of a man.
Ever hear of a Nephilim?
A what?
Take your vitamins, Vincent. Good boy. Nephilim. Half angel, half man. Old Testament's chock full of them. They're very nasty guys. And very, very hard to kill. Am I right or am I right, Boris?
Are you saying Daniel's a Nephilim?
Am I? I guess I am.
Do you really believe that?
I've had 4 gutted hermaphrodites burned to black pitch right under my nose. I've had 1 cop, my best friend, driven insane by the angels shrieking in his head before somehow spontaneously combusting in a madhouse he had mistaken for a monastery. A pretty young woman, now dead, knocked up by a stranger who left her 3 months pregnant in only 48 hours.
And just yesterday, a young man, allegedly her son, shot up 6 ways to sundown, crawled out of a drawer, and waltzed out like Lazarus. So yeah, I'm pretty much open to a buffet of possibilities.
Amen. What a smart
Any suggestions?
detective.
No.
I hear also, by the way, it could be a rumor, but I hear tell that there's some smart detectives in this case, too.
What's the D for?
Donut.
I'll take one of those with the colored fragments on it. You see a young man about this tall, dark hair, dark brown jacket coming here earlier.
Look, maybe 63 cents for the donut, and about $50 for the recollection.
What kind of an answer is that?
Minimum wage answer?
You answer my question, or I'll personally see to it that you spend the next millennium chained to a damn wall, wondering just what it is that's been winding its way up through your bowels for the last 750 years.
Cool. The dude came in here about a half an hour ago, scarfed down about 24 mix in less than 5 minutes. It was like on a serious sugar rush, you know what I mean?
Spontaneous tissue regeneration tends to do that.
What?
Where is he now?
Here, Candy Girl, Laffy Taffy, Candy Shop. What's going on?
Hiding in shit.
Just like a monkey. Everybody's got something to hide, except for me and my monkey.
No matter how many times you tell them, they never seem to learn. You must always, always remove the heart.
What are you?
Judgment.
Go push your luck.
see.
Nice coat.
Killing you would be so easy.
Yeah? Fried food can kill me. A mugger can kill me. You're not so special down here, Jones.
How do you bear what you've become, Gabriel? You were once exalted above all others.
You've been with a woman who's Raphael. It's like dying. You moan and cry out. You get to a spot. It has you begging for release. Once, to the angel of death. Now, I die every day when I have the cash. Enough about me. You must be scared. If you lose, you must be scared you might become like me, right?
Yes.
You will lose. To the one of you that hasn't blown the whistle, you will lose. Your freedom, your liberation, your career, your friends, family, reputation, you will lose. It all. Oh, and your assets. Yes, and those two. I had to turn up the volume. I guess Unit 207 is playing around with my Bluetooth speaker. I just had to increase it by 25%, and it's still not as loud as it seemed before. Oh, there we go. Reducing it now.
No! Maggie, get out of here. Get out!
No, Daniel, no!
Get out of
No! No, Daniel, please.
Maggie, I said go.
How does it feel to know that you're almost perfect? Not for the monkey inside you.
What am I to you? What is this? I said, what is this and why am I drawn to it?
Material.
Who?
The whited sepulchre. The next god. Please, come closer. I tried to reason with you. I tried everything I could.
Helps on the way.
Good. That's good.
That's better. Please, let me explain.
Looking for these.
Take the car if you have it.
Afraid that won't do. After you. Yes, I know. You keep a gun under the front seat of your car ever since you were robbed in that dark cul-de-sac. In that very, very bad part of town. The idea of actually using it is a bit, what? Repulsive. So therefore you keep the bullets stashed safely in the glove box. I'm not here to hurt you. I promise.
Wow. Dude, I guess Gabriel's done lost his mind.
Is this the best you can do? Do we have a problem?
Look, why do you even need me, huh?
Can't drive.
I believe this can go faster.
Sure. Whatever you say.
We really don't have time for this.
Monkey.
Good trick with the car. I'll have to remember that. Just jerk the wheel to the right. Wow.
Swear to God, I'll use this.
Sure you will.
Why don't we just talk?
Don't. I said don't!
In fact, I am an angel. I'm also your friend. We can both help each other, but you're going to have to be willing to listen to me. Are you ready to listen? I usually measure time in eons, but in this particular case, every second counts. Please, I told you I'm not here to hurt you.
We both see things the same way. A world abandoned by the Creator. A universe in chaos. Daniel Rosales saw it too. He saw it more clearly than any of us. But he's lost his way now.
He's been deceived by my brothers who still cling to old ways, old truths, who still harbor some cold, empty faith that our beloved Father shall somehow return and deliver us from this wasteland, this killing field.
But that will never happen, Regulator. You know it. I know it. And most of all, Daniel Rosales knew it. Until now.
Why?
Because he's being driven by forces beyond his control.
Where's he going?
He's going to stop our Savior. The only one who can set things right again with heaven and earth.
Savior.
His name's Period. It means light of heaven. He came here in the First War, led the army of God that cast Lucifer to a far more distant shore. And here, he's remained.
Is he evil?
No. Evil is the realm of darkness. Period is the light. He is the shining beacon that will lead us from an eternity of rotting despair. Unless Daniel's there to stop him.
Why would he do something like that?
Shh. You always communicated with your kind voices. Voices that make saints and zealots kill. Voices that drive an angry mob to incinerate a mother, desperately shielding a little boy. It is those same voices that now speak to Daniel.
Daniel would never listen to them.
Whatever was human in Daniel Rosales died before he rose from that morgue. He's no longer your Daniel. You know it. You felt it. Didn't you?
Why should I believe you?
Because you have to.
Everywhere I go, you're there. I close my eyes, you're there. Ever since I can remember.
Little man, little boy, running with dead mama.
What's the boy thinking? Do you think about destiny? Do you think he lived to see another day? So many are wanting dead. But he gets by because he's not to wonder why. He might be here for a purpose.
Do you wonder what that purpose is?
I do. Every moment of my existence. Before you were born, I tried to rip you from your mama's womb. I failed. Sword of heaven could not still this tiny mortal heart. How come?
It's not being here that perplexes me. Not knowing. How come you? What could you mean? Do you know who?
Nothing.
Clearly, the facts say otherwise. You're the word.
Whatever it is he's destined to commit upon this earth, it's his will. It's what he wants. No angel, however powerful.
Anything but the messenger.
Danielle, you're a message. And now, for the first time in a gazillion years, I get to know what it is. I get to know what that message is.
Okay, I did my time in Sunday school. If this material's like the second coming or something, how come I don't know anything about it?
Maybe you just chose the wrong religion.
I dreamed of you. I'm Mary. I know the enemy ghost. Last night I dreamed the end of one history and the beginning of another. The darkness was met by the coming of a great warrior. I dreamed of you. You look smaller in person.
Tell me something. Do you still love your God? Truth.
As much as he loves me. Say, man, I wonder if you could tell me how to get to Gila Flats.
Yeah, it's over on the Wallapai Reservation.
I don't suppose you could be just a tad more specific.
Where's your friend?
You have a long memory. Rachel is under the weather. She's bedridden. But I'll tell her you inquired.
What do you want?
Everything. But to begin, I need some coffee. Fresh brewed, sweet and low, non-dairy creamer, small grapefruit juice, 3 eggs, yolks, dry them not hard, bacon crisp, hash browns, dry wheat toast put on the side, and a portion of your famous blackberry jam. It's going to be a long day.
Boom, boom, boom.
Remember, we're here to stop him. That's all.
Boom,
Nobody
boom,
gets
boom.
hurt.
Go up the hill.
It's gonna be a
and
long
turn.
day for the one they call the sheriff at the FBI.
Something like that. There. You've done well. I'm proud of you. Do not lose him.
I won't. Okay, now what?
Go faster.
What's that?
Ignore it.
I won't.
Turn left. Hard left.
I don't see him.
Still. Faster.
We'll run him over.
Exactly.
I can't do that.
I told you what's at stake here.
That wasn't the deal. Nobody is supposed to get hurt.
How did you think we were going to stop him, Magdalena, with a prayer?
I don't know, but not like this.
He's almost at the destination. We have to kill him. We have no choice.
I do.
I'm warning you.
Whoever you are, whatever you are, I'm not afraid of you.
You should be. still in there, Daniel? Dying, I suspect. Not that that really matters.
Okay, come on, I'll give you some more food.
So, this is what it must feel like to be human. Coffee.
But please.
That's just what it feels like to be human. Bring her back. I can't. You have to. What are you afraid of? Nothing. Why so desperate to get her back? Because you know what heaven's gonna be like for her if you don't finish where you start.
once upon a time.
I don't want to die.
Oh, Wilbur.
Who are you?
Oh, Wilbur, if you didn't want that, you would have blown the whistle.
Oh, my hand. Please.
Oh, God.
I'm so afraid.
Don't be afraid.
Remember one of the keywords, everybody. Spectacularly. It's my understanding the FBI is going to make it very entertaining, like a fireworks show. That's the big crescendo, the big climax, and I've been told there will be more than one woman the FBI anticipates seeing crying and saying,
We lost? We lost? We're going to jail, aren't we? Oh.
Wilbur. Remember, I'm not expecting that until next month, though. Federal disbarment. Will it only be 2 guys, or will it be
The child of
fate of
divine
3?
fornication.
What do you want from me?
I have come to help the monkeys perish by mutual slaughter. And then so the earth, the better sea. Genocide. It happens now and then. Turn away, Nephilim. Like what? And keep warm.
Fuck you.
There is no such thing as destiny. You above all should know that.
What am I doing here?
The one thing your kind excels at. Dying.
It's not a blindness. Indifferent. Blind universe. Yeah. Never was. It isn't. In the end, there's still the word everywhere. In heaven and its angels, the earth and stars, even in the darkest thought of the human soul. It was there the word burned brightest, and for a moment I was blinded.
Rolling into the fourth one, which has no Christopher Walken, so it's probably a surprise. There's 5 of these. I never knew. I literally just watched the first one on some fucking streaming platform while being illegally detained.
I am here to find one lost soul. I have no interest in tyrants or heroes. Rather, I prefer the lives of smaller men, the ones left behind.
Let me ask you, how did we do today? We can figure out. See, if I take a shit cut off the strip of the tool, there's one more tool I need to worry about. I understand what I'm trying to say. Let me ask you, how did we do today? We can figure out. See, if I take a shit cut off the strip of the tool, there's one more tool I need to worry about. I understand what I'm trying to say. What else we got? Not again. I wish you'd stop shopping. Nick, shop man. They're so cheap. I said it's not time. Oops. I believe I could fix this. Let's pay attention.
Oh, and guys, since the FBI's instructions include me not addressing you directly, starting at midnight. I don't believe she's upstairs, but she may be, but I don't think so. But I know she has extremely high expectations. And a non-existent timeline, which the FBI has appreciated for prosecutorial purposes. And that being said, to the woman who literally told other people that would be joining her in prison while laughing, right after she kidnapped my sons. The second time, the following, I'll pay her $1 million if she can prove it. You cunt are going to prison for the rest of your life, and that invoice will be paid in full. Pass on the message, because you know I won't be able to tell her after midnight.
Until next time, but next time. Let's go.
Și pururea Fecioarei Maria, cu puterea cinstitei, cu rugăciunile cinstitului, măritului proroc.
Oh, hey, don't believe me. Just try and open that door. Yeah. You already got 36 people that literally instantaneously owe me 10 grand for every time they were outside of it. With no immunity, as you've known, as you knew. In some instances for over a year. As the FBI has proof of beyond a reasonable doubt, and over 20 people, excluding me, that will be testifying against all of you. And that will be happening before April Fools.
Înainte de Dumnezeului și Pătătorului Ioan,
And I don't know if this will be helpful to any of you wondering about the nuances of your federal investigation, but it's my understanding that the biggest of fish will be completely exposed a week before March 1st. A week before March 1st, the biggest criminals will be completely exposed.
Du-te, dracule!
Preceva. Danny Seminescu.
Who wants to know?
John Reiger, Interpol.
I was referred by your supervisor, Captain Rajas.
And remember, everybody, the biggest fish of all, the only one the FBI has called the shark, who's been on and off of their boat, but since December has multiple harpoons and is absolutely on board the fucking boat. Whoever the fucking shark is, according to the FBI, has a really long pissy day tomorrow and the day after. Now, if they're watching my live stream, they're probably not going to show that because they're obviously a psycho. But if they're not watching, and you find out who it is, and it happens to be the person I've got 95% all in on, please do something erratic and unusual tomorrow.
Estiascu.
I need some assistance on a case that just went local. He seems to think you're the best man for the job.
Based on what?
Two things, really. Firstly, you've lived in London, which makes you slightly easier on my ear. Second, they say you have, and how shall I put this delicately, a special rapport with the street life around here.
Really? I'm not interested.
You don't know what I'm selling yet.
I'll tell you something, John. First row of the streets. Know your product.
I don't suppose you engage in a lot of high-speed chases.
You can go home now, my son.
Really, Father, it's not a problem.
It's for me. Good day. Don't forget to lock up.
Father?
Also, if it helps anybody, it is my understanding that the shark absolutely has a timeline and a deadline, which makes it all the easier for the FBI to prosecute you guys for extra charges. Because some people are going to absolutely take the liability of going outside of my front door, as 36 of you already have. But the FBI and I think that it will only be one more.
Mas como? Yine kadınlar intihar eskiden o kişiyi bana takmayı çakamıyor. Bunun konuşulması. Siz şaştınız.
And then I just want to remind you, the FBI says that everything that you need to know about the future is in the very recording I am supposed to play. The next time somebody decides to stalk me on the exterior of my living room window and front door, we'll be playing that when we initiate the next live stream. Which is about time for almost anyway. Let's see. How long is this recording? Oh yeah, it's 11:52. I'm not ending it yet. I will follow the protocol. Okay, it is 9:22 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Sunday, January 5th, 2025. I'm ending this live stream and initiating another in 90 seconds or less. Note that this video was liked by someone, something that only occurs right before a crescendo in fraudulent court orders or criminal activity that the FBI appreciates the likes for.